never said, and I would bet everything else it wouldn't be so bad, like a memory's app from Men in Black. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. Get you out of my head. Some chaotic kind of vibe, my inner symphony. Add them all together and you get a masterpiece. Golden painted accolades, whatever they may be, I would trade it all for peace. I'd trade it all for peace. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. Get you out of my head. Hypnotize me, mesmerize me, spin me in your web. Just remember I surrender, love you till I'm dead. Follow you into the darkest holes, full of my biggest fears, what all my nightmares hold. I travel with you to the depths of hell. You give me gasoline, I go and douse myself. I get lost in all your sweet nothings. I burn the whole city to make them mean something. I'm yours for all the wrong reasons. I'm stuck, I can't move, I'm losing my feeling. Hypnotize me, mesmerize me, spin me in your web. Paralyze me even after everything you said. Turning me to memories and feast upon my head. Just remember I surrender, love you till I'm dead. Talking to you is my only thrill. I'm wrapped around your fingers in a bed of silk. The pressure gets a little tighter still. Not my entire life's up in the windowsill. I was lost, and only you found me. I don't mind the chains if yours are around me. I'm yours for all the wrong reasons. I'm actually flattered you think I'm worth keeping. Hypnotize me, mesmerize me, spin me in your...
Oh, Danny, no, Danny, why did you do that? What is wrong with you, Danny?
It's not me. I said don't play Queen F6.
No, please don't.
Oh, I'm like.
Excuse me! I just 450 pounds!
And we are back with PogChamps, finally. Hi everyone, I'm Alexandra and I'm joined today by Grandmaster Amon Hambleton, calling in from Canada, land of the brave, home of the free. Amon, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Alex, it's great to be back. It's great to be back with PogChamps. It's been a little bit of a break, but I mean, the most exciting chess event on the calendar truly is here.
I mean, it feels like a Twitch tradition at this point, and we skipped Christmas last year, so it's time to finally get back into it. I feel like you've been doing commentary since probably the first PogChamps as well.
You'll always find me here, doing some type of show, but I have to admit that my favorite type of chess to commentate are newer chess players, beginners, and especially content creators. They're entertaining in their own right, and now we just get to watch them play chess. This is the best of both worlds.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited, and they are getting started really soon, so maybe we hop into the format so we don't miss the start.
Get ready for memorable clips and blunders you wish you could forget, because it's time for PogChamps 6. 12 celebrities will fight until the very last move for the title of Pog Champion. PogChamps 6 features a new and compact format. It all starts with the group stage. Players are divided into 2 groups of 6, where each competitor plays a match against all others within their group. The top 3 from each group move on to the championship bracket, a single elimination knockout where glory awaits. The bottom 3 go to the Consolation Bracket, a second chance for triumph. In each bracket, the top player from the group goes straight to the semifinals, while the others must first win a match to reach them. And above all else, remember, stalemates are draws.
Okay, so basically the biggest difference we have in the format for PogChamps this year is that it's going to be more condensed than before. Mon, are you excited for this new format?
Yeah, so I think the splitting into brackets at the end as well is just a good reminder that your favorite creator, the person that you really tuned in to watch, is not just going to lose a game, Alex, and then, peace, kick him out of the Zoom call, never see him again. So lots of chess.
Yeah, for sure. And today you also see we are going to look into the players and the pairings. There are going to be some pretty heavy favorites in today's matchup, but I think when it splits off into the brackets, it's going to be actually really close. And hey, you never know. We might see an upset today as well.
Yeah, really, though, you never know, because even in that introductory video, reminder to everyone, stalemates do happen. So we can see some crazy upsets, even for players that are just crushing their opponents. It's possible to stalemate and not even win the game.
Well, speaking of these players, maybe it's time for us to introduce them, and Chess.com is making our job really easy. So let's see that video.
See what guys are doing.
Oh, allow it, man, you lost.
Look what guys are doing on the time, though.
Allow it, man, you lost.
Snackers, I met someone. She's really cool. PogChamp, congrats.
Ninja's gonna investigate some orders that we have purchased online.
What do you see when you look at me? You see a smart guy? You see a problem solver?
More than anything, I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm excited to come home with some hardware.
Wolfglick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship.
Okay, well, it seems like we have a really wide variety. We have the Pokemon World Champion, we have YouTubers, we have cosplayers. Is there anyone in particular you're really excited to see?
Well, I mean, we have all these people that are a bit more familiar maybe with the online space, but then we also have some people coming into that space like Steven. This is probably one of the craziest names on this list. And for me, I mean, forgive me, but he's just the pommel horse guy. Like, that's how I saw him at the Olympics. That was just crazy. So that's definitely a name to watch. I don't know what to expect from his chess.
Well, he is going to be playing in the later round today, but I know you've been really excited about him. Taking a look at today's pairings, we have Abere Eza going up against LydiaViolet. Abere is on the England national soccer team, and he's one of the strongest players we will play today. I think he's actually been coached by Amon Hamilton. I combined you two, close enough. Eric Hansen and Bigfoot, actually. And the cool thing about Abere is that he is so busy in between his soccer games that a lot of his chess lessons have actually been in between travels. And I actually caught some of Lydia's coaching streams as well. She's a variety streamer. She actually has this really entertaining debate show that I have tuned into quite a few times. But she's been getting coached by Rachangel, or Rachel is her name. And she is a new Chess.com partner streamer. Amon, you want to talk a little bit about the next matchup there? Or actually, before we get into the next one, Lydia, underdog in this match. What do you think her best chance is?
Yeah, so I definitely know a little bit about the work that Eric has been doing with Abere. So I can say that he's definitely the big favorite in this match. From what I've seen, he's going to be very tough to beat for anyone in this competition. So it's not like there's a particular matchup here against Lydia that she needs to worry about. This is going to be the first game, first match. So just get in there. And I always say, most important thing, try not to lose your own pieces. That's like, don't blunder them, play safe. And they're already off, Alex.
Yeah, no, I saw that. Our bad. We had a little bit more to say for all of them, but they are excited and ready to go. And we are in here looking at the first matchup, which is between Mongraal and Sambucha, who we didn't actually get to talk about, but they are one of the more evenly matchups of the day. Or yeah, they are actually the most even. They're actually swapped in their rapid and blitz rating. But fun fact, Sambucha has played almost 25 times as many games on Mongraal, at least on Chess.com.
So I think, unless I have it different on my screen, I think this is Abere against Lydia. This matchup here.
Got it.
I'm pretty sure, but you're right. I was looking at that same stat as well, that just the sheer volume that these players have played, it matters a lot. As we see the first, Chess.com is going to be a little harsh here, Alex, with the question mark, saying that's not a great move at all. But I mean, is Knight B4 really that bad?
Well, I do think it would be cool if our chessboard had the names of the people playing, but Amon is on top of all of it.
I'm on top of it.
Well, it's not that bad. Queen D6, a little suspicious, but this could be a strategic sacrifice, At least she's going to get back a pawn.
That's right. And, those pawns capturing diagonal, the first thing you're going to watch out for here is, is Lydia going to recognize that pawn can continue to capture, right? So there you go. There's a capture back. Bishops also move and capture diagonally.
And no Twitch chat. This was my fault. What is this production? It was me, the commentator. The names are on the bottom. We can see them. Abere playing with the white pieces, Lydia with the black. And just a reminder, they are going to play a 2-game match. So they're going to swap after this.
That's right. They play a 2-game match. And if it's tied, we even get a game 3. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but a very nice position for Abere, and we can see some experience here in the setup, not even taking the center. Honestly, Alex, for newer players, I would say that's not a good idea. You want to have a pawn in the center of the board, but I think Abere, a bit more experienced here, feels comfortable playing the way that he is.
Yeah, I tuned into one of Lydia's streams and you could tell that she was getting a feel for the tactics, but she hasn't built up that confidence that comes yet with experience. But hopefully she'll be able to save her bishop here. And if she does, then there you go. Bishop A5.
And that
I feel like I'm watching a sub battle again.
Exactly. And significant improvement, though, because the pawn just captured the knight last time. Clearly, we've learned in a couple moves how the pawns capture. That's going to pay dividends going forward. But, we have to shout out this great tactical vision. The double attack here, a fork in chess. And Alex, that is going to be yet another piece for white.
Well, I guess Lydia's best chance will be to try to trap his queen somewhere on the left side of the board. But yeah, this is definitely a strong start for Barry. Should we maybe take a look also at the Linzor and Inoxtag game? Because it seems like they're pretty far along as well.
Let's do it. Absolutely. Let's jump there. And of course, as we do this, reminding everyone that games are in progress at the same time here. They're playing concurrently. So Inoxtag against Linzor. Early on, we see advantage white pieces here and up a piece. You just count them up. These pieces here are all worth 3 points. So we can see there's just one extra for Inoxtag right now.
Wow, I learn so much from you every time I'm on. That's awesome. You can just count the pieces like that. What?
I was speaking to you, Alex. I have some more advanced commentary for the viewers I'm saving.
No, that's totally valid. Well, Inoxtag is one of the more experienced chess players here as well. He's actually hosted chess tournaments of his own, and not related, but really cool fact. Did you guys know he was the 2024 GQ French Man of the Year?
That is probably one of the coolest, like, fun facts of almost maybe any of the participants. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, like, once you've achieved that in your life, I just feel like you've peaked. But then I remembered he also climbed Mount Everest. So a man of certainly many talents. His last move actually got a question mark from the computer, but it looks very normal. And the reason why it got a question mark will be thrown to our friend, Mr. Hamilton.
Well, I suspect it's probably going to have something to do with, number one, the fact that maybe there's a pawn here that is just free to be captured. And also the black rook is actually aimed at the white king here. So he does take the pawn. One thing about taking the pawn that I think is a little bit counterintuitive is, I would say for Linzor, this is a good move. This shows good understanding, realizing that it's completely free, but the engine, the chess engine, Alex, is going to be so unfair to these players. It's going to say, oh, you're missing this amazing 10-move combination. But honestly, for the basics, I think both players are playing pretty well in the sequence we've seen.
Yeah, no, I agree. Being down a piece is not the end of the world. When you're getting started, it's not the same as you see in these higher level chess games. And Linzor, since we didn't get as much time to talk through the players because they're so eager to start, she is rated around 349 in rapid. So I think this is actually a pretty strong showing just based off of ELO. But one of the things that she's also been struggling with chess is feeling somewhat confident in her ability to win this event. So hopefully that will also develop with experience here, especially going up against someone who has so much chess under his belt.
Yeah, and this is the first, it's tough to go up with your first game being someone who's such a favorite against you, just according to the ELO. But as you said, I think the more chess that we see from these players, the more they'll get used to it. And maybe the best chess will be kind of saved for the end, as we see Inoxtag with a pretty nice move there. And honestly, I was going to say a pretty nice response. I'm not agreeing. I'm sticking up for the players here, Alex. I'm not agreeing with the engine saying that these moves are no good.
Well, that's good. I mean, we're never expecting to play just like the engine. She's seeing the most important thing, the threat from the bishop. She found a way to defend it. And actually, one thing she's been doing really good is her time management here.
Yeah.
It didn't take her too long to see that.
You bring up a great point that you don't necessarily need to be the better player. Sometimes you just need to be the faster player. And I can't wait for the madness that's going to ensue, couple minutes down the line here when the players get really low and start to get nervous. If you have more time, 1-2 extra minutes, that could be enough to win the game.
Okay, well, we should maybe check out the last of the 3 games going on right now. Mongraal versus Sambucha. They are one of the more closely paired matches today, as we have discussed so far. And taking a look, they seem to be the most evenly matched position so far also, at least in terms of material. We see that white is not going to be able to castle here. I wonder if that makes him a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, we've had a couple positions now, the last one and now this one, where the white king has moved from the starting square. So unfortunately in chess, you're only allowed to make this very special move, castling, which black can do on the next turn, but your king has to be on the starting square. So as you said, it might just be a little uncomfortable for Sambucha going forward, but with all the pieces trading, Alex, truthfully, that king is just as safe as Black's king.
Yeah, and I did really like Mongraal's last move, Bishop C5, because he was able to develop, make space for himself to castle. He's recapturing with the knight, opening up that bishop on C8. And now I am curious. Obviously, Sambucha is going to want to develop the rest of the pieces, but one thing that is maybe less common for beginners to understand is the idea that in the endgame, your king is actually an active piece. Maybe even moves like King D2 might be helpful at some point for White to connect his rooks, but that might be a little bit more of an advanced concept. So I'm really curious to see if he's going to intuitively find something like that.
Yeah, and it might actually benefit Sambucha here because the king has already moved. So the only option, Alex, is probably to move it again. Whereas, honestly, for Mongraal, I might consider.
Well, hang on, Aman. The other option is to forget about it and not develop it ever.
This is actually maybe the most likely option. So,
yes.
we'll see. We'll see if this king moves at all. Actually, that's a better question.
Okay, good. I'm glad we're on the same page about that one. Oh my God. Sorry, I just looked back at the Lydia and Abere game because that one seems to be progressing really quickly. Abere has a wild queen. He's starting to encroach Lydia, but she, could maybe find a stalemate. There's enough few pieces. It could be potentially architected here, but I don't see where yet. She's going to have to sacrifice more pieces, actually, which is going to go against everything she's learned so far.
That's right. The only hope appears now to be stalemate, just because 6 minutes is such a lot of time. But look at the way the pieces are coordinating here for Abere. Like the king is slowly being hunted down. The long range check from the bishop. If we see this bishop make its way out to maybe the F4 square once the king moves, we're just seeing a really, really impressive display here from Abere in game one.
Yeah, no, he is terrifying, and I would definitely put him in the top 3 of this event overall. So hard match to get in your first one. Obviously, I always hope that the underdogs don't feel discouraged when they get such a tough initial rating. Someone in the chat is asking what his rating is. I think his rapid rating is nearly 1,200. Oh, and tuning into Lydia's stream. Oh no, yeah, her facial expression is fair.
He can just take it again. He can just GG's. He can just take it again. He can just take it again. He can just.
I love the honesty.
Literally,
yes.
Just take it. Just take it. It's fine.
But she has the right idea. Just take it. If she just loses all of them, there's a hope for that stalemate.
That's true. There you go. It's her intuition telling her what she needs to do. Let's see if she sees Rook F7 to defend the checkmate here.
Oh, wait, no, he caught. Oh, sorry. Yep, I get it. Now I understand why he didn't do that. Okay. We're learning.
Good attitude towards it also. Like she's learning. She's not getting discouraged that it's been a tough game.
Oh, I misclicked.
Oh no. Oh, it was a misclick. Okay.
Honestly, Alex, if not for that misclick, I thought Lydia had that game. So just really the misclick, I think.
No, you're right. I mean, she was about to find a stalemate.
Yep. Yep. But hey, honestly, one of the toughest pairings has to be said. There will be another game between them, so definitely not the last matchup there. But that was a commanding victory, I think, from Abere, wouldn't you say?
For sure. And speaking of other challenging pairings, Linzor and Inoxtag. Inoxtag is starting to set up a mating threat on Linzor's king. He just played Bishop E5. The queen is coming to F6 or H6, trying to checkmate on G7. Honestly, this is actually very similar to what we saw. Somehow Inoxtag has the queen and all Linzor has is 2 rooks and a knight. But hey, maybe we'll get one stalemate from these 2 games.
Yeah, I don't know if does the chat root for stalemates, Alex, would you say? Is that a fan favorite regardless?
I think so. I think chat always votes for chaos. Okay, I'm seeing yes in all caps.
Okay, that settles
so that's
it
good.
Then. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just so satisfying. And maybe we should tune in to Linzor's game a little bit too. It seems really chaotic with all of the emotes, but I'm sure it's less chaotic in reality.
Let's hear it.
What can I do? Is there anything I could do. This one is protecting that one. I don't want to move it. Maybe I should move my... God, I'm... Wait, I'm thinking for too much now.
Conscious of the time, which is something you brought up earlier. So that's, I think, a great habit going forward.
Yep, she's getting down to 3 minutes, and
Wait,
her stream visually
I'm
looks like
blanking.
me when I'm
What
trying
the
to
fuck
focus.
do I do? I'm so screwed. I feel like no matter what I do... Okay, that's not good.
Okay, maybe no matter what she does is not good. But hey, actually, is she preparing the stalemate, trying to give away pieces with that last move?
I love you.
Yep. What
I
used
hope
to
I'll
be
see.
a bad
Oh,
idea
I didn't even see that.
turns into the best idea. This is such a relatable experience when I've tried a different game for the first time, so I sympathize. The backwards knight move, Alex, that Inoxtag just found is very impressive as well.
Yeah, and her intuition is good too. I mean, she may have accidentally blundered that rook, but she is starting to develop her pieces. And
ever played.
Yep.
Yes, I totally agree. When you're playing a new game, it's really intimidating. Oh,
some people don't perform well under pressure. Okay, now he's protecting his queen.
And honestly, using the last move that was played, you could try to bring
What is he planning? Okay, he's gonna do what? This
to hit the bishop. Possible.
And then I can't go there, and he's not gonna do that. He doesn't have a checkmate yet.
Good calculation.
Take it. It's worthless. Do I want to advance this?
Oh, and I'm checking in on the Mongraal Sambucha game. Mongraal just able to get ahead, captured a piece now. You can tune in there for a little bit.
When I move this up, he'll just take my... That's when he goes...
Okay, yeah, so we have the game on the bottom there. You could see we have a result already, and we're watching all three at the same time. They're both 4 minutes on the clock, so actually things could get interesting. I see Sambucha trying to at least get one of the pawns back, and even if d3 is pushed here, at least the e4 pawn might be kind of weak. So he is getting some compensation for the piece. 2 pawns isn't nothing. Actually, 1 pawn, but hey, more in the future, maybe.
That's right. That's right. Honestly, a really good last move there by Mongraal to bring the bishop out and finally develop. There's also one thing that would probably make the black king feel a little bit more safe, which is moving one of these pawns so that there's no possible way that the king gets attacked and has nowhere to go. So I think Mongraal just played a really, really nice move, even though, as you mentioned, it did lose a pawn. I think this is the closest game of the round so far.
Yeah, and king c1, he moved away from the pin, even though e3 wouldn't have actually been a threat that he needed to worry about. The idea of getting checked is always so intimidating, so I understand why he wanted to get away from it. And actually, we have his stream as well, and we could see how he's starting to calculate.
I can move my rook and then take again. That might be the play. Oh, but then he's probably just gonna take, then might do that, maybe.
Recently signed to Red Bull's Fortnite team, so love the fridge in the back there.
He can't take because check. Might move his king there, maybe.
Yeah, Mongraal was one of those.
I kind of want to get this into action. I could have played bishop there and friend as rook as well, actually. That's still an option.
Kid prodigies, I was going to say.
2 minutes 30.
At least at Fortnite.
So quick.
I think in the Chess.com hype video, they had his, kid prodigy cam. So I was like, okay, it's probably been a few years since then.
He looks a bit different now.
Yeah. Still just as good, if not better, at the game, though. it feels very like kind of locked in here,
Maybe move
Alex.
this
I'm
pawn up.
liking the chess vibes that I'm getting from this stream. He really feels focused.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes when you're out material,
Gotta
you
try and go
loosen up a little
fast, that's
bit,
the
get
thing.
overconfident, but he is not doing that at all.
He's gonna trap my bishop there. I'm
That's
gonna have to
amazing
reroute, maybe.
recognition already. Realizing if the bishop drops back one square to the
Then he's gonna
left,
take.
then it will get trapped by the
I
white
don't think
pawns.
it's that big of a deal though. Actually, no, he can't take. I'm just gonna reroute my bishop.
I wonder if he played
Yeah.
before as a kid,
At this
because
point,
for the
even
amount
more.
of chess games online he's played, he's just
Maybe here.
insanely good.
Yep, agreed.
Like his rook, he's gonna
Really
have to
good
play that.
instincts. Very natural
Fuck, more
calculation
time
as
I
well.
could actually. 2 minutes is so little, bro. He's gonna play this. Then I go back maybe.
And Mongraal actually gets better at shorter time controls. So he might be in time
Actually, but
pressure
if-
now, but that's only going to play to his
If I play
advantage.
this, he moves his pawn. Check. Okay.
And if you want, we could jump to the Inoxtag Linzor game just
Gonna do
to
the
see
same
the
thing, though,
end. It
I
looks
think.
like there's a checkmate
I
in
don't have much
sight
time to.
for Inoxtag,
Yes.
just hunting down this black king here. And Linzor is just got to move the king. It's the only piece. And wow, that's a
And
really
he
impressive
gets the
checkmate.
checkmate. And that was impressive timing from commentator Amon. You came in right in the moment of victory. Wow.
Hey, I just want to make sure everyone sees those final moments, and obviously we can go right back where we just came from. Mongraal and Sambucha is the only game from this first set of 3 that remains.
Yeah, and maybe at some point we could check into Sambucha's point of view as well, see how he's trying to defend this.
Because look at the time as well. This is going to be exciting. There's 2 minutes or less. Remember, they do get an increment, which means they get 5 seconds credit, extra time when they make a move. But 5 seconds, Alex, is barely enough time to process the position.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting because sometimes when you have the better position, but you have to prove it, you start second guessing yourself and using too much time. Do you think it's easier, just not obviously in terms of the chess, but psychologically, to defend from worse or play from better under time pressure?
I think for newer players, honestly, play from better is harder because you have more pieces, you have more options, you don't really know what to do with them, and when you start losing things, you think you're losing your advantage, you start to panic and like, oh no, everything's going wrong. Whereas obviously for the person that's playing from behind, you feel you're making a comeback. It's kind of exciting.
Yeah, your adrenaline is pumping. And actually now White has doubled his rooks on the open file. He is threatening a checkmate. Is Mongraal going to see it? I feel like he will, but
from what we've seen so
clock
far,
is ticking.
He's been good.
But even bishop e8 adds
double
complications because now he's going to get a big pin on his bishop.
Yep. There's only one move that's really good here, which is sliding the king over to protect it.
And he's looking at that panic check. Sometimes you're low on time, and at least if you get a check, you get more time. Oh no, he's giving the bishop back.
Yep. And I mentioned earlier having a one of those pawns in front of his king moved already for safety. He didn't have it. That's exactly what went wrong.
Okay, predictions. What do you think this result is going to be?
Ooh, we gotta vote stalemate. That's the play here. It's getting really messy.
Chat, spam your opinion too. I wish we had a poll chat. I love gambling on imaginary Twitch channel points.
Those are the best.
It's true. But okay, so Sambucha is going in to gobble up the b6 pawn. And once he does that, he's going to have a passed pawn on the c file. And, one of the basic strats, even when you're newer to the game, is just try to get the passed pawn all the way to the end. So I think it's now become more intuitive for White to play. And the other important thing here is that White has his king active, which is, something that is a more advanced beginner endgame lesson. So it might be harder for Black to figure out that he needs to do that also.
Yep. One of the best pieces of advice that I have for beginners in chess is when you get to the end game, and I'll just say when the queens are off the board, start to use your king, because the king is actually a very useful piece. You can use it as an attacking piece. Right now, look at the white king taking all of the pawns on the board, whereas the black king is tucked away in the corner.
Yeah, and I mean, it is tough because Mongraal just played this game so well. It's even more tilting when you were having a position that had an advantage and then you lose. Of course, I don't think he's going to lose necessarily. I think it's going to be a stalemate, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully he doesn't get too tilted either way.
That's right. Yeah, you got to manage the tilt in an event like this. At some point, you're probably going to take a loss. It's going to happen, no matter who you are. Let's see his mental here.
It would be cool to see him try rook h6, threatening to take e6, and then take the rook on f7. That would be one way he could swing the position back.
Yep,
he's now
that would be crazy.
1 minute on the clock.
I think he's going to move that pawn, and at some point, you just kind of don't know what to do. You just move pawns.
Yeah, but also moving the pawn is not a bad idea, because if Sambucha just keeps pushing his e-pawn accidentally, he'll give up his rook.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and we did have wins, for those wondering, from Ibere and Inoxtag in their first matchups against LydiaViolet and Linzor. We're here watching the final game in progress from this very first set of games here.
And honestly, Sambucha's playing really accurately. He moves his rook away from f7. He gobbles up another pawn. He's now up 3 pawns, and Black's king is a little bit far from the action. It's going to be really hard for him to get all the way to the other side of the board. And even if he could, there's just too many pawns.
So much credit here. By the way, rook takes that pawn on a2 can happen and win the game if white makes a mistake here.
Oh!
It happens.
Oh my.
It's
crazy,
but stalemate. I mean, not stalemate, but maybe it will be a draw. But isn't actually white still winning here? I don't see the eval, but I think white's still winning, right?
I think the rook should go up and take the pawn that's very far away from the action. If he doesn't, white wins this game. And it's so unfortunate.
Or maybe I was looking at one of the games that's a little bit ahead in time because we're watching his stream.
That's so annoying, man. Fuck.
Wait, it's going to be a draw. We predicted it. We did this. Let's go.
We did it, chat. It was a draw.
Oh, no.
And honestly, what a hard-fought game by both. I saw so much I was impressed with.
This feels like the only fair result, and for all the chat pros who are saying that white was going to win, you haven't watched as much PogChamps as your old buddy Alex and Amon have.
Oh yeah, and the results are on the screen for you right there. That's Group A. As I mentioned, we had Ibere and Inoxtag with the wins in their matchups, and Alex, that unbelievable draw tie that we just saw.
Yeah, and actually, I really love their photo, Sambucha and Mongraal. It looks like they're cousins or something. The matching hats, they staggered them a little bit, but it's kind of wholesome, actually.
I love it, and makes sense. It's the most even matchup there. Even though Sambucha has a bit of an elo advantage, you hardly could tell in that game. That was back and forth. That's, I mean, it could go either way.
Yeah, and hey, the results might change. We are going to see everybody in this group go against each other again with colors reversed. Predictions for the next round, Amon.
Well, you know what I'd like to see from the Ibere and Lydia matchup is, I mean, we saw Lydia, we've dropped in on her stream. What we saw was her kind of learning as she went, like, oh, not supposed to do that because of this. I just like to even see some of the things that she noticed in game 1 start to be applied in game 2. You know, certain things like the way the pawn captures, right? Let's try to avoid losing one of our pieces to a sneaky diagonal pawn capture. That would already show great improvement. And even if she's not able to win this match, that'll help her in the rest of her matches going forward.
Well, the diagonals always get me every time, also, Amon, so you can't blame her too hard. And
That's
I
right.
see that the games are already underway. We have Sambucha, Mongraal. We got some D4, D5 players. Ooh, we have a French from the Frenchmen. Let's go.
That's right.
Inoxtag.
Linzor against Inoxtag, and look at this, the French. Alex, are you familiar at all with that opening?
You know, you could say I've played a few times here and there. Nobody
And
can convince me to stop playing it. Even Magnus once told me I had to stop, but once you're addicted, old habits die hard.
that's right. That's right. And the players will be a bit familiar with one another after that first game. So curious to see how the second games go. Are they going to be just as one-sided, or are we going to see some adjustments? Also, I think a really important thing to point out, Alex, is when you're starting chess, it's so much more fun and so much better to play white. You get to start the game. You get to decide what you want to do. And a lot of players, for that reason, play a lot worse with the black pieces, or they really aren't as excited about those games. So some people are going to get to play white for the first time.
And it seems like Lydia's strat with the white pieces is almost as if she was trying to scholar mate a Barry because she brought her queen out so early to f6. Obviously, in this position, it's a little bit more challenging because the knight on f6 is blocking the queen's pressure on the f7 square.
Right.
But I like that she has that sneaky mindset where she's not afraid to try and cheese someone.
Yep. And honestly, it would work on a lot of the competitors in this event potentially, except Ibere. So I think just a little unfortunate on the timing there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that might be a trick to save for other people, but B4, A3, interesting because she didn't finish the development of her pieces, but it's actually not as weird as it looks because she can always bring her bishop out to B2. And honestly, one of the things we saw from Iberi last round is that he was a little slow to take control of the center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the things about the way that Iberi plays is he always puts this bishop here. He puts the knight out, doesn't really play too aggressively. So even though he's higher rated than some of his opponents, the way that he plays chess allows his opponents to always get their pieces out, control the center, and get a reasonable position. So it feels like the games always start pretty close.
Yeah, and let's tune into Lydia's stream. I can see she's talking a little bit about her thoughts here. Oh, all of the pawns must be pushed.
Oh no, I'm so mental death. I'm so mental death. I just realized I'm playing the same guy. Wait, this is exactly the same thing happened last time. I didn't want to make the fast move. He didn't want to make the fast move. He made the fast move. GG, my pieces are gone in like 2 minutes.
Wait, that's hilarious. Maybe she was trying to cheese her opponent because she didn't realize it was him.
I suppose I do have to take this.
That's fair. And honestly, the only thing scarier than playing Magnus Carlsen would be to play him again. So I hear it. I hear it.
Going to, but it would be really bug if he did. Okay,
somebody said in
chat,
really
big ego, and he's not thinking because he beat me so easy last time.
Hey, I like it. She's getting into the psychological games. You do need a little bit of that. And overconfidence, honestly, is one of the things that will make you drop material in chess. Mm-hmm. He's probably playing on his way between soccer games anyway, just like he was doing for his coaching lessons. So, hey, he could also lose service.
I take this. Then he
That's right. Another reason to not resign the game.
Then,
always play on.
I'm a cooked person in this situation, aren't I? Oh. Do I even wanna? I don't really want to. I don't want to. Okay, say I didn't. He can't do anything, right?
It's interesting because she's actually so correct. Like her instincts are really good. She doesn't want to capture that knight in the middle. Because she can see what might happen afterwards.
And that's usually why you don't want to make moves like G4 so early on, but she did see that knight e4 was better.
Yep.
And
That's
at
actually a
least-
really good thought process right there.
Yeah, and at least if black plays f5, it will open up his king side, so she will get some compensation.
Fooling for the tricks.
And that move is actually, Alex, a massive mistake. Wow.
He's got a queen in a very good position. Okay.
If the knight
I would
captures
love to
that
see
knight,
bishop.
I don't want
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, if the white knight captures, she's thinking about it, but I'm worried that.
You know what? I'm doing
Oh
it.
no, not
This
that
is bad,
one.
bro. I'm gonna run out of time.
Oh, she was so close. Yeah, you're right. If she took on f6, she was actually going to be able to recapture on b7, win a piece. But unfortunately, the knight went the wrong direction.
I have to show.
Yeah.
That was just such a moment for a lower rated player in Lydia to really surprise her higher rated opponent. The knight could capture, and although it exposes the queen, the knight is checking the king. You must respond to a check first. And so even if it was recaptured, the queen could then capture the bishop. And actually, Lydia would be winning here, Alex. So what a turnaround that could have been.
Wow. Yeah, no, I mean, her intuition about him maybe getting a little confident playing quickly was correct. But it was a little hard to see the follow through there. I think she was panicking because of the time. But she really shouldn't be because she's doing pretty solid on the clock here. Well,
I agree.
Queens are off again.
Are the queens off, Alex, or is just one of them off? I think there's a specific name for that type of behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I always gaslight myself into pretending that you can come back from anything. And maybe she will, but it's looking a little bit challenging. So maybe we take a look at another game for now.
Yep, I was looking at Sambucha Mongraal. That one looks like we just saw a pretty interesting last move, and the kings here are actually both castled, but on opposite sides, Alex, which always means that there's good chances for both sides to launch a huge attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really fun game to watch. And interestingly enough, white would probably wish that they didn't even have their G-pawn there just so that they could open the file on the black king. It's almost helping black more. White is a little bit ahead in terms of his attack here, but he actually doesn't have any obvious follow-up plans.
Yep, agreed. Once again, the Amon Hamilton strategy of counting up these pieces is
wow, he did it again.
It's effective here once again, folks. And black is ahead that one piece, but as you pointed out, the piece that you're ahead is actually, it's barely even moved. And I do feel like white enjoys a little bit more space, and it might be easier to just kind of launch these pawns at the king to open it up and try to attack.
Controversial opinion, I actually think white is going to win this game, even with a piece down.
Okay. Does the chat agree with you? Because so far, you're pretty good at calling things, Alex, based on the last game. You're putting your record on the line here.
I can't tell if I'm just being contrarian for the sake of it, but I just think it's so much harder to defend, especially when you're newer to chess. And now with the c6 pawn push, black is actually chaining his bishop in there a little bit. Of course, he could push the b pawn and get out on a6 or something like that, but it is a slow start for black.
That's right. Yeah, not a lot of space.
Somebody goes, I don't know, I just got here. And I really appreciate that honesty.
Yeah, welcome. That's a good reminder. Welcome to those who just got here. This is PogChamps 6, and we are still in our early stages of the day, Alex. You haven't missed much, so strap in. We got lots of chess still to come.
Yep. And speaking of chess still to come, maybe we take a peek at the third of the matches that we haven't taken a look at yet. And that is checking in on, sorry, I was looking at Inoxtag and Linzor, and then I saw what was happening in the Lydia and Barry game with the king in the middle of the board, and Lydia somehow forking his queen and knight.
Yeah, top top left is a little further along than the other games on your screen right now.
Yep, no, that's for sure. And we'll go back there later, but let's check out a little bit of the Inoxtag game also. Okay, so let's do the Amon Hambleton piece counting method. We see that the material is level. Chat, I know everybody's a pro, but I know you're all learning today.
Thank you. I'll be here all day, guys. Yep. If anyone wants to discuss further, but it's basically telling the exact story of this game. Everything's exactly equal. The game is dead equal. And for Linzor, this is a great sign of encouragement, Alex, especially after that last game now with the white pieces looking much more confident. And I'll just go ahead and say it right now. Watch out in front of the kings. These pawns, if you don't move one of them forward, there's always that risk we saw in the Mongraal game earlier that you can get checkmated on the back rank. So just call that out now. Hopefully both players take care of their kings.
And their queens. As we've seen, there's a few people on this stream who suffer from that affliction. And hey, we finally have an Inoxtag's camera. Let's check out what he's saying.
Ah, il fait chier là. Après là, il est bloqué un peu ce pion là. Donc ça va, je suis pas si.
All right, Evan, you were working in Canadian government. Are you ready to translate?
Fragile. Ça c'est fragile. Ça aussi c'est
fragile.
Fragile.
Very fragile position here. Yep.
Là, elle sait pas trop quoi faire. Elle a 1 minute de plus que moi.
Okay. Yeah, a bit more than me. Yeah.
Si je mange. Il y a quoi qui est gagné?
I eat. Si je mange. If I eat. Let's go. I love this.
Yep. Canadian.
Interesting that she didn't recapture the knight, but she did at least move her queen and keep the knight protected, which is kind of cool.
It was a really good move, but it was just unfortunately met with an even better move.
Merci pour ta donate, Wes. Merci, Wes.
E3
ouais, je vais
is
faire coup du berger, mais je le tente pas en tournoi là. Enfin, pour le tournoi, je vais pas tenter. Mais je pense que j'ai fait un bon coup parce que là, je menace sa dame. Ça se trouve, elle va pas voir. Elle est obligée de bouger sa dame.
He's hoping she's not going to see the queen.
Je menace ça. Et je menace ça aussi. Donc là, c'est le cavalier all-time, les gars. Je veux des drapeaux français pour ce cavalier. Oh putain, il vient de me clouer.
Le cavalier all-time. I love that. And putain, I know that much.
Bah c'est bon.
Oh my God, he called it. He thought she was not going to see the queen. And okay, I feel like every time I watch a game, the queen disappears. So maybe we need to stop having me on.
Well, would you like to test that theory out? Yeah, there's the reaction on the other side, guys.
I'm fucked. I blundered the queen. I wonder how many of you guys just went, I can't take it because it's not protected by anything, so... Fuck.
Oh.
Honestly, okay, this side is much more relatable.
Now?
Yes.
Not that one, though.
I've had this POV many times.
Should I get this
that pizza on the side is making me a little hungry. It's just like right. I love that it's just held open there under the chessboard.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, okay. What should she even try? Like, what do you do once you've blundered so much material and you're playing someone higher rated? Back to you, Amon Hamilton.
I was like, wait a minute. Are you going to answer that one, Alex?
Nope.
Well, I think in this particular spot, I would retain a little bit of hope on the clock. I know 4 minutes for a more experienced player might be a lot of time, but more than half the time has been used so far, and we just haven't seen Inoxtag have to deliver a checkmate with no pieces on board, where stalemate is a possibility. And right now, there's even a great move that you could play, knight to b5, that attacks two of the most valuable pieces in Black's position at the same time. So I wouldn't lose hope.
And she clicked the knight. So she's considering where to move the knight, but now she's hovering over e2, which makes me a little nervous. But at least she's considering all of the knight options.
Let's see. Wow.
Oh, hovering. Let's do it. Knight b5. Nice.
Amazing. Played. And that's why you just don't give up. Now, it doesn't mean that, the comeback is fully on here, but this is the way to start.
Yeah, and even after she captures the rook on d4, queen takes back, there's now a pin on the knight on d3. And even though white can't immediately attack it, sometimes just keeping the tension, especially in times of time pressure, could be really helpful here.
Yep. And I definitely think this is a moment where you do want to play fast. Hopefully she saw that she could take that rook. And as long as you know the value of the pieces, 3 for the knight, 5 for the rook, that's a trade you must make.
Oh, how are you full of all these gems, Amon? We have one of the mods asking if we need to do the material counting here too.
Well, I'm telling you, they told me that I was doing PogChamps. I had to be ready.
Oh no. She captured a piece, but I think she needs to go into the Amon Hambleton School of Counting because I think she just hasn't been there yet, which is fair. It's early in the process.
Like, guys, I mean, you do have to know the value of the pieces. This is why, in all seriousness, we talk about that stuff. You got to know how the pieces move and the value of them. This is definitely a good move if that was the only thing you could take, but there was better.
Yep, and now it's getting really tough because queen takes f2 is coming next. Let's see if Lydia is going to play rook f1 to defend. I think she might still be tunneling on her knight on a7 idea.
Like maybe another fork, knight to c6.
Yep.
Hits the bishop, hits the rook. It's a successful move, but not in this moment.
Okay, king g2. I think she sensed that there was a threat and she was trying to get her king away from it and probably just didn't see another way to defend the pieces. And let's see if we're going to get another fancy checkmate from Inoxtag here.
Yeah, rook to rook to h4 would be just extra fancy, but this makes way
That would
more
have been
sense.
so nice.
Queen to f5. Now, you have to be careful. Another, little known rule in chess, Alex, is not to just do the exact same check again, right? Because if we repeat the exact same moves 3 times, that will actually be a draw. So, got to be careful not to do that.
Yeah, and again, you want to try to keep all of these tricks in your back pocket. Oh, wow, he actually was considering rook h4 earlier.
That's really cool.
But Inoxtag has hosted 2. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying that he even considered that rook h4 is so crazy impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's just too advanced to fall for a threefold, but...
Ok, cavalier. Bah parfait, je vais bouger ma tour. C'est une bonne raison de bouger sa tour, mais je sais pas où la mettre là.
So I think he wants to move his rook, but now that it's attacked, perfect, because he wanted to move it anyway.
Yeah, but he's just not sure where to put it.
I feel like it's roulette. Like he's just going to drop it down on a random square.
This reminds me when you're playing a chess kid and they're moving a piece and they forget where to put it and they're just hovering with their hand holding the chess piece.
Nothing scarier.
Nothing scarier than a hovering hand from a little 5-year-old.
That's where the talent is.
On va jouer juste intelligemment.
Very nice move though.
On vient en
Safe,
échec.
just retreats.
Il est obligé d'aller.
And he knows exactly what he's planning next.
Yeah, no, he does.
Si elle va là.
We can stay for the checkmate, but I see the Sambucha and Mongraal game is also evolving quickly. What do you think, Amon?
Yeah, you gotta make a call here. Let's wait for the next move here. And it's bishop to a1. Is that a mouse slip, or that's just one of the weirdest moves? Was that a capture or was that a move? I missed that one here.
Oh, it was a capture.
Okay,
He took the
there
rook
was
on
a rook
a1,
there.
so that makes
Okay,
sense.
good.
Yeah.
We jumped in from the other screen and I said, what the heck is bishop a1? But as usual, Inoxtag is nothing short of impressive. Pretty perfect game so far. Alex, I think we might be able to get the checkmate here. But what we'll do is we'll jump to our other game right now between Mongraal and Sambucha, because we honestly might get a checkmate here as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, we gotta take a look at on both. I, as an unbiased commentator, have no standing in this game other than that I predicted that white would win, and it's looking really tough right now. I'm eating my words.
Yeah. That's honestly, we just never got the play going against Black's king. We have 2 exposed kings, but all the action is happening near White's king. So makes sense that Mongraal is actually under a minute on the clock here because it's dangerous. It's very tough to play defense.
For sure. But I will say with the Amon Hambleton School of Counting that Mongraal did actually end up getting one of the pieces back because Sambucha sacrificed on the king. Oh no, I can't watch the games, Amon, every time.
Alex, what are you doing?
I don't know. This is not the influence I wanted to have.
Oh, the queen is hung there, and honestly, the game is not over, but that is a huge swing towards Sambucha, and remember, they had to draw first, so this is everything right now.
Everywhere Alex goes, queens die, says chat.
I mean, that's a little harsh. I wouldn't have gone that far.
Guys, yeah, that was tough. I mean, he was under a minute on the clock, so it totally happens. And he came back from behind the first game, and he's starting to push the kingside pawns. It's never over. It's never over, even down a queen here.
Agree. Queen to e1 will definitely be a really strong move down to the bottom of the board there.
Okay. Boy, just blundered my...
Wherever Botes goes, a queen is won. It's positive from the opponent's perspective. Well, thank you very much, held 1993.
I've never thought about it like that.
How you look at it.
50 versus 57.
Okay, he's looking at the time. He's conscious of it. And honestly, Mongraal played a really nice defensive move. The one thing he has going for him, he's got 4 pieces. He's moving around constantly. Black is only moving the queen.
I have to try and make something.
No, I mean,
I think
the bishop on c5 that we talked about being locked away is still there. And f5, not going to be an accurate move, but what it does do is it's trying to trade off that g pawn and open up the g file. So at least it'll give him some chances.
I love the resourcefulness. He knows he's down, so try to open something up, make something happen. I think he's got the right idea.
Yeah, no, and I like rook f3. He defends his rook and he puts pressure on black in the same time. And Sambucha, I mean, 1:30 on the clock, but there's just some higher pressure feeling when you get under a minute that maybe, you know, Mongraal being the higher rated blitz player will be able to use to his advantage at some point.
Small mistake, it looks like, on this next move. I saw him hovering g5 and did play it. Anything can happen with the time here, and I always say knights are the trickiest piece on the entire chessboard, and Mongraal's the only one that has one.
That is true, although he is using it mostly for defense right now. And honestly, Sambucha has been playing really sharp with his tactics so far.
Completely agree.
This one up as well.
And look, even though we're saying Mongraal is playing some great resourceful attempts, it's been really well defended and everything's been captured that should have been. Sambucha is playing amazing.
Yeah, no, he really is. And he's been getting coached by James Canty. James Canty, incredible chess player, and honestly really good at explaining things too. So gotta give some credit to the coaches there. Bishop f3, right. Nice. He's going for d5, a good little threat. Oh, I don't think he sees that b3 is defended. Oh, is he going to take on d5? He does instantly. And now Sambucha's almost a minute on the clock too.
And we got to be really careful. If the bishop captures the rook on b7, then the pawn could capture on g6. A lot of things can go right here.
Yeah. Let's see if Sambucha sees taking with the queen so that he gets the check.
Rook here.
Ooh, I see what he's trying to set up. It doesn't
take this
quite work.
No. Wait.
I see the vision, Alex. That's really impressive to even consider that.
Yeah, especially being so low on the clock here.
Oh no, is he gonna think that it's mate?
He really needs that pawn.
No, it's not.
Yeah, he does.
How is it not? He
But
can
he saw it
take.
instantly.
Fuck.
Alex, there's
No
no worse
way.
feeling in chess than
thought I
playing
had it,
checkmate
bro.
and then the game does not end.
I had that same
it's
comment
so
on one of
good.
my last streams, and it's even more embarrassing where I'm like flexing, thinking I checkmate. I was like,
Oh,
wait,
no.
what?
Gee, man.
That's such a brutal feeling.
Try and
Okay, but maybe we get
I don't
the
know.
stalemate check though. How confident is Sambucha at converting this mating pattern?
Yeah, I guess we'll see if he learned the technique yet. This is gonna feel tough on Mongraal, especially considering that he was up the first game. But you know, there's so many matches to go. It's early. He still seems like a likely favorite for the championship bracket.
Agreed. Now let's see if he knows how to put these queens together, because I'm assuming that black is trying to make a second queen. And then after that, using them both to checkmate.
Yeah, and it seems like Mongraal is playing really quickly here. Do you think he should slow down and try to see if there's any stalemates?
Too quick, but
I
thought I might
definitely agree. It's so far, I'm not feeling the total confidence, because why is that pawn not becoming another queen, Alex? Does he not know how to? Sometimes you promote the pawn and it shows you all the options to promote, and it's like overwhelming. So
I think he's getting cheesed. I think Sambucha is playing with his food.
Okay, that could be true, but honestly,
it could backfire.
Exactly. If I'm Mongraal, I'll take the chance of
I don't know.
potential
He should have
embarrassment
checkmated me a long time ago, though. I feel like so.
Yeah,
Is
he
there a
knows
way
it.
where I actually trying to think of how to stalemate, or should I just move, bro?
Yes, there you go.
I don't know if I even have the fucking ability to try and actually force a stalemate. So many lines.
All right, chat. You know what to manifest here.
Is he gonna promote
Nothing
the third
personal.
queen? I think he's gonna make his checkmate.
Did you
like the
With
third
the promotion?
queen.
Yeah, that would be very cute.
Let's see.
Oh, he's doing it.
Oh, okay, just
man.
standard.
No way.
Just standard.
Saw the game was so rough.
We're all done with round number 1.
I know, Alex, that it feels like that was just a basic maneuver, but I also want to give some credit to Sambucha for being able to execute that checkmate with the 2 queens, because you can so easily end up on the next PogChamps highlight reel of stalemate mishaps. So well done to him.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, Sambucha actually was the favorite in that game, at least in rapid. So obviously it's going to be disappointing because the games were way closer than the ratings would suggest. And at least for Lydia and Linzor, do you feel like you saw some progress from the first game to the second?
Definitely, yeah. I also think especially Linzor's game was really, really good. It was even. We remembered that, we tuned in, it was even, and then all of a sudden just the entire queen was hung. So is it really her fault, Alex, or is it maybe you? Do you have to take some of that blame yourself?
You know what? I don't like where we're going with this, but it is weird that every time we tuned in, after talking about the curse, a queen would be sacrificed. So, it's a good thing I'm not their coach, or we would have seen even more queens getting blundered somehow. They would have promoted and lost those also.
Well, honestly, tons of improvement though. Speaking seriously, Linzor, Lydia, they were both up against probably 2 of the frontrunners to win this event on paper. What we saw from Mongraal, I think, is he's very, very strong for one of the lower rated players. Seems like he's improved a lot in the lead up to this event. But Linzor and Lydia, I just think we did see some improvement game to game. And like I said before, that's something you can take into the next matchups.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they also didn't get too tilted. They had a good attitude towards it. Like they were learning. And look, Inoxtag, he really seemed like a beast in that first game. Maybe a little bit overconfident so far, but just really a strong showing. We are going to take a short break, and then we will be back.
Do you think I'm more fashionable than you?
Yeah.
Yes, and that makes her, I don't know, something very emotional.
I mean, I did steal her clothes, and I'm wearing her dress.
She's literally wearing my
So I can't, I don't know exactly.
She's probably
looking at the dress right now, being
I think like you're genuinely a lot more passionate. It's not that like I think I have bad fashion or things like that, but I think you care a lot more about it and spend a lot more on your time, and it matters more to you. And like when you really put in effort, like you come up with things that are so far beyond.
Do you get annoyed when I steal clothes from your closet?
No, but I get annoyed when you don't put them back, or when you don't ask. And
So
we're
then
on
the
the
answer
same
is
trip.
yes.
True.
Like the act of borrowing doesn't upset me.
I
It's
did
the
ask this morning.
when I was not there.
You were in the bathroom. I said, hey man, I'm borrowing your dress.
And did I reply?
No, but like, what are you gonna say no?
Have you ever seriously considered quitting chess and pursuing a different career? And I mean like entirely different.
Yes, of course.
Yes, true.
Do you think you wasted your talent in chess?
Sometimes.
True.
If you could replace your entire career with everything you've been doing except you don't have to be in front of the camera, would you do it?
No, because I don't have regrets. If I ever wanted to do that, I would just stop doing content.
Also true.
Do you think chess popularity has peaked?
Probably, but I hope not.
True.
Do you like chess more than poker?
No.
That was an interesting set.
Lie.
Wow.
I think it's a lie because like I get asked this a lot and I'm not sure, but they're pretty similar. Right now I just won a chess tournament in second place, so like I'll feel better about that. And like my last poker tournaments were bad, but it depends when you're asking me.
What's up everyone, it's Mongraal.
What's up guys, HBox here.
What's up guys, it's Sambucha.
We're doing a tier list for PogChamps number 6.
Who I think will be the most improved by the time the tournament comes. So Dr. Lupo.
That guy, great worker, great human being, I would say.
I feel like Lupo's gonna be pretty decent.
I'm sure he's pretty solid. I feel like he's played chess before, so I don't think he's gonna improve much. I feel like he's stuck in his ways, so I'm gonna say he's gonna be around like, just let's put him B tier actually.
He's got his experience, I'm gonna put him at B.
So I think he's someone who commits to the bit. I'm gonna give him an A.
So I would say Eze's going to be improved a lot. Somebody who plays at a high level like him, I feel like is going to go from 0 to 100 real quick. So I feel like he actually might end up being one of the most improved, but I actually think I saw somewhere that he's played a bit in the past.
You know, I actually started playing soccer again here in Montreal. It's damn hard to get that good.
So I don't think he's going to improve from like nothing to something. So I'm going to put him actually like right there in A tier.
I'm reading here that his height is 5'10". That means technically I'm barely taller than him. And just off that vibe alone, I'm gonna put him in C.
C.
Fillion is taking this very seriously.
She DM'd me and asked if she wanted to play some chess on stream, so I think she's been practicing a lot.
Complete wild card.
Fillion is going to be one of the most improved out of everyone in this field, so I feel pretty comfortable putting Fillion up here. I hope she doesn't let me down. I'm putting her most improved.
They can be whatever they want to be, the power of being a VTuber. That's kind of intimidating. So it's a wild card. I put it right in B.
I'm gonna put her A.
Hungrybox is same as Dr. Lupo. I'd say he's played a bit in the past, so I could see him kind of like getting a little bit better, but I don't think he's gonna improve so drastically. probably in B tier.
I put him at C.
We don't need to talk about that. Just yeah.
Inoxtag, he's French.
The French pride themselves on chess. I feel like there's some French grandmasters.
Let's put him least improved.
I gotta fill someone in the slot, bro. I'm sorry.
Let's put him in C.
Linzor, I would also say maybe middle of the pack.
I feel like she's someone who like quietly is actually good at a lot of things.
I'm feeling some decent improvement here, so I'm gonna actually drop in A tier.
I'll put it in B. I think that's also a wild card tier.
We'll put another C.
A little tighter still, not my entire life. Up in the windowsill, I was lost. Only you found me. I don't mind the chains of yours are around me. I'm yours for all the wrong reasons. I'm actually flattered you think I'm worth keeping. Hypnotize me, mesmerize me, spin me in your world. Paralyze me even after everything you said. Turning me to memories and feast upon my head. Just remember I surrender, love you till I'm dead.
Welcome back, everyone. What an exciting first round. We are going to continue with the matchups. Just a reminder, it is a round robin, which means everyone in this section will play against each other. So up next, we're going to see Mongraal versus Lydia. We'll pull them up in just a second. Sambucha versus Linzor. And Abere versus Inoxtag, which that is going to be the closest matchup. Aman, I keep throwing it to you with predictions. I guess I'm 50% on my predictions today. You are... Actually, did you make any final predictions? You keep giving me softballs. Give me something more determined here.
No, the last time we were on the pairings, the games just started immediately. So we jumped in. So I was saved by the bell.
No, that's true.
I have to say, from what I saw from Mongraal, even though the ratings are actually quite close, I'm really interested to see that matchup against Lydia. I think Mongraal has to be the favorite from what I saw in the first match. So I would take Mongraal in that one. And Abere, you know, coached by GM Hansen, I have to support there.
Okay, that's fair. You know, you gotta support the brothers, so to say. But actually, Inoxtag has been coached by FIDE master Julian Song, who is a French chess YouTuber. It was actually cool. He was in Paris, and Andrea and I got to play chess against him, and he was teaching us some cool variants. But he's definitely one of those creators who's really, really passionate about chess, and so is Inoxtag. So I feel like, you know what? Just to be contrarian again, I'll take Inoxtag in this.
And I think maybe he was an FM at the time. I think he's an IM now. So that just shows he's.
Oh yeah,
he's
sorry, I am. I beat him in one game, so I assume that demoted his title.
Oh, that's honestly, yeah, fair assumption. IM would be too far of a stretch for you, Alex.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so taking a look at these games, early on we see in the Linzor Sambucha game, Linzor's knight already moving a little bit back, and it seems like her position is cramped, but she actually does play c6 here, challenging the white center pawn. And, you know, let's say white takes back, she can recapture with a d pawn, opening up her queen, opening up her bishop. So even though it's really uncomfortable now, she can squeeze out of it.
Yeah, I'm looking at that one as well. And man, the knight is just it's placed on a square that honestly the other knight would want to go to. So already early advantage for Sambucha. The space means everything. And down in the bottom of your screen, Abere, back to that same opening that we've seen basically, I think he's going to start the game with the exact same setup every time.
Yeah, white or black, and Inoxtag playing the French once again. Oh no, did Inoxtag just blunder a knight after I said I was betting on him? It's not a good day in the imaginary bet office for Miss Botes today. I'll say that.
Right, and we've just seen like Inoxtag so good in that previous matchup, but just a little careless here. Maybe just assuming that was a mistake from Ibere, and Ibere kind of looked on the cam like, wait, what? Like almost had to double check whether he made a mistake or his opponent.
Yeah, no, that's tough. And again, counting technique. Now there's 4 pieces versus 3, unfortunately, and it's also so early in the game that time pressure isn't a thing yet. But okay, let's check in on the Lydia and Mongraal game as well. Lydia loves pushing her pawns to b5, b4.
Yep, and I think if we didn't see the pawn used to capture on f6, it would have probably moved to g5. So that seems to be the way that she's decided to start most of her games with, a6 b5, h6 g5, and she's attacking on the side of the board as opposed to the center, which honestly goes against conventional advice. But what I will say, Alex, is that in this case, maybe the unconventional idea, and I love that move, rook to g8, there could be some really nice attacking ideas here.
Okay, the fact that she played rook g8 is actually really impressive. I'm curious when she took on f6 with a pawn instead of the queen, if she was thinking a few moves ahead here. Mongraal, obviously, a little stronger just in terms of elo. I wonder if he's feeling the pressure with that rook looking towards his king, because he's actually developed all of his pieces now, and that's when things get a little bit tricky. How do you continue from here? What left do you have to do?
Yep, I'm looking at the position, and all of White's pieces are on good squares. Problem with that is they're all on good squares, so there's no better square to put them on. That's always the part of chess where people start to get confused. And he's decided to bring the knight into the middle, but it could be more of a reactionary, almost a defensive move, bringing the knight in front of the king, perhaps.
Yeah, no, that was my read of it as well. Maybe he's also, pushing c4 in the future. He is going to have to get some kind of pawn break. It would be a good plan for him, especially while Lydia's king is in the center of the board. That's usually how you punish it. You try to open up the position, maybe like b3, c4, d5. And Lydia plays knight g6, so she's extra defending the pawn on f6 and h6. And which famous chess player was it who said that over defending is a good thing again?
Not sure. I think everyone just kind of repeats those quotes, so they just reclaim them over and over again.
It may have been LydiaViolet, who knows? And now we get knight h4, attacking her rook. So she's going to have to move her rook right back. But the knight is on the edge of the board now, and doesn't really have any good squares to go from h4. And if the f pawn ever moves, it's going to be a double attack on the e4 knight and the h4 knight.
Yeah. Yeah, f5 is a really nice move. What I'm worried about is that rook to g6 was played to defend the pawn. And so now it might look like, if I move away, I'm going to lose that pawn.
Oh,
unfortunate.
Well, hey, there's still f5.
There's still f5, and you know what? Rook g4 was actually a move that was played with sort of a one-track mind. She unfortunately did not even consider the possibility that it could have been defended, but the move is not that crazy because she was actually thinking, hey, I'm attacking both knights. This is a really powerful move, but was so excited about her own idea, she just didn't properly consider, hang on, the opponent gets a move in there too. What could they get up to?
Yeah, and speaking of her opponent, he's actually calculating the f5 line here. So let's take a look into his stream.
What am I gonna do? I might actually just loot. I can maybe even play that. Okay, she didn't see it, but yeah, that might be good. Move the knight away. Check. She can take with her queen though.
So he does see
I need
that
to move this
queen
knight somewhere.
recapturing on f6. That's good. Good spot.
Again, I'm not gonna think too much. I'm just gonna make a move.
Story of my life.
Maybe. I just go back.
But honestly, not a bad strat because his knight was under attack, so he did have to do something about it.
Check, which takes.
And that same pawn move, f5, is still there in the position, but I think because we haven't seen it yet, we're probably not going to see it at all.
Queen
there. You are correct.
And so
Queen
this,
d6.
it's a good move. I mean, I like the move. What I'd like to see her do is maybe finish her ideas from earlier. One thing that we've seen from Lydia is b5, and you mentioned g5 as well. But a great complement to those moves is actually developing the bishop to those squares that have become open. And in this case, it would actually aim directly at the king, and then it could coordinate with a rook or a queen in the future. So I don't really mind the way that she's playing, but she just needs to keep following it up.
For sure. And again, you know, she's one of the newer contestants in this PogChamps. So this is one of the things that is also good because she'll be able to improve a lot more rapidly, and it always feels good. You know, you learn some of these opening ideas, and then all of a sudden you shoot up like 100 to 200 elo.
Yep. And very combative
E5?
move.
Whoa, pawns on all of the main center squares. Interesting.
These positions are understandably going to confuse these players because honestly, Alex, I'm confused. I don't know which pawn to take. Like, there's so many different possibilities here.
Yeah, I mean, here you almost have to just start brute force calculating. E takes d5, d takes e5, bishop takes c8. Not a bad move either. He doesn't want to have to think about what's going to happen to his bishop on g4, even though it was protected by his queen. The only problem for black here is that if you are pushing those center pawns and they are getting traded off, all of a sudden the king on e6, sorry, on e8 is going to be a lot more naked.
And Mongraal continues to impress at 400 elo, bringing the knight to the side of the board, trading the bishops, and then bringing the knight in to this beautiful square on f5. This is really good gameplay from Mongraal here.
Yeah, and here he could take on d5, fork the queen and the knight. He would be giving his knight on f5 in exchange, but he would at least get a pawn from that trade.
Yep, a lot can happen here. Knight can capture in the middle. The other pawn can take on e5. I think Mongraal, according to the Mon Hambleton counting school, is very comfortable here with a full extra rook. And Alex, shall we check the last game in progress that we haven't seen? That's Sambucha and Linzor.
Yeah, for sure. And also the Inoxtag in a berry game is heating up a little bit, but we'll come back to that later because there is not a checkmate threat just yet. So Sambucha is really attacking Linzor here. Her knight got to h8. I am not sure what journey ended up on that destination. But actually, it's nice to have pieces close to your king.
It is. Unfortunately, these squares are usually in the corner, considered the worst for the knight because you only have 2 squares you can ever move to from there. But as you mentioned, since all the action is over there, might not be that bad at all. But
I'm actually traumatized. I don't want to look at a queen being attacked anymore. And she moves it back.
Yes.
Claps in the chat. Not for her, but for me, removing the curse, clearly.
I was gonna say, Alex, you know, we've been too hard on you. This is proof that it was never you this entire time.
That's what I always tell myself. Bishop c4, very sneaky, threatening d6 discovery check. Is she going to see d6 and block it? I'd be happy with knight f7 as well.
Yep, knight f7, knight g6. Basically, any move that recognizes that threat. There's a lot of ways to deal with it, but you first have to notice that a piece lined up to your king, even if there's stuff in the way, probably means you should break that line of attack or move your king out of the way. So even moving the king up would probably be a good defensive attempt here.
Okay, well, let's check in her stream. I was going to say to see what she's considering, but we already saw it. So let's just check her stream to see her reaction.
Yep, she'll be realizing something now, unfortunately.
How is that the only...
Oh, she didn't see the check.
Yeah.
God, that pizza looks good.
And it's still there.
What?
It's very tempting.
Why can't I... Oh, well done. Well
I would have chosen different language.
It's a discovery, I think it's called.
Wonderful.
Hey,
she has the term correct.
He would
Totally.
trade that. It's better for me to
Okay.
move.
I actually
well
think
done.
that while the board being pink is very aesthetic, it's a little
Oh my
hard to
God, he almost has a
differentiate the light and dark
developed pawn.
squares, and that actually does matter when you're starting.
I could take... But
Mhm.
if he does the queen, I'll
but-
still take the queen,
Alex,
right?
it fits her aesthetic. I mean, let's have the real discussions here.
Isn't it
I mean, it's
better for
matching
me
her
to do
headphones.
this?
You're
Match her
right.
hair.
Is it better to play well or look good? And I mean, honestly, in life, probably to look good. Just
play
being
it
so for
in,
real.
playing chess
Even if he
well,
does the queen, I'll
hasn't got me
take the
too far,
queen.
Alex.
I don't know. The Amon Hamilton School of Counting is going places. Give yourself
That's
credit.
That's true. Might have a few
Oh.
new students.
Oh, are we getting a pizza shot? Please, I'm already so hungry. Don't do that to me. I can even
no.
I bet this
The
is
dip.
Domino's pizza. I can tell by the shape.
I should be thinking about ways
that
that I
too
could
far?
make him think that I...
No way.
It's too much thinking.
Is
that
this Domino's?
like,
You don't
make
think
a
it's
move
Domino's?
to make
Yeah,
him think
yeah,
that
this
I'm
is
wondering,
Domino's.
But actually, I'll take his queen.
We'll
my-
ask her after. We'll see.
Is the
Somebody
chat
said it's not
confirming this?
Domino's. That's Pizza Hut. Are they that similar? Really?
Oh my god. This
Okay.
is
Take it
Chat is
his
saying
rook
Pizza
if he
Hut.
does something that's not...
this is not something I ever want to be correct on.
Oh, he's trying to
You're right.
protect
That's
it.
a little embarrassing. Okay. I think this is interesting though, because we might see a checkmate coming soon. I just want to make sure we don't mix
Still.
it on the other board.
Hold on.
I think we need to check out Inoxtag and a berry, because that game is heating up really quick.
Okay, instead of heating up the pizza, Alex wants to take us to the game that is heating up. Fair. We
Yeah.
have that extra piece from earlier, but it's turning into tactics here, and Ebere is bringing out a sacrifice there. That's a very, very impressive tactic we just saw.
Wow. And now he has checkmate in one move, no doubt. Oh, I was going to say no doubt he's going to see it, but I'm not calling anything today except that first draw.
Well, it wasn't exactly mate, but it definitely
Oh.
would have led to mate.
Yeah,
It
that
definitely
was
would've
my
led to
bad.
mate.
That was my bad. Look, he's playing even more accurately than I expected. But yes, this is too tough being down a full rook with
We
black
have
here,
Ebere's
and there's just too many ways.
up, which is nice. So we get to see him as he's crushing these games.
Barry almost looks like he's a photo in his webcam. He's so locked in.
Right. Yep. Okay, hang on a sec. We've kind of repeated some moves here. Just want to make sure he doesn't do it 3 times, which does mean the game would end in a draw. But he's recovered, Alex, and this is a phenomenal move, and he's gonna probably end the game right away here.
Wow. Nicely done. Of course.
Yeah.
He played well. He kept his advantage. Unfortunately, Inoxtag did blunder a piece in the beginning, and it seems like he wasn't able to recover from that just yet. And speaking of not recovering, checking out the Linzor Sambucha game, we looked away for a little bit, and now the king is on g5.
Yeah, going for a bit of a jog there. Not a position you want to be in. And that knight, instead of being captured, actually, there was a check. So the knight is still surviving in the corner. Honestly, I would forget that there's a knight in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if Sambucha takes the pawn and the knight, maybe there are some stalemate chances here.
I think that's the question for the chat. You know, in all of the games today, will we finally get a stalemate? Not just a draw, which we got already, but a stalemate.
King g5 is giving some chances for the stalemate. Do you think she should take the rook on d6 or allow it for better chances?
I think.
Oh,
the
okay,
black
that
pawns
was a
are
tough
going
one.
The other way.
Yeah, never mind.
And that is checkmate anyway. Unfortunately, kind of walking into it with the knight. Damn, it's not going to be this game that we see that stalemate in.
No. Okay, last game that is still going. Lydia versus Mongraal. Amon, this one is actually going to be more fun to count because it's not completely even.
I know the school. This is an advanced class here. I mean, the knights and the
Yeah.
queens are clear, but then we have 2 rooks versus 1 bishop. That's the outstanding material, certainly in Mongraal's favor. And I really love that knight returning to the great f5 square. So it's looking like all Mongraal here. But as I keep reminding us, there's first of all no pawn moved in front of Mongraal's king for that safety element, and time is getting low.
Yep. Lydia's king is still in the middle of the board, but actually the E file is completely closed off. So that's giving her some fortress here. The pawn on B2 is hanging. Obviously, it's a little tricky. If she takes it, she needs to be careful after rooks moves like rook B1 to make sure she's still defending her knight. But honestly, she doesn't really have a great plan here other than just trying to gobble up some pawns and hope and pray as you push that a6 pawn that it's going to get to the other side.
Yep, I completely agree with that last one. If you really don't know what to do and you're kind of behind material, move that pawn as far down the board as you can go, because look at Mongraal move that knight. I would say he doesn't really know where he's going. Maybe he's trying to attack that one pawn, but maybe we can drop in on Lydia's stream here and hear her thoughts as she's down material, but time's ticking.
That would be too easy, wouldn't it? I could put this here. And if anyone wants to take it, feel free. Because your
Oh, that's way too kind.
things are more valuable than mine. Okay. No, is that... No, that's a bad thing to do, isn't it? Because I'm down a lot.
Okay,
Would
she
you
remembers
take
you
that
don't want to trade when you're down.
Even though I'm down.
Great
No,
recognition.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I would.
because-
No. Ooh.
Oh no, I feel like she's
You know
playing
what?
the pedal
YOLO.
game.
No,
like,
should I YOLO?
loves me not.
Would he take that?
Yes, exactly.
We don't know what we're gonna see here.
Don't think
Oh man. A lot of indecisiveness. I
smart
hope
thing to
the
do?
indecisiveness
Okay.
leads her to not give away her knight.
We need a move though. There's almost just a minute on the clock for her.
Oh my gosh, bro, I'm running out of time. Okay, I'm just gonna do it.
Oh
Didn't see the time.
no.
She was,
Oh.
sent into that move by the panic of time
Oh.
pressure. It's very relatable.
I'm cooked.
Yep. Because you spend all your time thinking of one plan, you don't have time for another one. So if you're indecisive, you might as well. Okay. Well, that one was
Oh,
not
no.
on me.
I'm so
Yeah,
cooked.
no one's pointing fingers here. She is literally the "this is fine" meme right now. I think embodied fully.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, it's tough, but she is going to have a matchup that is going to be closer Elo-wise today because
don't
she's
wanna
going to play
trade.
against
I don't
Linzor. So
wanna
hopefully for both of the ladies, that will be a little bit more feel good. You don't want to feel like you're getting destroyed every game, and not even
ain't
because of
winnable.
it's your own fault, just because other people have been playing longer than you have.
Yep. 30
Okay,
seconds.
let's see if she defends it.
Can I just
Well, she
run
saw the
around board
threat.
for a bit and gain some points? What am I doing?
Both starting to get a little sloppy, but Mongraal
for
can
a point.
afford to.
There's nothing I can do that, so I
Yes.
might as well take that one.
Mongraal actually looks so locked in still, even though he's up so much material.
Yeah, and let's not forget, I think it was his opponent that made multiple queens on him in that previous game. So maybe he's going to learn from that, and we'll see, 3 or 4 queens on the board here.
Yep. And actually, honestly, we could take a look into his stream too. He honestly is just kind of looking like the Terminator, here to finish his business. Not as much commentating, but I like the vibes.
Yep. It's just putting the finishing touches on this game, it looks like.
I like that Lydia's trying to get a queen.
Totally. I think more people should be optimistic going into the end of the game, and this is more like it for Lydia. Even though she's losing absolutely everything, stalemate chances are at an all-time high here.
Yep.
Oh, what the fuck? I tried to pre-move and correct.
Because he's clearly in the mood to take every single pawn. So
yeah, and he's also playing really quickly because Lydia's playing quickly, which is probably the only way he would miss it.
Yep.
The curse of my opponent is playing quickly, so I'll play quickly too, regardless of how much time I have.
That's right. And you can already feel the potential for the white queen to capture this pawn on f7.
That's not stalemate as well. I might just bang.
I respect it. This was a good Botez gambit. She doesn't take it. That's awesome.
I love not taking the queen there because if your opponent is pre-moving, you can catch them.
Yeah.
There's real chances here. That king doesn't get put in check every single move.
So far, so good. Remember, chat, if it's a check, it can't be stalemate.
It's annoying me, G. Make sure she's got somewhere to go.
Okay, he did actually slow down here, so I do respect that he's very aware of the stalemate and he's making sure to be extra careful. Oh, no. He's hovering.
Don't do it. Not that hover. Also, if he makes a queen here and then tries to zigzag the queens over for checkmate.
Just don't stalemate. That's all you've got to worry about.
And he knows it too, but it's still so difficult.
Take your time.
I love how intimidating stalemating is for new players, and we just sit here enjoying it. But honestly, we've put our reps in too.
Totally. I'm worried about a queen for him, and then the king returning, and then the queen going to g8. That's my concern. Okay, maybe king to h4 here, go up the board, king to f4, up the board. Could be
yeah,
possible.
king h4, because then if the queen stays, it's still stalemate. Let's see if Lydia sees it, because if he promotes, it's a stalemate. Queen h4 is her best shot. Come on, Lydia. 6 seconds, any move. King h4, let's go, let's go, let's go. Please don't flag. Oh, hey, I did say any move, so.
I wanted.
Okay.
She's got somewhere to move, right? Yeah.
She's actually handling time pressure really well. I feel like most players would have flagged here. Oh gosh, please don't flag as I said that.
Did you just jinx her?
GG.
That's on you.
That was not where I wanted that to go.
Come on, Alex.
Oh no. I'm sorry, chat.
Oh, worry.
Alex curse is insane.
New curse dropped.
I was just taking my time.
New curse dropped. That's a crazy comment.
Oh my.
The chat is unforgiving, Alex. Honestly, I do appreciate everything we saw at the end of that game there. Mongraal recognizing that stalemate was a real possibility and to be super mindful of it. Really, really good to see from a newer player. And Lydia for just not giving up. And there were probably 3-4 moments, Alex, at the end of the game where anything could have happened. It could have been a draw.
For sure. And looking over at the results, so we have the final results in case anyone is just tuning in. Mongraal takes the lead against Lydia. That's the game that we just watched. Sambucha did take down Linzor. So far, this was in line with what their ratings were. And for the last matchup, Barry was actually also the favorite. He did win, but once again, that match didn't feel as close as it should have been because of the early blunder in the opening from Inoxtag.
Agreed, and those are the results for game number 1, and we're already in to game number 2. That last one took a while, so the players are all just ready and set to go here, and I can't help but be drawn to a couple of games here. First of all, on the bottom of the screen, it looks like some version of a London system, and then top left of the screen, that looks like an opening that is not destined for greatness.
Hang on, Lydia is mixing it up. No b4 pawn. Instead, she's going for c4, which I'd say would normally be an improvement because you want the pawns from the center to take towards the side if you're white. But Mongraal does see the correct pawn to take, which was the e4 pawn, because if white takes, he can recapture with his knight and start the opening up a pawn, and not just any pawn, but the f2 pawn, which usually provides some nice insulation for the white king.
Yep, the top left of your screen, maybe we can start.
Wait. F4, I love that. I actually love not taking, letting him keep the doubled pawns. Oh no, a queen is under attack, Amon. Quick, take us to another game. I don't want to see this.
Yeah, we can't visit that game, otherwise the queen will be lost. So let's just, maybe let's check out the nice slow-paced game of Sambucha and Linzor. And then we'll be closely monitoring that other one, and we can take you there as soon as the queen is safe. I'll let you guys know.
There, oh, the queen moved away. She did it. She moved the queen away. The queen is safe, guys.
You make the call, Alex. You know, is it safe to drop in, or are you still nervous for that queen?
Now we can drop in. We can drop in since we were finishing commentary on that game. I couldn't see it again, I'll be honest.
Okay, we're gonna head over there. This is Mongraal against Lydia. The game that has had probably the craziest start, I think, in terms of the opening moves.
Yeah, Lydia looking a little different than normal here. I do think the pink hairstyle looks cool regardless, though. And e3 is played. Actually, this is a great move for Lydia. For Mongraal, I think he just was uncomfortable having those doubled pawns. But now Lydia actually has a lot of options. She can take on e3. She can take on b7.
Yep, I actually think taking with the pawn on e3 is the right thing to do quickly, because I think the black queen is trying to move all the way down to d1. And so if you take it quickly, I think you can kind of bait Mongraal into that mistake. Otherwise, I'm not sure I understand this pawn move from Mongraal. So I think he's setting up something that might not be as good as he thinks.
But actually, because Lydia's taking so long, I feel like if she would have played really quickly, maybe he would have moved fast just out of habit. Yeah. But I think if he has time to think on her clock, he's not going to move it anymore. But also, he does seem to really double check his moves, especially when he's not in time trouble.
That's true. He's been doing a good job of that so far.
Okay, an interesting decision by Lydia to not take either on b7 or e3. It is true that you want to develop your pieces in the opening. And again, when you're remembering opening principles, sometimes it's easy to tunnel and remember what you should generally do versus thinking of the specifics in this position. Like, why did my opponent make that last move?
Right. I think also, if you look at her usual moves, pawn to b4, pawn to g4, she's not doing them anymore. I think if she just develops her pieces to the middle of the board, in general, it should serve her better. But as you've been pointing out, in this particular spot, you know, like there's a lot of pieces that should be hanging. Great move.
Oh, nice. She took on e3, second time's the charm. Yep. And here, the computer really likes black's position, actually. Which makes me think there must be some sort of tactic here, because it doesn't feel like it should be this bad.
Yeah, I'm really confused by that evaluation, actually. Looking at, you know, very advanced moves, but if we're thinking about things simply, pawn up to e5 is just a great central move. by Mongraal. Instead, he makes an insanely logical move, right? He saw that pawn attacked and he said, no, I'm just going to defend it.
Yeah. And of course, it does make sense. He did see the threat a little bit later. But now Lydia, actually, has she castled yet in this tournament? Might this be the first game we see the knight? Oh, I think she's going for the G4 plan.
Yep. But this time it would actually be the best plan in the position.
Yes.
So let's go. Will we see F5 though?
F5.
This is a huge moment here.
Okay, let's tune into her stream.
We have to see if she finds this.
Yes, she clicked it. Oh,
wow.
Let's go.
Amazing. Her plan from the start of the event finally pays off.
Wow.
I know I'm not gonna win, but like for the first time ever, I feel like I have like more of the board.
Aw, no, she does have a better position. And this is the confidence we were talking about earlier, that it's just hard to have confidence in yourself when you're a newer player. And honestly, that sometimes makes you play worse than your natural ability would allow. But hopefully this is going to help with that.
Yeah, this is like a wake-up call that she's there and competing with everyone in this event. And not every game's gonna go your way.
Next game. Right. Queen is under attack.
We're out of here
Before it's too late.
We're checking out Eb's game. We don't want to have any mishaps here, so chat, we're out. I heard a capture.
Oh, we were too late, Amon.
Sound, a very ominous.
We were too late.
Sound. Oh no, Alex,
the queen is gone, Amon. The queen is gone.
I tried to get us out of there quickly.
Guys, I'm sorry. I was trying to move as quickly as we could. The queen has been lost, but not all hope is lost because Lydia does have compensation. Oh, and there goes the bishop. Oh, I'm tired of commenting.
Alex, what have you done? What have you done?
The bishop is also gone now, Amon.
It's tragic. In fact, I don't think we could have seen more things disappear in such a short amount of time. I feel so bad because Lydia was gaining that confidence. She actually won a piece in a nice way. And credit to Mongraal because he turned that mishap into almost game over.
No, he really did. And Chess on Earth, thank you so much for gifting 50 subs to the Chess.com chat. Oh, and there's another piece gone.
It's a massacre, unfortunately. Every piece is being taken here, and this was off the back of Lydia winning the first piece. So that hurts.
Yeah, but again, at least she was able to get a position that was better and gain that confidence. Maybe she'll play knight e2 to defend that bishop. But in the meantime, we could take a look at the other games so far. Maybe we start with Sambucha and Linzor, since that one seems a little further along, since there's a possible queen trade on the board. And wait, is Linzor up a piece here? Is the underdog doing better?
I'm not sure, Alex, but
let's do the counting.
Yeah, hang on here, everybody. Let's all gather around as the Mount Hamilton School is in session here. 1, 2, 3. To just 1 and 2. So, I'll just go out on a limb here and say that Linzor has an extra piece and therefore a better position.
Okay, can we go back a little bit just to see what happened here?
Oh, I thought you wanted to count them again, but yeah, sure.
I mean, I do love the counting. We could do this all day. Feels good, man.
Yep, it was this one right here, Alex, the knight move, which had some aggressive intentions on the bishop, but just sort of forgetting that the knight was guarding a piece as well. So once again, only thinking about your own plan, not realizing what you're allowing in the meantime.
Yeah, no, that is tricky. It happens to all of us. And now Sambucha has the option to trade queens, but he played queen e7. That's awesome. Yeah, you don't want to trade queens when you're down material. And now he also has the space on d8 open for a rook to come on the open file, put some pressure on the queen.
Yep, and we had another 100 subs from Chess on Earth, which is really appreciated because as we lose material in all these games, we replace them with gifted subs. So thanks to Chess on Earth, has realized that all the queens being hung so far, that 100 will certainly do a good job at replacing.
Thank you so much for the queen sacrifices. They were all worth it now. And
as you said,
taking a
E7,
look.
nice move.
Yeah, no, that's a great move. I'm taking a look now at the last game of the matches today, a Barry versus Inoxtag. And actually, Inoxtag is the one who has a better position there, which would make it really interesting. I would love to see a tiebreak today.
Yep, that would be amazing. We haven't had the pleasure yet. And as I see the Chess.com, we got the mods in there with the pizza emotes. That might have been even a recent ad. So that looks like one that you got to spam for Linzor, I think.
I am so close to ordering pizza just because of the stream, and my diet has been so clean. I don't know how much more of this I can handle, being honest. Pizza is my absolute favorite cheat food, but I eat it so often I can't even call it a cheat food. I'm just guilty, okay?
It's still there.
And
it hasn't disappeared.
He did. Okay.
The queen or the pizza, Mon? Because I'm excited about one more than the other.
Maybe I'll take it with this one.
Honestly, yeah, the queen is still there, and so is the pizza, and one of them is more surprising than the other.
This is true, and she sees it again. She sees the attack on her queen. I'm genuinely so proud. And guys, yeah, we do have the pizza emote now. That was a quick addition from the mods, and not just a regular emote, but it's actually shaking. We got some animations. That's what 100 subs will get you in Chess.com chat. Quick emotes. There you go.
Get rid of that.
There you go. I like it. Yeah, and will they remove the emote, Alex, when the pizza's eaten? Is that how it works?
I hope we get rid of all of the pizza reminders personally. But now I would love to get over to that last game because it is heating up there as well.
Oh shit.
A Barry versus an Inoxtag.
Yep. Let's take a look at this this game, which is actually, it's pretty evenly matched here. The computer is kind of saying, hang on, massive advantage here for Inoxtag. So a chance to come back and really tie this thing up and go into tie breaks, but only a 2-pawn advantage here. So I think it's still really, really close.
Yeah, especially because the pawn on c5 has actually been pushed so far advanced that it might become a target. The pawn on b7, at least, is something that white can keep pressure on. So if black does take on c5, white can take on b7. But then the pawn on b2 is also a target with the bishop from f6 looking over to snipe, which, by the way, Amon, your guys' bishop sniper memes are hilarious. We did yoink them, but we did give you guys credit.
Hey, fair use, Alex, fair use. I'm just glad to see other people trying the trend out. So loved it. I saw the one you're talking about. I enjoyed.
Okay, I appreciate it. Good to know. Rook b1, I like an extra defender on b2. Rook d8, also a great move, pinning the bishop on d5. But luckily, there's no pawn on the c or e file, because if you had c6 or e6, then you would lose the bishop. But this pin is a little bit less scary.
It is.
Oh, and we're attacking h6.
Yeah. Ooh, that's actually a. I think there's no way that Barry sees that. Because I didn't see it.
It's too sneaky. Yeah.
He can't be better
Wait,
than
he
me,
did.
right?
He saw it. He saw it. What?
Oh, he's better than me, confirmed. Just that's all the evidence we need. I seriously didn't see it, and I thought that's just such a sneaky idea. The fact that he is so locked in that he's seeing discovered threats, impressed. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Little terrifying. I like queen c3 from an Inoxtag because he's defending c5 as well as moving the queen out of the threat. I always love when the queen moves out of the threat. But hey, we get a little double whammy here.
Yep. We gotta jump immediately to the other game. One of the most insane things just happened.
Oh, wow. Wow.
There is a double exclamation mark. In chess, we call that a brilliancy. It's on the board. It's a sacrifice of the queen for back rank mate from Sambucha. That is the move of the tournament so far. Amazing.
Sambucha, with the comeback after making a mistake to lose a piece. Incredible tactic. Wait, I want to see Linzor's reaction because she seems genuinely shocked.
Oof. I'm happy. Slay.
Not the reaction we were expecting, but I think she just respects how good it was. Like, a good move is a good move.
Yeah.
Tactics
no, that's
is the
fair.
only thing that matters, unfortunately. Yeah. It's better than I'm just happy I'm getting a little better because I'm relaxing a little. Let's look through the game review. So I actually
okay.
learned.
Well, hey, you're not losing if you're learning.
That is very.
We should get back to the one live game, I guess.
Yeah, we will now.
Move 20. Okay,
Glad
let's
we
go to
could
move
catch
20.
that brilliancy. A sacrifice of the queen at 700 elo. So impressive. But these two right here, Inoxtag and Iberi, they've been the best overall players, and they're matching up right now. This could be a preview of a potential final later on. So let's see if Iberi can win outright right now, or will Inoxtag force the first tiebreak of the day?
Yeah, and it's a lot of pressure because even a draw here is not good enough. And, you know, I mean, it is genuinely hard to play for a draw, but I think when you have that must-win pressure, psychologically, it just makes it a little bit more difficult. Queen e2. The queen is inching closer to the white king, putting pressure on the a2 pawn. It looks a little scary, but the queen doesn't actually have a lot of backup support for attacking the white pieces.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder if just the presence of the queen is going to cause Inoxtag to play a move like rook to e1 in front of the queen. Just try to attack it, maybe move the bishop back. Sometimes just the queen being in your half of the board makes you panic a little bit and just go crazy, start to attack it.
Yeah, for sure. And he's also the one who is struggling with the clock a little bit more here. He's under 3 minutes, so his opponent has a little over a minute on him, but he still has the piece material advantage. He's still attacking the b7 pawn as well. So even if he somehow dropped the a2 pawn, he's still going to keep it. And then if he gets b7, all of a sudden the c pawn is a passer and he has a new plan.
Yep, if that pawn disappears, the c pawn goes all the way. But tricky move here, you know, pinning the bishop to the rook so it can't really move at all. And that's something that you have to be aware of here as Inoxtag.
Yeah, and actually, I just realized now we haven't gone to a Barry stream yet, so maybe it's a good time to do that now.
Ooh, what's he doing? Ugh. Ew. What is he doing?
That's my reaction to a queen trade. Ew.
Justified, truly.
Oh, he's made the game bun. Super bun.
What does bun mean?
I'm just going to infer that this has got to be like a UK slang for boring or like just completely dead.
Yeah, for sure. Although it doesn't look dead to me.
I have no idea.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I was just scared of
okay, so now he's dropping another pawn, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Is buns bruv? What is that even? That chat, that tells me absolutely nothing. You can't just add bruv.
Yeah, can you use it in a sentence? Origin? Can we get all the qualifiers here?
Oh, buns apparently means bad. Okay, cool to know. Wait, no, no, chat is just confusing me. Never mind, I have no idea what they're saying.
Damn.
Everyone's just saying buttons, bruv, in it. Look at what we've started.
Because of a bit of childishness.
Honestly, I think he did a good job because we all understood exactly what he meant, and clearly none of us have a clue what it is. So that's a great word right there. Bishop to c5 played. One thing in chess is these two bishops that never will ever touch each other, like can never attack each other. They usually mean that the game has a good chance, a better chance of being a draw.
In the middle of the whole thing.
Yeah, I've seen the TikTok memes where people cosplay opposite colored bishops standing next to each other and they're just like punching and completely missing each other. It's
fun
trend. You and Eric should do it, actually.
we did it once before. So we've been on it, but maybe not recently. So good reminder.
Forgive me, I was not aware of that level of game. But back to the current one now. Bishop c3, I actually like in a way because it doesn't allow white to play rook a1 to support the passed pawn from behind, which is always the best position for the rook. Rook c5 is a weird move because he's blocking his own pawn and he's not defending things. But again, like he's up material. It's not a bad move. It's just a little strange. Maybe it could be because he's getting nervous of the time pressure. Oh no! There are some tricks here. Like if somehow the rook goes to c7, rook b1, king h2, and then black could fork.
I like that. Yeah, that's a great point out. Rook c7 is also the move here. Like he's for sure gonna.
It
play
looks
rook.
so natural. Yeah.
Yeah. And bishop d4 is so sneaky to
he
do
defended.
That. Man,
Incredible.
I'm so impressed by both of these players.
Yeah, he didn't fall for the trap. So I guess his idea with rook c5 was he wanted to put his rook on b5. He's just keeping it really solid, which is a great strat when you're in time pressure. But he does have to be careful because if he plays rook b7 here, the rooks trade off. What Aman was saying earlier about opposite colored bishop endgames being a draw might end up being a lot trickier to win here than he would expect.
Mm-hmm. But also for Ibarra, he's probably not interested in trading because he knows he's down so much right now. You're not supposed to trade in those situations. So it's kind of I'm not sure who's going to listen to the right piece of advice here.
Right. Yeah, no, it's true. It's hard when you have some endgame principles, but in this specific game, they go against each other.
And
whoa, Chess on Earth gifted another 100 subs, by the way.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I think it was his 7th or 8th. So he's at 800.
Holy
that's what
smokes.
I see in total for the, I think that might be the weekly total or something, but just insane. But since I equated them to hanging queens, I'm actually starting to get concerned for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, no, you keep the subs. We'll take the queens. Oh my God, he's gifting another 100. Just kidding. Is he getting to 1,000? I don't know. Chess on Earth, it is good to see you, and we appreciate you supporting chess and PogChamps. So thank you for that.
And it's PogChamps that's bringing the hype back into chess right now. This is only day one, and look at this move from Inoxtag. He brings the rook back behind his pawn. Just great principles, and now he's going to move it up the board. I really love what we're seeing here from Inoxtag in this conversion. And he's trying to put it into a tiebreak, Alex.
Yeah, and shout out also to Barry. He is good with his king. He's bringing him out in the endgame quickly. He needs all the support he can get since he doesn't have a bishop or the extra pawns that white has, but his king is a lot more active.
And I think that white should push that pawn all the way up to c7, but instead decided to give a check. I can't fault anything we're seeing from Inoxtag, and king up and rook down to deliver checkmate. That's about the only idea I have.
There are some interesting stalemate ideas. If the king goes to f2, I was going to say it would take away the e3 square from the black king to escape, but he does still have the pawn on g5, so it is a little too far away.
I feel that these two competitors are probably less likely to fall into the stalemate trap, but do not ever think that you're above a stalemate. I still do them myself, so.
And certainly not when you're close to a minute on the clock, but here he has 2 minutes, he's playing quickly, and wow, a lot of respect. He resigned. Yeah. That's quite the sign of respect.
In my opinion. Too much.
You think so?
That's my opinion. I can definitely understand it's not that exciting to sit there and play a game with multiple minutes on the clock. Your opponent is a good player, but I think in this event you gotta play those on. You just never know.
Yep, and we have the final results now. So we got Mongraal going 2-0 against Lydia, Sambucha 2-0 against Linzor, but we are gonna have a tiebreak in the Ibarra versus Inoxtag game, and that has been the closest one. I'm really excited to see where this is going to go. Let's talk a little bit about the format here. Aman, you want to take it away?
Yeah, it's important to know that the colors are determined for this one game they're going to play. Whoever had the higher accuracy, I believe, over the first 2 games they played combined, gets the white pieces. Might not be the biggest deal, but also if that game is drawn, so if it ends in another tie, they just keep going by swapping colors. So they keep going until there's a finally decisive result, and most notably, we've already learned that Ebere is going to have the white pieces based on that rule. And Alex, 3 minutes with 5 seconds extra. That is 7 minutes down from what they have been playing with. This could change everything.
I am a little offended as a Blitz player that we're giving them a 5-second bonus. That's just ruining the purity of 3 minutes. But it will put them in a lot of tricky situations. 3 minutes is not a lot of time, so we're going to see a lot of increment play here is my prediction, because I'm done predicting who's going to win the game, even though we actually split on this one. It did make it to tiebreak so far.
That's true. That's true. The tiebreaks are going to decide whether Ebere gets that second win under his belt already in the first 2 matches of the day. Does get the white pieces, so that'll be helpful. But I'm very interested to see how the players handle a full game with only 3 minutes on the clock. As for a newer player, especially Alex, that is such a little amount of time.
Yep, and we're off to the races. We're seeing the same opening as we saw in their initial game. Let's see if Inoxtag can just improve from the piece blunder he made in the last one.
That's right. And you guys might also notice in the chat, the numbers, ratings beside their names are different. We are playing a different time control on Chess.com, and they have a different rating for each one, because honestly, it's a different game, Alex. So the ratings here are much more balanced. In fact, Ebere is the underdog according to their Blitz rating.
Yes, but Blitz rating wouldn't take 5-second increment, going back to the purity of the time control here.
That's right. That's right. I can tell you're wildly offended, and I stand with you on that.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. D4 played here. Black is swapping the French up a little bit. Usually you see D5, C4 style pawn chains, but you also don't see a lot of people playing a King's Indian-like structure against the French. And now you have both bishops on the diagonal. A lot of speed from both sides. A pretty level opening so far.
I wonder if we're going to see E5. And no, we see F5. So he loves to go for that quick attack. I definitely think it can be taken here, but even just pushing in the center or developing a piece cannot fault that at all.
Yeah, and the development of the pieces will be a little bit awkward here for both players, as it always is in close positions. You can see for White's side, the pieces are a little bit jumbled up there. The bishop on C1, knight on D2, knight on E1. But for Black, it's also a little tricky. He goes, actually with Black, it is easier. His pieces are on much more natural squares so far.
Agree. I wonder just how committed to this attack we are, because Ebere could play G5. And already that knight would have an uncomfortable square to have to move to. But it sounds like he's not all in on it yet, and he might try to improve some of those pieces that you were talking about, Alex.
Yeah, and speaking of, I guess we should maybe take a look at his stream, because he's actually still thinking out loud, even with the shorter time control.
I love it.
He wants to land in there. Surely we can't allow that.
Very, very
this
quick
is good.
That was not the move for this one. Oh, Ebbs. Not ideal,
Ebbs,
but
I am having a harder time understanding this stream than the Inoxtag one, honestly.
Well, I'll help you out on that one. Ebbs is just him. That's his nickname. So he's referring to himself there.
Oh, oh, right, because his full name is Abir, right? So Ebbs is his nickname. That makes sense.
That one,
Okay.
Without that knowledge, I agree, would be very, very confusing.
Okay, no, that makes sense. I didn't realize it was his nickname.
Yeah, I do remember.
I see a lot of people spamming Inoxtag. We'll tune into his stream too. We've been doing it a little less because it's in French, but we'll show the Frenchies some love.
Absolutely. Hey, that was your favorite opening, Alex. Don't quit on it now.
No, I love the French. I'm never quitting on it, even if it destroys me. It's a love-hate relationship.
I do like to hear the players' thoughts.
Jim.
He's just
Hot.
laughing.
So hot.
The game, the room, I don't know. Okay, knight h5 is
he
somewhat
there?
of a weird looking move. Not, I understand him trying to trade off the bishops, but where is your knight going to go after?
I think the problem is that I think this loses a piece if he plays it
Oh yeah.
correct. The queen on d1 has a kind of long-range vision, X-ray vision on the knight. So you can just imagine the knight on f3, the only thing in the way just needs to capture on e5. But the better order to do things is just to deal with the loose bishop on g5 first. So you can see there's a minute ticking down for Iberi. He might find this, Alex, but at what cost? I do think Inoxtag is playing the blitz game much better.
Yeah. And it's tough because even if the knight on h5 was defended, you could still take on e7, queen takes, distract the queen from defending the knight on e5. So there's actually two knights hanging here, and he does see it. Let's see if he sees the follow-up.
I think he'll find it.
And he does. Yep.
You know what? 45 seconds. I'm not saying that it's worth the piece, but I do think that Iberi is not fully realizing
5-second increment, Aman. We gotta stand against this. I'm not okay with it.
Look, we need to see an attempt from Inoxtag. The flagging attempt needs to happen.
Yes. I personally would love to see more flagging. I would remove the increment altogether, create max pain, but I'm not in charge of the rules, and probably for good reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does still have a fight in him.
He does. He might have to do something he's not a fan of in Inoxtag, which is trade the queens. Even though he's losing, he's down material. Mon Hambleton Counting School gives us that information very quickly. But even though that's the case, I think he's actually risking getting checkmated here.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Knight g5 coming in, threatening queen h7. Inoxtag is going to have to make space for his king to run away, and we're going to tune into his stream, see if he's feeling the pressure. Or just look at his face longer.
There we go. We're in there eventually. And yeah, there's a particular move here. I think moving that pawn up one square, the F pawn, that would be really, really uncomfortable.
Could one say this position is not buns?
Allez, 36 secondes. Tu joues le temps.
For black, I think it could be.
Darn, I'm still confused with that word then. Wow.
That's a really powerful move. Effectively, it's game over here because that takes the square away from the black king that it wants to run to.
Mais c'est pas grave, il a pas de temps.
Yeah, I know, that was incredible. He saw the escape square and he squeezed out his last hope. Is there even anything black has left? Yeah, he has to take, but he can't because then queen takes f7. I think he's just, oh, it's mate in one. He's cooked. There's multiple mates in one.
Yep, that is a really deserved victory for Iberi. Just the way that he was able to orchestrate that checkmate with low time is very impressive.
Yeah. Wow. No, that's a tough one for Inoxtag. He's just sitting there with his face in his hands. Actually feels a little bit bad watching that. Sorry, I know you guys can't see it, but we have the results. That was the final of the tie break.
Yep.
Iberi, Ebbs, he takes it away. He was the highest rated, one of the favorites, and he did show dominance today, even if he let Inoxtag take one in the initial matches.
Yeah, he definitely showed his level, but he was tested and he did lose a game for the first time in this matchup. So we're definitely going to be on the lookout for Inoxtag Iberi going forward in the competition. Remember, there is a whole other group of players that we haven't even seen and we just won't see today. But within this particular group, I think it's fair to say that those are the front runners. But let's not forget about the lower ratings like Mongraal that just might not reflect the level, because I've been impressed by what we've seen from him, Sambucha, and all the competitors. Lydia, Linzor, just learning from the mistakes, Alex.
Yeah, and what I like about this PogChamps, which is maybe a little bit different than past ones, is it's all condensed. So we're going to have the stream today, tomorrow, for the next 4 days overall. And I actually think sometimes it's easier to improve really quickly when you're doing something every day. And when you're playing in a tournament, there's so much pressure. But on top of that, I think the brackets are actually going to be pretty level from what we've seen so far.
Yep, the top 3 will come out of this group and go to that championship bracket. So immediately we can see some favorites for that, but there's lots more games to play. Remember, everyone in this group has to play everyone else. So there's lots more games and matchups still to happen, Alex.
Yeah, what are some of the matches you're looking forward to from here on? I personally really looking forward to the Linzor Lydia match. It would be nice to see newer players paired up against other newer players. Did I just steal the best answer and throw it to you? I'm sorry, Iman. Back to you.
Yes, you did. But you know what? I'm so well prepared that I have another one. And honestly, I would really just like to see the matchups of Mongraal against some of the much higher rated players. So that's a Beret, that's a Inoxtag. I saw what he was able to put together against Sambucha. It didn't quite work out for him, but he was there. He could have pulled it off. There was some really wild and crazy matchups there. So I'd love to see him test himself against some high rated opponents.
Well, I'm excited to see that today as well. And speaking of, we've already had so much generosity in the chat today. Thank you again to Chess on Earth. But if you guys are enjoying the stream and you have Twitch Prime, did you know it's free to subscribe? So yeah, you could just do that. You could link it up. You get a lot of emotes, including the new pizza one that they just added in quickly. I do like how quickly they've been able to add in these emotes, actually.
Yeah, this is a Chess.com mods W.
Yeah, well, guys, on that note, we are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with the rest of the matches.
What's up, guys? It's Sambucha, and I'll be doing a 5-minute puzzle rush right now. So let's see how this goes. All right. Count me down. All right, black to move. Great. Just going to take right there. Okay, so black to move again. So this is an easy one because I have good coverage from the queen on that diagonal. So he's going to take, sacrifice, go up. Bam, done. Good. So this is interesting, but not really, because all I have to do is take here and we're good. I'm white to move, so what I want to do is right there, nice and easy. Okay. So once again, I have good coverage from the rook. If I move right here, I don't think there's anything to do, but I'm gonna just do it. Good. All right, white to move. Now, I think if I just hit this corner here, the rook is covering me there, so we're good here, right? Nice and easy. Bam. Okay. So my gut wants me to go take bishop and then capture rook, which I think is right. You never know, though, with chess. Let's do it. No, okay, so wrong there. I feel like that's right. Like, I just don't really believe it. This is right up here. Good coverage from the knight there. I have the bishop kind of protecting me if I go all in right here, so I know that's right. Here we are going to go, I think I should probably take, and then I'm going to be captured, and then I can go in with my other guy, right? No, okay, wrong again. I'm terrible at this. White to move, so I'm going probably right here. Good, and then up. Perfect. I got to lock in now because I feel like I have one more attempt before I lose here. Let's just go right here, right? What did I get wrong here? That was very poor. I usually make into like the thousands. I started playing chess during COVID. I was a COVID chess baby, so 2020, I guess. March of 2020, literally as soon as they announced COVID, I was like, all right, let's play some chess now.
I dated a guy that played chess, and then I wanted to start playing chess. That's how it started.
I first started playing chess when I was probably in 1st or 2nd grade. I remember my dad taught me to play, and I really loved it. Played in my elementary school chess club, and yeah, really enjoyed it a lot growing up.
When I was a kid in school, like 13, I used to play chess a little bit in the library with my friends. But we'd just go off the break and just play a little bit. Nothing like crazy, but just have some fun. And I think in like 2020 or 2021, I created a Chess.com account. Played a little bit on there.
I started playing chess probably after Queen's Gambit came out, and I also went ahead and had some friends who were interested in it. So once that got bigger, it just became a cool thing to follow. Plus all the top players and the storylines and lore behind it made it a lot more interesting. So probably around that time.
Really, Hikaru, I was like watching him stream in 2020, and I thought it was like really interesting seeing a high-level chess player also kind of like perform on stream and be entertaining, and I kind of like that fusion. And I had always thought of chess as, I mean, just classically like boring and like, oh, like I'm not invested into that. I played a lot of like sports growing up, and so like sitting down and doing like mental sports, so to speak, was not really something on my radar. And then when I like picked up that you could do online chess through Chess.com, which, you know, ends up being like super useful to learn and to play, I didn't even know these tools existed. And so when I actually like sat down, watched a stream, and then saw somebody who I was aware of, Hikaru, streaming on Twitch, I think that fusion really like had something go off in my brain, and then I just started playing and I had a lot of fun with it.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Eyes, the wrinkles in your skin, the truth in all your alibis, the thoughts you're drowning in. And just because
Welcome back, guys. Good to oh, I was looking at the wrong chat. I was about to say great to see the high energy in the chat. Wow. But no, I do love the Chess.com chat. You guys have actually been really awesome today. So hi everyone, how are you guys doing? Donut Eating Bear, A-Rod, Chess Mods, Killsbury, you guys are great too. We're gonna take a look quickly at the cross table. Aman, you wanna tell us a little quick summary of what we've seen so far?
Absolutely, yeah, this is a great graphic to visualize everything there. You see the names on your screen. Most notably is actually the total points. So pay attention to those there. Sambucha has actually done a great job because even though he's won 1.5 to half, he's won in regulation before the tiebreak. So he's actually collected the most points. The scoring system rewards the competitors for winning within the first 2 games, and still rewards you even if you lose in tiebreaks. So you see Ibere's only at 5 there. Inoxtag, he lost in regulation, so he's at 4 points. Or sorry, excuse me, he lost in the tiebreak, so he's actually at 4. He collected 3 for his win, and then 1 even though he lost that match. So nice to see that the system rewards you, Alex, even if you're not successful, because they're like, hey, you know, you played 3 games here. We gotta credit you somehow.
I love it. It's like the Canadian participation trophy system. But no, on a more serious note, that means that this matchup between Sambucha and Aberi is going to be really important, because Sambucha leading with points, Aberi highest rated player, me confusing the names because I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, honestly, the matchup here is going to be very exciting. We didn't, I feel like, get a chance to even look at it because the action was ongoing. I just want to remind everyone of that insane double exclamation mark brilliancy queen sacrifice from Sambucha, move of the tournament for me so far. Definitely just shows me a high ceiling that Sambucha can reach, and you're going to need to reach up there, I feel like, against the Barret.
Yeah, I thought you were going to make a height reference there for a second. I actually wonder how tall a Barry is and if that actually helps for football. See, chat, I said football, not soccer, so that you guys don't get triggered. But hey, we don't care about height here. We just care about elo and chess moves. And Sambucha, Aberi is playing the same opening once again. Sambucha is playing like a London with his bishop stuck behind his pawn so far.
Yeah, the thing about this is there's a really, really strong move being threatened, and credits Sambucha, as I'm describing it, clearly sees it and decides to play the pawn up into the center. Never a bad move to do that. Really like that. It reacts to the threat while making one of the best available moves. So great start.
Yeah, and sometimes it's hard to do things like that because you've already moved your pawn. You don't want to feel like you wasted time. But here it's definitely the best move. And actually, the knight on d2 is looking a little bit awkward because it doesn't really want to go to b3. But if it doesn't, it's going to continue to block his own bishop on c1. I'm honestly kind of conflicted because playing the same opening white and black gives you a lot of confidence and speed. But it is still a little bit of a tricky opening to play, even for somebody who's, 1200.
Yeah, I agree. He's going for a comfort pick. It's not the best opening that chess has to offer, but he clearly knows it very well. And to that point, if he knows it well enough, he might play pawn takes on d5 in the center. That would open up and expose the rook that he just put in the middle. And then the rook and the knight could coordinate to actually take that pawn. But Alex, it looks like he's much more familiar with this attacking plan, and he's all out. He's going for checkmate.
Hey, comfort is king sometimes, and he is now putting more pressure on d5, so maybe we will still see it later. If he does get into one of those situations, it is a little bit of a nice lesson for chat there. After something like e takes d5, c takes d5, black would have 2 pawns in the center on d5 and e5, but they'd be hanging pawns because in order to protect one or the other, they'd have to push. So it would actually be really hard for black to defend them. But queen c8, attacking h3, I think he's going to see it.
Yeah, he actually did a really good job in a previous game, to my surprise, seeing that pawn threatened. So I think he realizes that because of the opening he's playing, it's kind of a vulnerable point. So he's constantly looking at it. Is it safe? Is it safe? And honestly, Alex, queen c8, let's be real, that's a little bit telegraphed. What the heck could you be up to, I wonder?
Well, he's also protecting the pawn on b7 on the long diagonal. And now that white has pushed g4, there's actually a little bit of a hole on f4, which is going to make his usual plan a lot harder to do.
Yep, and that's honestly a great thing to imagine. You realize that the square is important, and then you're like, well, how can I make use of it? If I highlight this knight down here, I can immediately see a potential path that I could take to get there, and all those moves look pretty good. So it starts with the dream, Alex. You visualize, you see the square, and then you think about the path to get there.
I love it. I should be taking notes, and chat, so should you. Mr. Hamilton is out here giving gems, and I don't see anybody learning. Just kidding. You guys are probably too busy not chatting. But let's maybe quickly check out the Linzor Mongraal game, because Linzor just took 2 pawns with her queen, which is not going to be lost.
Yeah, let's jump in on that one. I'm very interested to see this matchup here, because Mongraal has got this queen. It never feels good to have a queen sort of like near your side of the board, especially taking all your pawns. But by the same token, you could say that Linzor might be a little scared that the queen could get trapped and not be able to return safely. So the next couple of moves, I think, are going to be really important. And Alex, look at the time. Mongraal is just tanking a couple minutes here, trying to find a way to win that queen, I think.
Oh, I would love to see some of his stream footage and see if that is actually what he's trying to find here. Or if Amon, maybe you're giving him too much credit. Who knows?
Well, I say we find out firsthand, because I think he could be just deep into the big brain 200 IQ lines right now.
I love we
We are
came
not.
in and he just had heavy exhale.
Yeah, it's like he just spoke for like 3 minutes straight and listed every single thought he has in the position. And then we joined and he's like, okay, yeah.
But again, he's actually crazy good for 454. I keep forgetting that that's what his rating is, because he is so underrated.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's what, I mean, you always find in these PogChamp tournaments, just an exciting new talent that just doesn't play the game that much, and they're actually quite good.
Yeah, and one of my theories is when you have friends who play chess who you want to beat, that motivates you a lot more. And I know I saw him say that he would most like to play Benji Fishy, one of his friends, former PogChamps participant who did really well. So who knows, maybe that's helping encourage him a little bit. And it's not going to hurt that it seems like he just won back a piece.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this is great. And also, I think early on, just being down that piece, he didn't get too discouraged.
Unless I just fucked
Now I think
up,
he's
but
right
I don't
back in
think I
it.
did.
Yeah, and there are actually ideas to trap the queen. They're a little slow, something like queen d2, queen c3, swing the rook over to a1. I wouldn't expect anyone to see this at this point. But it is tough for that queen on a2. And I also think,
maybe.
yeah, no, it makes sense for him to
position.
think more of normal developing moves.
I like the knight move.
A
He's
really good position, I think.
Yeah. So he's highlighting a really good
Looks like
move.
white, she
I
doesn't have
like the position. The white
dark
bishop
square
is better than the
bishop.
black bishop.
I could even
All looks good.
there.
Yeah.
There. Maybe.
Oh, I
Is
don't
that
know
better?
about that one.
Can't take because the bishop.
Quick math says the pawn on
but she can go
h7 is
horse,
defended
sometimes
twice.
That's right.
Okay,
And
better move. There you go.
put it together as well. Alex, I suggest we go to the bird's eye view, because I kind of want to look at that game between Inoxtag and Lydia. And one of the reasons that I want to jump to this is because I know it seems silly, but I actually think that Lydia is slowly putting together the ideas bit by bit. And by the last game that she plays in this event, she'll be in her final form. We finally see the bishop on b7 behind those pawns, and it's actually coordinated with the rook. Now, the one issue here is that the g-file is not open. But Alex, she's putting things together here.
She is, you know, we don't only have a Pokemon world champion, but we might have actual Pokemon level transformation in this PogChamps. And honestly, seeing people progress is one of my favorite things about this tournament. And yeah, I see that she did actually develop the rook g8 and g5 idea, which if she came up with creatively, because I don't feel like her coach would have told her to play it, that's actually kind of cool. Like if you're seeing chess for the first time and you're coming up with these kinds of plans.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely something I'm wondering how it comes so naturally, because we've seen a couple instances where it would work great. And in this case, she's got way more pieces out than usual. Still, she's playing a very, very strong opponent here who's just controlling the center, Inoxtag is looking very, very confident.
Yeah, and one thing I would love to see from Lydia in the future games is at least the consideration of castling. I'm not a big castling fan myself, but you got to know the rules before you can break them.
That's true, and well said. I definitely think that's one thing that's missing, is that in Lydia's games, we've almost always seen the king exposed, running up the board, stuck in the center, and this is a big reason, king's safety, why a lot of the plans that she has might be good on their own, but they just don't work because the king is not safe enough in the meantime.
Yep. And I see Twitch chat saying that she is doing well and that it's hard to expect her to hold up against someone who's, 800 points higher rated. But that's sort of how these events go. It's sort of like an open tournament where sometimes you're playing someone way stronger and then you're playing someone lower rated, at least until it splits up into the brackets, which will have the top players in the championship bracket and the bottom half in the consolation. But honestly, one of the most fun things in chess is when you're playing people around your level. So for how challenging this is, I think her enthusiasm and her fighting spirit has been awesome. And of course, Inoxtag has just really been playing like a beast this entire time so far, even after the tough match last one.
Yep, agreed. Looking back at the bird's eye view and all of our games in progress here, I was also looking at that position we were just at, and there seems to be a very important piece, Mongraal against Linzor, Alex, that just doesn't appear to be on the board anymore.
Oh, well, I was really hoping it was a trade this time. But nope, unfortunately, no such thing. I am curious how he got the queen, though.
Yeah, I think it was just taken on the back of
It
few
was
moves
just
here.
taken. Thanks, Aman.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
I don't think
I
it was
see.
like one. I think it was just unfortunately moved to a square that it could be taken on. So, the Mon Hambleton counting school will be in a full session after that one.
It does seem like even though Mongraal is eating her pieces, at least Linzor has been eating her pizza. Update on the pizza cam situation here. It seems like some damage has been done.
Do that so it doesn't happen to me again. No, I can't because then he'll.
Some progress. Would you rather eat pieces or eat pizza, Alex? I mean, let's be real.
Don't make me decide such a tough choice. And honestly, I'm just a bit confused. She's got so much sauce, but it looks untouched and there's a lot of crust there. But that's not the analysis we're supposed to be doing here. So, hey, actually, she is still up on time, though. So that is something she has going for her. And again, it's harder for white to prove the win versus black to just try and defend.
Yep. Something that the chat's probably bored with me saying every single time, which obviously will prompt me to say it again, is I want to see one of the pawns in front of her king move forward one square. That's that safety net so that we don't see what has happened to a number of the participants continue to happen.
Yep. And speaking of the other participants, I do think maybe we should go to the star match of this round between first and second. So far, we got Sambucha and Abere. And doing some of those quick maths again, I noticed Sambucha's actually up a piece. Oh no, actually the board was just too small and I missed a bishop. They are even material. Aman, I gotta leave the counting to you. I'm sorry.
Can I welcome you in free membership, full year membership to the Mon Hambleton Counting School, because we could really use a student like you.
Yeah, no, I would be honored, Aman. Thank you so much for the invitation.
I would also like to maybe drop in on Ebbs' stream, because he's probably feeling pretty good right now, pretty confident, I would guess, now that he's on the attack, and these pieces on the left side of the board, the knight and the rook, they're kind of doing nothing. Like, they're not contributing, and the action appears to be near the kings.
Yeah. The knight on a4. Oh, queen trade. I thought he thought that was gross. I thought it was ew. What happened?
Yeah, he definitely said ew the last time there was a queen trade, but he can do it. It's just the opponents can't.
No, that's fair. That's reasonable. And here we have the bishop pair against a knight and bishop, but the bishop on g2 is actually currently blocked by his own pawns. I don't know if it'll be a problem for long, because if he ever gets f5 in, the pawns trade off, and it opens up the diagonal for the bishop. It seems like his plan now is probably to put his rook on g3, which is good intuition.
Yep.
How many
Doubling
more games
the
have I got to play today?
rooks, stacking them on top of each other on the f file near the king could also be pretty
I didn't
smart.
have to trade queens.
It's a very, very even game, though. I don't think this is. And look, he's even going
So I know this
back.
bot
And
don't know how to
he's
play the game.
realizing. He's realizing he's hating his own
don't see
decision
what
to
he was
trade the
about to do
queens,
to
Alex. That you were right.
Wait, is he doing live analysis while he's
Yam
playing the game?
magic.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because I think he's looking at the current position and he's like, man, I don't really like this that much.
Yeah.
He realizes why.
Wow. Okay. Very, very sharp. I like rook f8, putting pressure on f4, making it harder for the rook to go to g3, inducing trades perhaps, because if f takes e5, then the rooks are going off the board. And yeah, you can tell he doesn't want any more trading business.
Yep.
Maybe even more so than our fellow president.
That was a good one, Alex.
Thanks. How's it going over there in Canada, Mon? Just kidding.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, we just had our election. Yeah.
Where's he going from there?
Yeah.
He wants that. Can't have that.
Someone in the chat says, why is this guy actually good? I mean, yeah, he's very, very good. I think this competition, Alex, is not just about new players, but discovering new players. Like, just because they haven't maybe played or streamed chess that much doesn't always mean they're a beginner.
No, this is true. I mean, has Eric told you anything about his lessons or his progress so far?
I've witnessed them. From what I've seen, he's just he has a very good understanding, and I've even seen him play blitz. So he's very comfortable with the lower time, which is probably something that he has over the other players. So I've actually seen him play with faster time controls, and that's pretty encouraging in case of any tie breaks.
Who do you think would lose faster? You playing a football match against him, or him playing a chess match against you?
Immediately the first option. I didn't even need to hear the second part, but having heard it, I stand by it. Yeah, I don't even know how you would grade that, but no, I can't even. Like, he's a very good player. He would last a while. Even if I was able to beat him, it wouldn't be quick.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And a5 played, so Sambucha kind of just ignoring what's going on his king side and making a plan of his own. But maybe he should have tried to stop White's threats a little bit first before just going for that. Although he is getting under 3 minutes, so that's when you start panic pushing.
Yep, we're getting to that point. F6. Well, talk about
He
panic
didn't
pushing.
take.
Yeah, that could be one.
Wow. Hey, look, everybody makes mistakes, and maybe it does look good to have that passed pawn defended by both rooks. But
exactly.
it would have been a passed pawn on g6 as well.
So, I mean, to try to justify it, one move I've been waiting for, Alex, is this bishop to move to h3. I know it's to the side of the board, but it has the intention of fully centralizing on e6. That would help that pawn advance further. It would attack the king. A lot of good things. And right now, it's doing absolutely nothing here. It's blocked by all these pieces. So I'd really like to see that activation.
Yep. No, I agree. And bishop h6 just played, so he's attacking the rook on f8. If he goes rook f7, now the bishop h3 threat is even more dangerous. Rook g3, also a good move, attacking the g6 pawn.
It is a very good move. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, I think, that the king moving out of the way also hits his bishop. But I have to say, the last couple moves from Iberia have been very strong. But also, Sambucha fully came up with his own plan of counterplay with a5, capturing the pawn over here. This has been a very high level game from both.
Yeah. And it might end up getting a little bit more messy towards the end games as these players get in time pressure, but I've been really impressed with their play so far. Should we quickly check back into the Lydia and Inoxtag game just because another queen is under attack?
And it is, oh, did you, no, you're not going to bring
Wait,
us
no.
there. Oh, Alex.
Oh, as it happens, you're right. I forgot that's what happens, but honestly, it would be worse to not show it, right?
That's true.
Right, Amon? It would be worse.
Right. Yeah, it would be. No, I stand by my co-host here. This was the right call.
And now it's almost a mate threat on B8. The knight is defending.
Hey, you know what? I will say Lydia's castled here. So I've noticed with Lydia, with Linzor, just these small incremental improvements. The application is going to be like, it's going to take a while to just see massive improvement, but we're seeing castling here. We haven't been seeing that so far. We've seen the bishops develop more properly. I think eventually that, gets put together into a more proper outcome, but in the short term is going to be hard to just, completely reverse some of the results.
Yeah, of course. And as we've said, that is totally fair. I think she's actually going to survive a little bit until, oh wait, I just saw she has a minute under the clock. Do you want to wait and see the decisiveness of this game, or the decisive moment, so to say? Because it's coming, I guess.
I think in this one, I want to wait one more move, and then I want to go back to Ibere's game, because that one is starting to decide who might finish on top in that group. And we're starting to see an advantage for Sambucha build up. And let's see one more move here, because we might get a potential checkmate in one on the next move. But then, yeah, the top of the table, Alex, is really heating up over there.
Yeah. And now we see it. There's a mate in one threat. Will Inoxtag do it? And he did. There was actually multiple, and he found one.
Nice. Yeah, Queen B7. Beautiful, and another win for Inoxtag, which means we're back over on Iberi versus Sambucha, and pieces missing from the board. The Mon Hamilton School of Counting here will inform us that Sambucha is ahead, and clearly so if you count up those minor pieces.
Should we just quickly look back and see how that piece was lost?
Yep, I think it's not too long ago. Ironically, it was the move that I wanted to see, so I'm glad that he was thinking of it, but it finally got defended by the time that he got around to playing it. Bishop to e6, just straight up captured.
Yeah, no, that's tough actually, and I would expect it more to come from Sambucha, not because of the player, but because of the time situation. It's less likely to make a blunder like that if you have 3 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
I think actually this might be really tilting now. The fork is coming too.
Amazing. The only way you can really go wrong here for Sambucha is to move that pawn. Like if you know what, I think we've seen good stuff in the past in terms of conversion. So let's see if he can do it here. That is the best move, Alex, on the entire board. Amazing
That's
move
so
there.
clean. He just took away all of the complications. He traded off. He has a pass pawn. Gotta give it up to him for his technique here.
Yep, this is absolutely phenomenal, and the bishop just doesn't have targets here. So do you think he'll be able to get it done here, Alex? There's one trick, bishop e7, like don't let that pawn get away, but I think he's got it.
I think he has it. He's just been too strong to miss that. Honestly, I actually think White might resign out of respect again.
Yeah, he may resign here. I will point out one thing. Sambucha was pre-moving there. And so right now he made that queen and it got taken. But I will say, Sambucha pre-moved earlier. If he had made a queen, that could have been one of the more insane moments. He will resign.
Well, Amon, speaking of insane moments, I'm sorry you're not here to share, but look at this.
What? Oh
Look
my
at
goodness.
that. Oh,
That's why
wow.
we added that emote.
Mm.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And where's that one? Are you eating the same? Is this a replica pizza? You know, same place?
I have enough to share for everyone. Don't worry. Wow, that was really delicious. I plan to take a bite out of it for the bit, and now I'm just gonna have to wait for the rest of commentary to enjoy it. But it's okay. Worth it. Worth it. Okay, results of first round. We have Inoxtag taking the win versus Lydia. Sambucha actually making the first upset of the day, taking down a Beret. And Mongraal, who scored against Linzor. That was actually an interesting game. Linzor was slightly ahead in the opening, but he managed to recover. So actually closer than we may have expected.
Yeah, it has been a very close set of games right there, but I will say, yeah, that Sambucha Berry match, that was the real exciting one in terms of an upset potential, and Mongraal continues to impress, and we now just have to officially say he's underrated as the next games are getting underway here, Alex.
Yeah, no, he definitely is underrated. And I see someone in chat also saying that Sam is somebody to watch out as well. I don't disagree. He's leading the pack, so I think we're not underestimating him at this point. And he's also one of the players who has been getting the most reps in with his online games.
Not a mistake already, and Lydia's not even on cam right now. I think did she realize the mistake? What just happened in that game? Top left of your screen. We may as well just go straight into it because we actually had a huge blunder. And do you think there's any way Inoxtag did not see that the bishop was attacked? Is it possible? Like a couple moves ago, the pawn was just on d5, captures diagonally. Lydia did not move it, and then Inoxtag didn't take it.
Then knight d4 was played. I mean, some games they leave you speechless, Amon. I don't know what to say.
Yep. Oh my goodness. So that's so far 2 pieces offered for free and 2 pieces not captured for free by Inoxtag, which is very surprising.
This is a psychological gambit. If you leave it for free, maybe they'll think it's a trap. It is working. Let's take a listen into her stream.
Ain't nothing you can do. Wait, he's 1062 Elor. He's 1062 Elor. I'm 232. I think I'm cooked.
Yeah, again, intimidating to play the higher rated. I was gonna say maybe we'll castle this game.
Try not to get mental death challenge.
The pieces are going
Amon,
towards
what
the
are the
middle.
chances we see a castle for this game?
My mental's in shambles.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, that's an easy
It's
one,
fine, though.
very high. For the entire game.
Sorry, for
Castling-
white.
Castling for white.
It's okay. I need to think. It's because
No.
Just 100% no.
Yep. You gotta, because the percentage, I could just claim that, it was a low percentage, but it happened. So I will stand by it and just go with no.
Fair enough. And oh no, the rook.
I'm gonna cry.
Don't cry. It's okay.
I like that she did
Fair.
that away from the microphone. That was very respectful.
Yeah, that was
of the
really
viewers.
respectful.
And she has the opportunity to castle right now.
Come on, Lydia. I would consider it a win. Even if we lose the knight, the castles is enough. She defended, actually, which is solid. Actually, if the queen would stay there, she had a chance at trapping. Well, actually, I see that. Oh, it was heating up for a second, but the Berry Sambucha game is getting kind of interesting too. Sambucha has more space and a good position once again.
Yeah, this game is honestly, it looks really, really good for white, but you have to know how to attack in these types of positions. So fortunately, this looks like it's on the easier side. Best way to attack here would probably be to take this pawn, move it up 2 squares, and then as soon as you have the ability to capture, you can do so, and your queen can either make it to the h file by using your bishop to trade off the defender, or remember, the queen can just slide over to the h file like this. I think there's huge threats that are not easy to deal with.
Yeah, no. And for black, he can also try things like, there you go, a6, b5. Weirdly, I don't know why, but I feel like this is almost easier to start the pawn push for black. I guess just because he has so many pieces he can attack on the way, the c4 bishop, the c3 knight. So those pawns can move forward a lot more quickly because they do it with forcing moves. That being said, there's also, of course, wait, is white's bishop just lost here? Yeah.
It is definitely lost. The funny thing about this position is I would probably say as long as white sees and understands h4, h5 is the way to attack, I would still say that white is going to win this game. But it all comes down to that. If you don't see that, black is completely crashing through, as you said, winning a piece. So it really comes down to, does he know how to attack this position?
Yeah, and I would love to listen in on what Sambucha is thinking, but he is a YouTuber, not so much a live streamer. But honestly, his camera quality for not being a live streamer looks incredible. So
Yeah,
sad that we
it's the
can't
best
listen in
one.
there.
It's like, yeah, sad
Yeah.
we can't listen in, but maybe we can hear Barry's thoughts on that game, so we get a little bit of insight. And wow, I have never wanted to switch a camera faster. That's scary.
Okay, did you guys even notice what Sam has in the back of his video? That's horrifying. I mean, who would win in a fight? 99 men or one gorilla, Amon?
Well, is it the gorilla couch?
No, it's a real gorilla.
Okay, in that case, I mean, yeah, probably the 99 would stand no chance, because I
You think so? Unarmed?
I wouldn't be signing up. I wouldn't be signing up.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
That would be a big loss for the program.
Who would teach everyone how to count?
Yeah, I have too much on the line, so unfortunately I couldn't volunteer.
Yeah, no, that's super reasonable. And we see here that Sambucha did sacrifice his bishop to at least get a pawn. But I'm a little concerned because he's attacking on the wrong side. Like you said, we want to see him attacking on black's king, not helping black develop on his queen side.
Yep. I do think right now that Sambucha I could see him winning this, but he needs to attack. Unfortunately, he's making all his moves on the side of the board where his king is, not where his opponent's king is. He needs to change that.
It always bewilders me how good people can be at chess, and yet they still do the click on the piece, see where it can move technique.
Hey, that's undefeated right there, that technique.
No, for sure. And again, when I was learning chess, I was learning over the board, not online. So if I was learning online, I'd probably do the same thing.
I'd like to also jump back to the bird's eye view, Alex, and inform you that I believe in the imaginary betting land, there was no castling in Lydia's game.
Yep, you are racking up the imaginary points. Don't spend them all in one place. Lydia's king may not be castling, but it has been very active throughout these matches.
Certainly, no doubt about it. Unfortunately for Lydia, her opponents have almost always had a queen on the board when it's been active, because otherwise she would actually be far ahead of the rest of the participants in using the king as an active piece in the end game. But the important thing is there shouldn't be any queens on the board when your king is running around like that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And speaking of kings running around, we see in Linzor's game, she has also chosen the not castle variation so far. But I think it's just because her knight and bishop are a little bit awkwardly placed there. We see that black is up. Okay, should we let the counting come on, or is the pupil ready to surpass the master? Black is up 1 pawn. 1 pawn. Wow.
And let's hop into that one. Linzor against Mongraal. It is in progress here, and as you pointed out, Alex, it's very difficult to castle the white king because the bishop's in the way, and the bishop can't move out of the way because the knight's in the way. So many pieces in front of so many other pieces is kind of creating this traffic jam.
Yeah, and now if Linzor recaptures with the rook c1 could have came in and given a free rook. I don't know why I would suggest that. You know what, Amon? You continue the commentary. I'm going to get back to my job.
I presume that you mean the pizza. So please enjoy. Queen captures on a3, and while Alex enjoys her pizza, Linzor is actually in definitely one of the better positions I think that we've seen so far. I will selfishly, knowing that Alex is eating pizza, take us immediately back to the Ibere game because something insane has just happened on that board. And all I can say is we have a queen fully MIA in this one. Just completely missing. And you know exactly what would have happened there. Yeah, that's a complete
I'm going to be
oversight.
honest. I've never seen so many queens blundered in one round of commentary before, even in PogChamps.
Really?
Have you?
So
have you ever seen so many?
I want to say no. I guess we've seen maybe some like checkmates or other things hung, but queens specifically, it does feel like they're being targeted here.
Well, what can I say? We were giving queens in exchange for gifted subs, and we did get Chess.com over 1,000 gifted subs today. So that is me spinning it into a positive. This is looking really tough. I would still give Ibere a slight chance of comeback. Yeah, Bishop h6 first would have been nice to keep the tension on. Now I guess that the king is getting out, it's going to be a lot more difficult to come up with anything sneaky.
Well, hang on a sec. Rook down to a3 from a8. The white queen is going to have nowhere to go. And what I could actually see, I know this is kind of futuristic, but let's imagine the rook goes there and you try to put the queen somewhere safe. So you put it on e1, and then the rook takes with check, and then you put your king somewhere safe. So you put it here, and then the rook takes with check. You go somewhere safe, and then the bishop comes in. All of a sudden, black is just completely winning in this position. So it's just an example, Alex, but it could turn around.
Wait, it's happening, Amon. It's happening. Let's check into Ebbs's stream really quick. I think I said the nickname properly. Did you just manifest what's going to happen?
Let's see. This is a really tense moment here because if he plays the safest move, it might be the least safe. It's such a weird moment here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the most natural move to do. Like, is the correct move for white just to take the rook?
Yeah, honestly, at this point, that looks like a very fine move.
Can't go there. Can't go. If he goes there, I take there.
He sees it.
Take again. He goes there. Take again.
Okay, so
can he go there? Nope.
Seeing all the lines.
There, take. Okay, there we go.
Oh, another one.
Back in this.
Another one bites the dust. And another one down. And another one down.
That's humongous. That is
I cursed
humongous.
them. I admit it. It was me.
You better move that, bro. You better move
Better
that.
mute that, bro. Wow.
That's
Needed
amazing.
that.
I love that we caught. He was fully seeing that whole line, and you called it earlier. I just showed some
that.
variations,
Wow.
but you kind of had that feeling that a guy as strong as Iberi was definitely not out.
If I bring this back,
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you
And
agree
remember-
with the engine's evaluation of this line given their rating levels?
Well, yeah, it's basically favoring Iberi now, and I definitely agree in this position. If he brings that rook down, that's game over in one move. Very easy to miss.
Yeah, his only defense is rook e1, but he might think that his rook needs to keep defending the h2 pawn. I do see Ebbs hovering over the c2 rook, though, instead of the a3 one.
Yeah, that
So
makes
I'm
sense.
not sure he's going to see it.
That does make sense. A bit more natural of a move, especially now bringing the rook down to a2 kind of loses this pawn, so it doesn't make as much sense. Even though it's still a great move, I think it's less likely he plays it.
Yeah. And now rook a2 is not going to work. Oh, did he put the rook back, or am I misseeing things?
Yeah, well, he put it back on b3, and he's kind of like setting up firepower against the king, so stands to
Wait,
reason he's
c2
going to
is
move that pawn.
crazy. He does. And he is actually pulling off an incredible tactic here, because if rook takes b3, he can take the rook with check and then take the rook, or he could even just take the rook, promote, and just have a queen for a rook. There's so many winning moves here.
Yeah, if he takes with the queen and then plays queen to c1 fork, that's class right there.
And he has it. Wow.
Amazing. What a comeback. That's so crazy. He was down a full queen.
let's play. Let's play now.
Now he
Let's
wants
play
to
now.
play.
So good.
Don't even think about running, G.
I'm excited because we're going to see another tiebreak. That's always so fun.
Yep.
Although, again, I won't count anyone out here, but I think they're too strong to stalemate.
Should be
Don't
over
run,
in
'cause I'll find
one
you.
move here. That's an amazing comeback, and as you said, sets us up for tiebreak.
Come on, let's go. Ha! Let's go.
So good. Let's jump to the
Wait.
live game. There's only one remaining.
Oh, still on. Broski, what?
So
I just
good.
lost. Did I lose to him? I lost to him once.
Right, Mongraal and Linzor is where we're going. I love it. He's in immediately debriefing with the boys. You know, that's what you love to see.
Hey, that seems like a technique that always works. I do like that Linzor was able to end up castling her king here. She is in a really tough situation because her bishop on h3 is under attack, but queen e3 is also a threat. You can defend, of course, with rook f2, but then your rook gets pinned and the d3 pawn is still hanging. So this position will be really tough to defend if Mongraal sees these.
Yep.
And Mongraal, Linzor, they both have 3 minutes on the clock, so it's good that the time is even here. And it's good that she saw the she saw the attack of the bishop and found a way to defend her knight at the same time.
Yeah, bishop g4 was a really good move. It's easy to be reactive here. The d3 pawn is attacked twice now. So maybe rook to f3 is a potential mistake that could happen. Rook to d1 looks very solid. And then if you're not reacting, but you're thinking proactively, maybe pawn to f6 could be an interesting try.
Yeah, maybe we should check in on Linzor's stream because it seems like she's talking about her plans here. Or just listening to chill music, which I'm good with also.
I'm a little stuck here. Oh, it is protected. What am I thinking? Maybe I'll just take this. Let me take.
I respect that. That's a good reasoned logic.
This isn't
She's worried about
protected
the
either.
piece and realized
Okay,
it's
time for me to
protected.
be a little aggressive. For sure. He's gonna move it there though.
Honestly, aggression is sometimes the best defense when you're in a worse position. You gotta go for some kind of desperado.
That's why I didn't move the queen.
I love
moved it
how
anyway.
all the players seem to expect their opponents to guard their threats,
He's got
but
a
then
little rook
when
up
they're
there.
on the other side, they're not thinking about guarding any threats. They just expect
Yeah,
that from their opponents.
that's a clever
but never themselves.
observation. Yep. Also, it was kind of wholesome, but Linzor's coach is Photo Chess, and she was also the monthly top gifter, so she's supporting her both in lessons and gifting, which is actually just very sweet. And now we're looking at it from Mongraal's point of view. He's scratching his head, but his position looks good.
Maybe. Nah, actually, maybe this. I don't know. She just moves her rook, and then even if I take, she just can take. There's just nothing really there. I might just go with this. Take. Okay, she brings her queen up. That makes things more interesting. I can check her. Check. She can't take. Get out of that. Then I can.
So there's
take
going to
that
be
pawn.
a really
Queenside
nice
and just
rook
blunder.
move by black to bring the rook on c8 all the way down the board up to attack the white queen. I wonder
That's
if
a
he's
free
going to
pawn now.
consider that, or
And then that might be
he's
a
just
free bishop.
hunting all these pawns here.
Yeah. I mean, he could also take on e4 with check if the king goes to h1.
Even if she goes there as well, it's gonna be check again.
I think he's taking with the
That's
queen.
probably
'cause
more
he-
intuitive to see.
Yeah, he sees a fork of the bishop and the king. Probably he doesn't
Check
see that the bishop
again.
can block, but it's a great move anyway.
Bishop.
Good prediction, Amon. You are the PogChamps whisperer.
Yeah, it starts with the counting, Alex, and then everyone can get to this stage
Even
eventually.
play. Actually, no, I can't because this bishop. I think we just get rid. Okay. Maybe free pawn.
D5 definitely not free. F5 free, but there might be some discovered attacks on there later. Linzor is under 40 seconds on the clock, though, so that's going to be challenging.
It will.
We push pawn up. Okay, queen is there. Thing is, if she can't take this bishop, because my queen will take. So
I like that
think
he's thinking about why
think
his
push my
opponent
pawn up.
made that move.
Yeah, great observation. Sorely missed. I feel like a lot of people just skip that part and they're just straight into their plan, and that's exactly how you miss stuff.
Please.
Hey, I play
He doesn't know
chess
how to- I know
also.
he doesn't know-
Sometimes
he's
it's
just like
lost
me,
and you
he
just
can't
gotta
checkmate
beg for
without
divine
queen.
intervention.
So, if we trade queens, it's gonna be hard for him to checkmate me, and then I just have to try to make sure he doesn't.
The time panic is setting in. 20 seconds.
My hands are so cold. Fuck, it's not a protected spot. That's why I can't. Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? I don't know where to go.
It is so hard to defend on low time pressure in these kinds of positions.
I'll be impressed if he takes the knight here with the rook. That'll be a very, very advanced move.
He's just up 8 points. This wasn't a bad game.
Okay, were you impressed with that one? Queen takes?
I have 22 seconds.
It's a solid move. Nothing crazy, but you can't hate someone up material who's trading pieces.
Yeah, trying to simplify and keep it simple. I get it. It reminds me he was sacrificing his queen in the earlier game to avoid stalemate.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Anything is better than
Okay,
flagging.
what do I do? What do I do? Fuck it.
One thing that we
19
still don't
fucking
see
seconds left.
is a pawn move.
Knight takes,
I'm
rook
just
takes,
doing
back rank.
something.
No.
How do I have more seconds?
I like what you're
20?
thinking. Once again, we just don't see any pawns in front of the king moved.
Okay.
This is the opportunity for black to do it.
I can't forget that I
Okay.
have this little rook.
The dream is alive.
Yeah, the back rank opportunities are there. Does he see it?
Let's see what he's thinking here. I'd love to see him really make a conscious decision to move a pawn in front of the king.
Yeah, and I would like to not see him do it because it'll make the games more interesting, but you are right. That's what he should do.
I'm not liking this, bro. I need to. I'm getting this out.
Look at
'Cause I just
that.
don't
A
wanna deal
true
with this.
professional.
Wow. Giving the king his space. The dream is dead.
Yep.
check.
It's safe now.
I mean, again, hats off to him.
Yep.
But you know, as a commentator, I always want to see a little blood on the streets.
Well, I think we're at least in the territory of a potential checkmate if the king goes to the A file, like if it keeps getting checked over. Also, white might be able to find a really impressive knight check on
And is
E7.
that mate? No, it's not.
Yeah, if he pushes the B pawn or the knight, honestly, there's quite a few intuitive moves that he might miss and allow the fork. There you
Time
go. Is she gonna see it? Is she gonna see knight E7? Oh, with
It's a
8
huge
seconds,
moment.
it's so hard. So hard. Oh my god!
She did it.
She did it! Let's go!
She did it with 2 seconds left.
Honestly,
He
very
doesn't have-
impressive.
I don't have a lot of time. He doesn't have a lot of time.
Wow.
I like the confidence. 12 seconds to 141, and she's calling him out too.
I just
love
have to
it.
do something.
Yep.
She's actually really good in time pressure. Is this one of her strengths?
I think it is. Underrated time pressure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's sad because she won the rook and she still might lose the game.
No, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there.
Still an incredible find. And I love that she doesn't punish herself for not finding the best move as long as she finds it in time.
Yep. I think she's trying to take that pawn next to her king there.
I genuinely feel
I
like
don't
her
have any pawns left,
accuracy
so I
has
can't promote
improved since
any.
she's been in time
So it's like,
pressure.
I'm not really going to win this.
Okay, we gotta take the pawn on g2 with the rook if black pushes.
Yep.
You just have to.
8 seconds. Moment of truth. Well, second moment of truth. Probably even more than that, but hey.
She's not flagging though. At least
Oh,
she's
well.
making moves.
Wait, did he? Okay, well done. I
Oh,
didn't
she
know you
didn't
could
even
promote
understand the
that
move.
way.
Now she doesn't have time.
But oh my
It's
god,
gonna
wasn't
be
that the
an
best game
overtime
I've had?
between Bear and Sambucha. Bear going to be white in this
Wow.
game. We're going to be starting in about 30 seconds.
Oh,
Well,
starting
there
again?
you go. I think it's not not a game for her, but we overheard there the indication of the tiebreak between Ebere and Sambucha, and Alex Inoxtag Mongraal with the 2 O's. Although it felt like the matches were closer than that.
They were, and I agree with her. I think this was her best game so far. I can see that it's at least helping her confidence towards the game. But yeah, let's get into this last tiebreak where a bear is going to have the white pieces because his accuracy was actually higher. So that's the way the sudden death format is working. And basically, they're going to keep playing and switching colors until there is a decisive result. And what do you think about this in general as a format? I feel like, you know, other than the co-champions, maybe we could have tried something like this. And let's head over to the game as you answer that.
Yeah, we're just getting underway here. I like I mean, just I don't like the increment, but I like the reduction into blitz because I do think that that represents the game as well. There's more and more quick chess, online chess being played. So if you're going to host a tournament, yeah, let's introduce everyone to the wild world of 3-minute chess, 3 minutes for the entire game.
And just a reminder to anyone who's tuning in right now, this is really the match to watch because Sambucha is currently leading this group with a perfect score. Aber, highest rated, only lost one game, so he's in second place. So this is going to be a really important match for both of them. And so far, the opening is pretty level. We see the same openings from them that we've been seeing so far, which, makes sense. But now a pawn on d5 has been hung.
Yeah, just taken for free there. Can definitely try to recover it by moving the knight somewhere that attacks the pawn. But I was going to say I actually prefer the knight going into the middle and just hope that it gets taken.
Yep. And e4 would be a nice move for him to play at some point also to help provide support. Interesting. I mean, e3, e4 also works, and now he's forcing the knight out of the center.
Ooh, big blunder
Probably
potential.
even better.
Queen takes f3, bishop g4 is a nice way to lose the game immediately. And it's happened.
Oh my god.
And it's played. That's
oh my god,
huge.
he played it so quickly.
Wow. It's such a natural recapture, but blunder alert, the whole game can be lost right there. And let's see if Barry can pull off another insane upset. Down.
Hey, he didn't need a queen last game. He might not
Take
need
the
it this
bishop,
game.
man.
This is like the 10th queen blunder of the stream.
He's waving
Incredible.
goodbye to himself.
Ebbs.
Aww.
You don't deserve to win this though.
But he must continue to play because he literally won the last game down a queen. So it's insane if he doesn't keep playing.
Yeah, no, for sure. And he has to find the best way to get compensation here as well. So he can consider if he wants to take the knight, the bishop, or play knight e4. Sorry, queen e4 and try to fix his pawn structure a little.
I guess there's a, if you take the knight on e4, you kind of ruin your free queen. But I mean, it would be crazy not to capture the queen here, right? He knows he just attacked it.
Yeah, I think Sambucha too strong to not take the queen here. But I do like the distraction technique of bringing another piece into the play, attacking things to at least confuse him a little bit.
Yep. I mean, apparently it's working.
Gambit
I'm not sure why.
Sorry, I saw someone in chat. It distracted me, and he said the Bota's Gambit cult has a lot of dedicated followers. Yep, I like that interpretation of events.
Alex,
okay,
what is this? What
the
is
Bota's
this?
Gambit
How
declined
is
is what I would call it.
How is he not taking?
What's he thinking?
I'm in shock right now. He literally just attacked it. This doesn't make sense.
He must be traumatized from the last game, but now he's
might have
probably missing
failed.
that knight takes
He
f6,
failed.
gives him a
He should
square.
have took me. He was being clever. Ha!
Don't be clever, just be good,
That's what you
chat.
get for being clever.
We are so back here in this. I can't believe what an opportunity missed.
And checking Sambucha's cam, you could tell that he's disappointed in himself for missing it, but he has to not let that disappointment carry him through here because he can't afford to get tilted right now. As frustrating as it is, of course.
And Iberi is even keeping the queens on the board, which I wouldn't have necessarily advised.
But again, you forgot that queen trade equals ew, Aman.
Yeah, apparently, and for the opponent as well. Taking the queen equals ew.
I do love this f4 idea that I think you pointed out, because it is making use of the pin, the e5 pawn, the queen on f6, and it's in line with the plans he usually goes for.
And it's been played. Now, after the bishop goes back and attacks the queen, are we going to see a very high energy kind of move? F takes on e5. That hits everything in the position at once, opens up the rook, or is he going to play it safe and move the queen away?
I think he's almost lost his queen too many times. It's too close for comfort to be making risks like that with under 2 minutes on the clock.
Yep. Queen's got to keep retreating. Maybe even to c3 could be nice to line up the queen and bishop.
Both pretty similar on the clock here. White has a pretty large advantage here so far, and I would actually say I do think it holds even at this elo level because the moves feel pretty natural to make. You're pushing your pawns, you're opening. Now he's equalized on time.
Preparing a move like c4 here, and remember there's a bishop aimed right at that queen. But Iberi is a player that I have said that I think will be very good in time pressure. We'll see if that holds true, but that would be my expectation.
And e4, attacking the bishop. I like this move because now he can take on e5 next. Wow, discovery attack with the rook on f1. The pawn on e5 is only protected once, but it doesn't matter because he cannot take with the queen because of bishop
What way
takes.
do you want to do it? What way do you want to skin this cat?
Oh, wow.
Oi, how have I done that? Ebs, that is huge.
I love the speaking to himself confidence, you know, like he addresses
That is
himself.
huge,
He's
man.
like, man, what are you doing? Like, Ebs, that was
Where can you
crazy.
go?
Ebs, you're
There you
the
go.
goat.
I love it.
could
He's
you come?
trash talking his
Could've went
opponent
right
even
there,
when
though.
they aren't the same call.
Hope he ain't got no tricks for me, man.
Let's see if he
And-
sees like queen c3, e6 ideas. I'd be so impressed.
Push here.
Because look, he's not going to miss an opportunity to take the queen. His opponent did, and he saw how that worked out, so he is not making that mistake.
No, definitely not. And it sucks because Sambucha probably thought he was being so clever.
Dude, what's he doing? What's he doing? You're not allowed to move there.
Again, mind blowing that
no.
he goes back with under a
can't
minute
move
on the clock.
Totally.
You can't move there. No. I don't
So
think
he
I want you
knows.
to move there.
He knows about en
Yeah.
passant. To even click the e
What do
pawn
you call
there,
that move?
the
En
e5
passant.
pawn, that's impressive.
Yep. I will
En
say
poisson.
the only
En croissant.
possible
Yeah, man.
downfall here is that
Run it up.
he is getting overconfident and he is low on time.
Run it up.
There's a checkmate in a couple moves here. Let's see if he notices it. This one probably won't be the right move, but I mean, he's well ahead right now.
Yeah. Bishop h3, queen g7, mate in 2. But he doesn't need to see that to win.
Exactly.
Oh, there's a pawn on d6. It's not quite a mate in 2. Actually, yeah, because of queen f4 after.
I like this way though. He's actually setting up bishop h3 checkmate.
Wow. That
I mean,
would
lots
be
of ways
cool.
to.
I would love him to checkmate while he leaves his queen on the board, but any checkmate is fine.
Oh, he does it. He does bishop
Oh,
h3.
beautiful.
Amazing. There's so many ways to do it. The bishop was hanging, but I love the way he did it there. That's just classy. Yeah, the bishops from long range delivering that mate.
Wow. Well, you know, Sambucha might be feeling bad about this game, but actually, if you look at the standings, now we're going to have a 3-way tie. I'll wait for it to load. There we go. A 3-way tie for first because Sambucha was in the lead coming into this match. So now we have Ebs, Inoxtag, and Sambucha all with 7 points. We have Mongraal, who is lower rated than all 3 of them, but actually tailing behind pretty closely with 6 points. And we do have the ladies in the bottom, but again, they were the newest chess players here, around 200 elo. So given that, I think they've been putting up really good fights and having just a great attitude and great pizza.
Yeah, I think that's actually the difference maker because the rest of the competitors haven't been having pizza. So the way I see it, they might be losing out here. And there's still other games to play, Alex. It's really heating up at the top. And you know what? Mongraal at that 400 elo rating, he is just 1 point behind the leaders at 7. And Iberi has played arguably the toughest opponents so far. So I think for him, he'll probably have an easier time collecting points in the remaining matches, just because I think he's played his 2 toughest opponents so far, and he's actually undefeated.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with his play. I knew he would be strong coming into it. But you know what? Let's take a quick break to thank one of Chess.com's sponsors. And actually, this is a product I have at home purchased just because I like it as well. We got Neuro Gum. As seen on Shark Tank, Neuro is the next generation of mints and gums, empowering better minds with innovative science-backed formulas. As we get into today's action, now is the time to lock in with Neuro's Energy and Focus Gum and Mints. Energy and Focus Gum is formulated with natural caffeine, L-theanine, and B vitamins to wake up your mind, fuel your focus, and power your day. You get all the energizing benefits of caffeine without the shakes and jitters. Try it now at go.chess.com/neuro, or if you want to make it a little bit easier, just command neuro in chat and you could save 15% with code chess15. I wish I had done that before I bought a ton of them on Amazon. And honestly, sometimes I forget that there's a limit and I eat too many of them because they are so delicious.
You had it already.
No,
So
it's
that was
pretty cool.
that was a genuine segment, Alex.
No,
And
it really was.
amazing. And as I understand it, we're actually getting the boot as well. I mean, the games are exciting. We'd love to stay on and continue, but Alex, I don't know if it was the pizza you were eating, but they said they're replacing us with new commentators.
Yep. And up next, should we keep it a surprise or should we tell them who the commentators are? You know what? We'll keep it a surprise. Stay tuned to find out. Yeah.
There you go.
But yeah, the game's coming up next. Linzor versus Lydia. That one will be really close. We're also gonna see Inoxtag versus Sambucha, also super close. Is Mongraal gonna be able to pull an upset against Ebs? I don't know. Stay tuned to find out, as well as who the commentators are. Aman, it's really been a pleasure commentating with you. I hope Canada is treating you well.
Always, Alex, and excited to watch the rest of these games in the chat.
Bye, guys.
Do you think your parents like you more than Andrea?
No.
True.
What? Wait.
I think it's because I think we know that both of our parents each have one favorite daughter, and our mom has a favorite and our dad has a favorite. And we know this because we've grilled them.
Okay, I have grilled our parents.
Do you think mom and dad are more proud of you than they are of me?
No.
She's not sure.
Wow. That's fair. Okay.
Do you think you're smarter than Andrea?
No.
I'd be shocked.
True.
I'm flattered. I would have said yes.
Do you think you're a more talented content creator than Andrea?
No.
True.
Do you think I'm a more talented content creator than you?
Lately, yeah.
True, but she's not. She has some thoughts around that.
Is there any content that Andrea does that you don't like?
Yes.
I'm sure half of our content she doesn't like. I think we both feel that way. Ooh. Have you lied about farting in the bed next to me this past week?
Lied? No.
I guess she's pretty honest about it.
I'm like happy when I rip you one.
True. But there may be some other time.
No, I never farted at the chessboard. Just that I recall, at least.
Is there any secrets that you hold from me?
Of course.
Yes.
But small ones, nothing big.
Are there any big secrets that you're keeping away from me?
Not that I know of.
True.
If you murdered someone, would you tell me?
Yeah. You'd help me hide the body.
Okay, good. So not that big of a secret, at least. There's nothing I don't know.
Do you think your parents like you more than Andrea?
No.
True.
What? Wait.
I think it's because I think we know that.
The thought of you remains over. Make them go away. Wish I could accelerate the memories to fade. And I would really love if you hit me in the head. I could forget every single thing that you ever said. And I would bet everything else it wouldn't be so bad. Like a memories app from Men in Black. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. Get you out of my head. Some chaotic kind of vibe, my inner symphony. Add them all together and you get a masterpiece. Golden painted accolades, whatever they may be. I would trade it all for peace. I'd trade it all for peace. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough to get you out of my head. This is not enough. This is not enough. This is not enough. me, mesmerize me, spin me in your web. Just remember I surrender, love you till I'm dead. Follow you into the darkest holes, full of my biggest fears, what all my nightmares hold. I travel with you to the depths of hell, you give me gasoline, I'm going douse myself, I get lost in all your sweet nothings. I burn the whole city to make them mean something. I'm yours for all the wrong reasons. I'm stuck, I can't move, I'm losing my feeling. Hypnotize me, mesmerize me, spin me in your web. Paralyze me even after everything you said. Turning me to memories and feast upon my head. Just remember I surrender, love you till I'm dead. Talking to you is my only thrill. I'm wrapped around your fingers in a bed of silk. The pressure gets a little tighter still. Now my entire life's up in the windowsill. I was lost, and only you found me. I don't mind the chains if yours are around me. I'm yours for all the wrong reasons. I'm actually flattered you think I'm worth keeping. Hypnotize me, mesmerize me, spin me in your web. Paralyze me even after everything you said. Turning me to memories and feast upon my head. Just remember I surrender, love you till I'm dead. Love you till I'm dead. Love you till I'm dead. I'm the vision in your thousand eyes, the wrinkles in your skin, the truth in all your alibis, the thoughts you're drowning in. And just because I'm gone doesn't mean I've gone away. I'm the whisper in your ear, telling you I'm here to stay. Hypnotize me, mesmerize me, spin me in your web. Paralyze me even after everything you said. Turning me to memories and feast upon my head. Just remember I surrender, love you till I'm dead. Love you till I'm dead.
PogChamps 6. We're here, man. I'm excited. I'm super excited to watch. I was already watching all the games already. I am James Canty III here with Dina Melankai. What's up, girl? Hey, are you ready for round 4?
Hello, James. Hello, everybody. I'm super excited to jump on this show hot and right into the round 4. James, this is the first time we're commentating together. I am beyond the words of excitement.
Yeah, it's so fun. I love watching because, of course, you learn something new every day from these guys. Of course, you see some of them really stepping up, and then you see some of them stepping down. You really just don't know what's going on here, but we can see a lot of what happened here at the cross table. With Group A, the guys are at the top, ladies they're down at the bottom, but of course they just are brand new, in fact, and they actually were very impressive. They had some chances to actually do some things here. They actually ended up in the bottom there. They were around 200-ish. And the guys were higher rated, but they were working. That's what I love to see, Dina. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen some very exciting tie breaks as well. Geez, the previous matches were so intense. And I just hope that the matches that we are about to finish will be just as intense.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, we have another round coming up. It's a longer day, guys. That's just what happens. We have a long day, and it's about that endurance and seeing who can play and who can do what, who can stay up the longest here when it comes down to these high-level games. Lots of stuff is on the line. We got games coming up in a minute here. As you see, Linzor versus Lydia. Then you have Easy versus Mongraal. And then you have Inox versus Sambucha. I actually coached Sambucha. Who did you coach, Dina?
I coached Mongraal once, and yeah, that was, I mean, the guy is definitely underrated for sure, and we've seen him just now, so I would definitely have him as my favorite.
Yeah, I got Sambucha as my favorite, obviously, because I coached them. So, and Sambucha is doing well. Of course, if you guys see, if you guys have seen the video where he's like, yeah, I'm doing Puzzle Rush, and like, you know, I got Sambucha. Chat, who do you have?
Ooh, nice, nice, nice. And we already have the players preparing for their next matchups. We finally have a matchup of the ladies. That's very exciting as well. Who's gonna dominate in the field? And I don't know if we're gonna have pizza come this time. I've heard that was a big thing in the previous round. Kenty, what's your opinion on the pizza cam and the pizza during the chess
pizza
match?
is great. I actually did have some pizza yesterday. I had some barbecue chicken pizza, of course. It's not strictly in the diet, but at the same time, when it is in the diet, oh, it's amazing. Of course. What's your favorite pizza topping, chat? Does anyone have that? What's yours, Dina? What's your go-to?
Well, as a professional weightlifter, as you are, James, and I am,
Yes,
I usually go with a cauliflower pizza or
nice.
chicken pizza.
Continue practicing chess today, but I think I'm gonna fall asleep.
Oh,
Pizza
that's
can.
our pizza girl.
She got the pepperoni. I heard her say fall asleep. I think she's tired. It's the pizza, right? Of course, guys, that pizza, you know, in that 4th hour.
Oh no, today I've been playing for 4 hours, but I think I started practicing when I found out I was gonna be in this. A month and a half ago. But it's so strange. It's not like I never played chess before. It's just I played chess like almost 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago now, because I had like an ex-boyfriend who played chess. So we played. He taught me how to play, and we played a lot. But I didn't play on like Chess.com because I didn't have like a diamond account. So I just played on the board. So I don't know if I was good or not, or if he was nice.
Of course, you were good. All good, great things come with a boyfriend. I got it.
It's the ex's fault. He was Russian.
Oh,
but it was
Dina,
fun.
what you gotta say about
I
that?
really enjoyed it. But then I just stopped playing because I didn't have anyone to play with, and I didn't like playing online because it stresses me out.
Excuse you?
Now though, all my friends, I've made all my friends play chess. Like even the ones who barely knows how to play chess, but almost everyone knows how to play chess. So I made all of them play, and now everyone really likes chess. So now we're like all playing chess together. So I think
now we're talking.
That will be nice.
Best board game, girl.
Also, I need revenge. I need to redeem
right.
my name, or whatever you say. How do you say that? I need to save my name.
And you're gonna do that right now.
There you go.
Against Lydia.
Got it.
Swedish TikTok.
Yeah, against Lydia, yeah. And it's very possible. Anything can happen here, of course. The lower the rating, the more you don't know what is going to happen. But they actually showed, I think they got the experience and actually a little bit of practice. That's what it takes. You get that practice going, you feel a little bit better. So that's kind of what it's about here. I got Sambucha as my guy. He's an awesome dude. Of course, all of them are awesome, but I coach Sambucha. Even though he's like 700 here, he's a little bit stronger, I believe. So we're going to see what happens.
I mean, 700 is very solid for this bracket, honestly. I think the ladies are about 300 and 400, so honestly, that's good. I know Inoxtag has been training a lot, has been actually organizing matches, and in fact, I am going to be participating in one of his matches next week, on like 7th, I think. Yeah, next Wednesday. So definitely the guy has been into chess a long time before the PogChamps 6 was announced. Definitely one of the big competitors here.
Yeah, it's cool to see how everyone got into chess and what they're doing. And of course, they're all here now ready to fight it out as we have the group stage going on right now with the format being 2 groups of 6 players. Of Of course, as you see, players do a 2-game match with the other players, and the top 3 will advance to the championship bracket, and the bottom 3 move to the consolation bracket. 10 minutes, 5-second increment per move. That's really important to understand, as that 5 seconds really gives you that extra time, especially in winning positions when you need it, and in losing positions when you're trying to flag. It's harder to flag, or at least run them out of time with that 5-second increment. I'm not the biggest fan of increment myself, but what about you, Dina?
Ooh, increment. I live for that. I don't play without increment, Canty. That's like, whenever I would challenge you for a match, I would always go for 3+2, baby. And then I would just knock you out.
Yes, I am not a fan of 3+2. Grew up without the increment, but of course it is a thing. But these players are ready to go. Anywhere you want to go first? It's a nice view of the games.
We got the ladies. Let's bring the ladies in. That's like super important.
Okay. Lydia and Linzor. Oh my goodness. F6 is on the board. Question mark. That is already really bad here. F6 on the
my
board.
lands.
Oh,
Who was
my
Lydia's
goodness.
coach? Show me
Ben
Lydia's
Feingold.
coach. No.
Ben Feingold.
No, that's like, I fired that person right away. Knight takes e5, pawn takes queen h5, game over.
GG, start a new one. The problem here, guys, is you are opening up this diagonal. So if Linzor is able to put this bishop here, she's going to have an excellent game here against Lydia. Let's see, d3, okay, that's not happening. Predictions on moves here. Predictions on this match, in fact, actually. I have no idea who's going to win.
Yeah, the d3 is closing the bishop on f1, and that's a little bit unfortunate because you gotta put that bishop right into black's face if you want to make it right, if you want to keep it tight.
Yeah, it just closed it in. You do want to block the bishops outside the pawn chain if you can, but hey, b5, okay. I like the aggression here. It just hangs a pawn, question mark here. Let's see, is Linzor going to take it? Is she thinking that, this is just some bait, or she goes for it? She grabs the pawn.
Yay! There we go. Take that pawn. It's a free pawn, girl.
It's a pawn. It's a pawn. I see game. Okay, listen, I see the chat says submissions closed here, and they have 64% Linzor to win. Wow. 64% there, Dina. They are really wanting Lydia to lose.
I mean, obviously, both ladies are underrated with the rapid ratings of 280 and 231. They're definitely better than that. Although whenever I see f6, I'm not sure anymore. But a6, nice, attacking the knight. Kenty got his Chess.com mug. Love that. I've got my Chess.com blanket in case I'm cold.
Oh yeah, that's right. I sleep with mine every night.
Yay, we're well equipped. And the knight is attacked. So is the knight gonna get back? Oops, knight c3. That's the right move.
I'm not gonna lie, nice job from Linzor here. She didn't make any real mistakes. She took the pawn, she developed some pieces, things are fine. G5 and we live. I love the aggression, but this is not
Jesus. What is this? Lydia, has Lydia been taking classes? She needs to join my Russian chess school. That's a little bit pathetic over here, opening the king with these pawns like that. And Linzor needs to learn how to sacrifice her knights.
Knight takes G5. Yikes.
Yeah.
That would be very suspicious. And then pawn takes and queen h5 to follow. Runs into king e7, bishop g5. You can go knight f6 or knight d5, actually, which is really nice, actually. After a lot of stuff going on here. But you got to see those tactics. And if you're watching, or if you're doing your tactics, this would be a little bit easier for you. I do know Sambucha was doing a lot of tactics, but let's see what happens in this game with the ladies. Queen e7 on the board, developing the queen before the other piece. What do you think of that, Tina? Yeah.
I'm trying to hold back, it's hard for me because black is doing everything they're not supposed to do in a chess game. Not move your pawns, not move your queen, actually develop your minor pieces like knights and bishops. Ooh.
Yeah, this is rough. I do like the fact that Lydia is thinking, using her time, asking, okay, what are you doing? If she moves the queen, great. She's still in the game. Anything can happen. If she does not move the queen, this will probably be over quite quickly here. And Linzor actually may be very underrated. In fact, 95 was actually nice.
Nice. Well played.
Well played.
Queen
okay,
d6.
Lydia. Eesh.
Ooh.
Good work, girl. Good work. Good work. Knight g5 is still a move here. This is very advanced tactics here, but not
maybe
c4, c5 too.
Yeah, or how about we just bring the bishop out, bishop e2, and we castle, and we show that the Russian ex-boyfriend skill from Linzor. That would be nice.
Yeah, bishop e2
Maybe
and castle. You said
maybe
she played a lot of
d4,
chess.
controlling the center.
Bro, whoa, hold on. Is she listening to the stream? They got it muted, right? They got the stream. It's gonna delay or something.
Yeah, she
I
can't
hope
be
it's gonna delay.
no way.
Hold on, big fella. Talk to him nice. Wow, knight takes c7 is coming after the c5 move that I recommended there, and she finds c4. Is she gonna play c5? That is interesting. C5.
Let's go, c5. Take that queen out.
C5 wins
c5 attacking the queen. And queen moves on e6, and then knight c7. Boom.
Wow.
Oh.
What did she play? Something happened. Wait. Oh. You know, I looked away for a second, and I was like, wait, what move did she play? She undeveloped a bishop to c1.
Oh
do
no,
not
because the
try this
b2
at
pawn
home.
was attacked. No.
Yeah.
That's like, you can't be so. What's like mercantile? What's the word for that? You can be
I don't
counting
even know
like.
that one. So safe, I guess. I mean, I don't know that one. But bishop c1 is not the move here. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and now we can see how Lydia is thinking. If she's thinking, is she thinking? Ooh. A lot of things coming through that head. She's
Nice, though.
worried.
She's in great
Still
spirits.
winnable.
Yeah. There we go.
Keeping the solid mental.
Yes.
I'm trying to get this knight. I just need to break somehow this.
Get that knight. Get that bishop, girl. Get the other bishop. Queen d2.
Okay. Well, she can't move this way. She can't move either way.
Get that
Can I
bishop
move
out.
that?
She's not
But don't
stressed.
cancel.
That's good. Like, doesn't seem stressed at all. She seemed more stressed than Lydia does, right? Leaned over, making the noises here, right? Just, what do I do? But she's actually in a better position.
Greedy, Kanti. That's the word I was looking for.
Ah, greedy. Okay.
Sticking to that b2 pawn. Why would you do that? Who cares about the pawn when you can win the queen?
Yes, I will take the pawn, Tina. Yes. H3 hits the knight. Knight has to move away.
Amazing move. Very solid.
That's on the knight movement, chat. What do you think? Is she gonna move the knight? I think she is. Lydia's been good with the one movers at least. Like, oh, you're attacking me, move away.
Yeah, she's got that defensive
This
skill.
at least avoids me getting trapped down here again.
Exactly. And then you develop the bishop, and then you castle, and then your king is safe, and voila. You know what's voila, James?
You know what? I was just going with the flow. I just agree. I'm like, yep, that's crazy. Ha. Yeah, that's crazy. I have no idea what that is.
Voila.
Voila. Oh, okay, like the magic. Yeah, the way you said it.
Okay, that's
like,
good.
oh,
I got
yeah,
a little bit more
exactly.
time now. But so did I when I played Mongraal.
Okay, b3 is a solid way of protecting your pawn and hopefully developing your bishop for the second time. We've been there.
Yes. Okay,
Ooh, my
B3
serious
with
voice.
okay. B2 coming. Oh, fanciness. How did this pawn get to G4? I looked away for a second. What? How did this pawn teleport to G4 like this? What was there?
Now pawn takes
she
the
played
right
G5.
move.
G5, G4. Got it.
Yeah, and the knight is gonna take back. Is the knight gonna take back?
She does. Nice.
It's protected.
This actually is gonna get intense.
Awesome. Well, now it's time to bring your bishops out.
Let's see here what we can do. What fun moves can we do? This is just giving it up.
I like that fake accent.
Yeah, she went with the Russian accent there. But all right, ladies are battling it out. We still got 2 other matches here on the screen. Where do you want to go next? In fact, we're gonna look at all of them anyway. So probably look at Sambucha last here.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's keep your student for the dessert.
Yeah, let's go and see what my student's doing last. That's Sambucha, by the way. But whoa, that game is crazy with Mongraal.
All right,
and,
Mongraal with
yeah.
has it. What's that? Bishop to d3, attacking the rook. That's an interesting game. Attacking the rook, the rook's back, and we move it somewhere.
Yeah, the boys actually have been. They are at the top of the leaderboard. I think they all have like 7 or something. I couldn't remember the leaderboard, but I think they all had like 7 or something, which is very interesting to see up there. Maybe it was some 6s or something, but
No, that's correct. They're leading. Yeah.
Yeah, all 7s or something. So it's nice to see. The boys are very competitive. Of course, the ladies are trying to be too as well, and doing their best, being at the rating that they have. So absolutely giving them some credit for sure.
Yeah, Black is completely winning apparently on that top right corner board, and the red board. Black is winning because they had the extra knight. But is that knight gonna be enough? That's the question.
Is the knight going to be enough? That is a great question. Let me actually go over to whoa. You got that extra knight. Knight.
Whoa. And now the knight is going to g4 and I'm threatening knight to f2. That sounds like a soon-to-be over game. Nice. Nicely played by Mongraal. Look at my student, James.
That is your student there. Congratulations. In fact, that knight is there a mating net? There is actually. Rook takes h2. He played h4. So no rook takes h2, but I mean knight f2 could be some type of mating sequence. We need to get the bishop in too as well. So a bishop e2 actually is a really, really strong move here, actually threatening stuff like bishop f3. But the problem here is bishop takes. Maybe not. There's knight f2 as well. So yeah, let's see what he finds. He has enough time to find it here.
That's a very advanced level tactic. Instead, rook h2 check, not bad. Now king to g1, only move. Let's go, sweetheart. Don't talk when you have the only move.
Only move.
All right, and what's black gonna do now?
Yeah, it's very difficult for white to even do anything. You can try for this last trick here.
I feel like black, though, is gonna be a little bit stuck here trying to figure out how to actually make it right, how to actually pass through, how to advance with your advantage.
Yeah, which means he is still in the game because you actually are, you're not that you're down a piece. You're not down a piece at all. It's just this rook. It's like, how do you get this rook in the game? If he's not able to figure this out, and of course, white does have some defensive chances, but he actually has to see this as a tactic. This pattern here, not the easiest to find for him. If he's able to find it, he's still in the game. If not, he just doesn't have anything to do. The rooks are not helping in the position. Pretty awful position for white.
Yeah, James, I mean, oh, okay. Oh, he found the way. Bishop c2, very nice. And he's bringing the other rook, and he's still protecting the e4 pawn. That's awesome. Look at this man. What a talent. What a talent. Future grandmaster here, ladies and gentlemen.
He found him. Bishop c2, bring the rook down, and then where's this mating that at? Actually, rook check, and it's kind of weird. When the king gets here, actually you have bishop d3, so we're good to go. Have king to the corner. There it is. Rook c1. He's going to bring the other rook. Will he do it? Will he do it? Go.
He's ready.
That's not really a
He's
problem,
ready
though.
for it. Yes.
I'm just gonna go as planned.
That's on the board.
I'm gonna go here. Check. And is that mate? I think that's mate if I do that, right?
Yes, buddy. You're
What can
right.
you do? You can take my bishop.
Nothing.
I take his rook. Okay.
Bishop takes e4.
Ooh. Okay, I'm just taking then, I think.
Yeah. Just take them. That's right.
Chad says, bro is not 400 elo. He definitely playing stronger than 400. Yeah. If he seemed like a solid 550, at least there.
Check.
At least.
The only
you know what I
thing
mean?
is,
Depending on what day it is. Like, whoa.
I just hope he doesn't blunder the checkmate on d8. But that's like
Oh,
a
it is
checkmate too.
possible. But it's so hard to, like, you have to move the rook without check.
There,
like,
but then he takes
and it's literally
me.
made in 2 here.
I mean, yeah. He doesn't see it though, James.
Or
He's
made in
pointing at
1,
bishop
like-
c3. He's
like, both of
nervous.
these are,
How long do
like,
I have?
come on, just do any check. Any check, bro. Do something with
here?
check. Any check. Come on, breathe. Any check. There's a check here, right? Mate in 1. You got mate in 2. You got mate in 4. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He has a bunch of checks here. Will he see the check? Oh, 8-6. Okay, but he didn't blunder.
No.
He didn't mate.
Oh my god, no. Let me do that. Oh.
He's okay.
Okay, no, it's okay.
He's okay.
That
Everybody
was
breathe.
scaring me though. I probably reacted too
Oh,
fast. If he
that's
takes, I
very
just
solid.
take. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Ooh, don't swear,
I
young
was
man.
not getting checkmated like that. Hell no.
Kids are watching.
Oh shit, this is gonna be yo. Okay. What's he gonna do? He's gonna
mate in 1
take.
looks better.
Fair enough. I'm gonna take.
Nice.
He only has a rook now.
Very nice. Rook f1.
Rook f1, and now we have the classic windmill here, which is kind of cool. You can't really get a lot of material out of this, but you also have a mate in a few there with 1, 2, 3. A little nice sequence there. Knight e3 attacks the rook. Rook e1.
Okay. Again, the windmill, for those who don't know. Rook check, rook moves back. And then you grab all the material on the second line. On the second rank.
There it is. Will he find it? There's a check. Nice. Has he been doing some tactics? You had him doing some tactics here, Dina?
Oh yeah. The man has been grinding, James.
You had him doing some tactinos. I see here. He is doing some tactics as we see. Let's see if he's able to close out. He finds rook e2. The man is
my
vicious.
God.
And then, wow, very strong, very strong.
Unbelievable.
Oh, resignation, resign time. Wow, nice.
Bravo, bravo.
Very nice.
So proud.
Oh, I didn't even notice
Unbelievable
that. Bouncer
win.
Luke says he was 1100. I didn't even notice Izzy here is 1143. That was a big upset win. Big upset dub there.
Damn girl.
Amazing. That's fire right there. So not too happy about Sambucha though. Sambucha, what are we doing, bro? Come on. You know,
All right,
he's,
let's go to your student, James, now.
Come on, bro. He's been doing a lot of tactics. I think he hit a 20, 25, something in that puzzle rusted. I was like, nice, dude. You know, you seeing some tactics, some tactinos here, but this is not what we want as it is black's move right now, which is Sambucha here. So what do we do? Yikes. I mean, this is a problem. Where did my pawns in front of my king even go? I don't even know how we got here.
Ew. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now, James. This is a little bit worrying, a little bit terrifying.
100% terrifying here. I don't know where his pawns went in front of his king. This is pretty rough. If f7 is played, that is going to be winning some material instantly. So there are some problems. This bishop's kind of ugly. We could try. There it is. Yeah, he's just locked in. Locked in.
F7 check! And then it attacks both the king and the rook. What a nasty fork right there. King f8 only move. And taking the rook, promoting the queen. Ooh, that guy had a queen auto promotion? Ooh.
Yeah, he did. Maybe auto queen. Queen takes e6 to follow. Looks good. With check there. Yikes. Is Sambucha live somewhere? That's a good question. I might be live on YouTube. Not actually sure, though. Queen takes e6. He finds it. Dang, what is this rate? 1062. All right. I mean, this guy is spotting some moves here.
Ew.
Come on, tag. Nice. King d8 and knight takes c4, knight e4. It doesn't matter. Knight something. Knight
Just be careful. Don't play rook f8 thinking you're checkmating, because then you would blunder the rook. Because of
play
the
rook
queen
f8,
takes
bro.
f8.
Play rook f8. Do it. Just do it.
No.
Just do it, bro. Just do it. All right. Bishop takes
Bishop
c7. Okay, that's kind of same.
c7, solid.
Queen though.
Queen
Yikes, rook f8.
takes.
Yeah.
Oh my
that's a wrap.
god.
That's a wrap. You can start a new one. That is a wrap there. That is a wrap. Dang
Is this what you
Oh,
taught
beginning
your
of the game.
student?
No, not at all. In fact, my students are always pretty sharp. In fact, my student, Blitz Champs was Justin Reed, who won Blitz Champs. In fact, shout out to him. But he did a lot of tactics, but I don't know what happened. Something happened out of the opening here, where he had no pawns in front of his king, and this was a wrap. Well, okay, we not back in the game, but at least we're not mated. But we're down a whole rook here. This is not looking good for Sambucha here. Hopefully he went on time, but even then you got 5-second increments. So ugly game. See what happens. In the meantime, though, Linzor is actually winning on her board over there. Anything can happen though.
Damn.
Bishop F5.
All right. I think that knight takes c7 has been in the air for quite a while.
Yes. Yes.
Chat is saying Boda's gambit declaimed.
Declaimed. And then he says declined, but it kind of like the same. Decline.
And we got the king on f6. All right, there is still some conversion needed in this game. From whites, they only have an extra rook, which is obviously more than enough.
Walking the king up, and there's literally no tricks. There's like nothing you can even try to do. I mean, what else you gonna do, right? You know.
I mean, he's trying to
KG4
stalemate himself. Don't judge the king by its cover.
Yeah, correct. King G3. Okay, we got one trick left in the book, which is a long shot. It doesn't even work. It's knight F1 is almost mate, by the way. You can go rook F4 to try to set it up with a beautiful checkmate of knight F1 being check and mate. Rook F4 takes away the escape square. He says, I'm going to go for a queen, but that square is covered.
Bro is trying. How about a little bit of rook F4 with a knight F1 checkmate?
Beautiful. Rook F4 and knight F1. Check and mate. Rook H4.
Wait, knight F1 checkmate! Knight F1 checkmate in one!
That is. You also have rook F3 as well. And he plays rook takes F5. I mean, no stalemate tricks? Like resignation! Dang it, Sambucha. At least we do have another game, though. It is a 2-game match, boys and girls. It is a 2-game match. We have 2 games finished. We have one left, which is the ladies. In fact, the ladies are still playing their game, but time is getting lower. Lydia down to 40 seconds here as we are going to pull that game up in a sec here. Look at the emotion there. He's hype. You know.
Lydia finally found the c7 and protected it.
Super hype. Oh, wow. This is chaos. What is going on? Oh, my goodness. Okay, this is hanging. This is like, there's a fork here. Okay, she protected the knight c7 fork. Whose move is it? Linzor. Okay, knight takes g5. She is actually cooking right now. I'm not going to lie. Like, pieces look good. Besides this bishop c1 move, an incredible game. Oh, my goodness.
Queen f6! It is a bonus gambit! Just take the queen!
Just take the queen. That's it. Take the queen and call it a day.
Does she see it? Oh my god.
Oh man. Wow. Let's go look at the stream. See how she feels. What is she talking about?
What other move? Now she moved the queen. I can check her, but that's no point in that.
Well, she got to move. They are both in. Anything can happen because the time is low.
30 seconds for Linzor and only 20 seconds for Lydia.
No, let's not blunder my queen.
Uh-oh. Bishop h6, there are literally 3 pieces hanging. Knight on h7, queen on h5, bishop
why
on
did
h3,
I do that?
all
Okay.
hanging at the same time. There's another fork.
But you cannot take any of those pieces because of the knight f6.
I don't know why I did that. Yeah.
The only problem is she does not see the knight f6.
Oh, why did? Oh my god, no, I was just trying. No!
20 seconds left.
Now we're equal.
Come on, girl, you got the knight f6. No, don't take
Do
it.
something.
That was ridiculous.
Anything. Breathe. She about to fly.
Knight to f6. You can do it. Touch the knight.
5,
Touch the knight.
3.
Yes, no.
What will this do? Will we have to redo it?
She found knight f6.
Yeah. She doesn't see it wins the queen, does she? She doesn't see it wins the queen. It's a check! Where's the king go?
Will she take the queen? 4,
Whoever
3,
captures like one
2,
more piece is going to
make
win.
a move! Flag! Oh my goodness.
Knight, take the
that was
queen,
so
take the
close.
queen,
Oh
take the
man. Bro, that's crazy. Like, I never thought that this game would turn around the way that it did. And she wins on
No,
time.
no, she's
Flag!
winning! Oh, finally we won a game!
Game 2 is
we
going
won
to
a
start
game.
in about 45 seconds from now.
Wait, next game starts? Oh, okay. Right, no time for celebration, eh?
Celebration.
Okay, sorry.
Never give up, chat. Never give up.
I got really
Never
flustered
ever.
last time. Can't do the same again. Okay, don't say I'm not last, because I still have the potential to come last.
Exactly. Here's the confidence.
But we haven't lost every single game. That feels really good. I'm really, really, really happy. I would celebrate, but I got really flustered last time, so I'm not going to. Okay. Oh my gosh, we're already back in the game.
The
Hold on,
games
are
are
we-
starting in 10 seconds here.
Okay, nice.
Good luck, everyone.
Bro,
Game starting. Wow. Take a look at that Group A. Round 4. Lydia with the dub out of nowhere. She was getting cooked out the game. And then amazingly, she had a comeback win where she won on time. Doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. Easy. Drops the ball here to Mongraal. And then Tag loses. Or actually wins. Sorry. I wanted Sambucha to win. Sambucha was my student. Like, so hopefully he's able to bounce back in this game. Remember, guys, this is a 2-game match. So first to 2 is a dub. Like, all right, Dina, we got a games coming up in a minute here. In fact, they actually are just now starting. Where do you want to go first?
Oh yeah, let's go for the one that has started. Inoxtag with Sambucha. Let's take a look at this one.
Well, what up? Oh, how did they get this open? It's like a French,
Ooh.
like the bishop on E3.
And then knight takes knight on C6, attacking the bishop. That's interesting.
Very
What
interesting.
are we gonna see now? Knight f3 protecting the bishop. Very nice.
Defense.
Well played.
Just defend. Sambucha is gonna have to lock in here though. Find some tactics. As the white pieces do what he can.
Ooh. You gotta develop. Knight to f6. Bishop to e7. And a castle. Pawn takes e4. Interesting. That attacks the knight and the knight captures. All right.
nice.
So far, very solid.
I agree. Very solid. Knight takes e4. If knight f6, maybe could just capture it. Maybe take with the knight, move the bishop away.
I love this bishop on d4, James. It's kind of like stopping the knight from getting to f6, and then you need to take this bishop out, but you also need to think about taking this bishop out.
Yeah, knight takes what I would definitely take back with the knight with a threat of bishop to b5 check. Trying to get the queen out early and casting queenside. And an absolute blunder already. Bishop takes g7. Bishop takes g7. Will Sambucha see it? Come on,
I
Sam,
told you. I told you
Oh
this
my
bishop is a
goodness, bro.
monster. Wait, what is bishop b5? Is that a blunder? Queen a5?
Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah.
knight c3.
Yeah, he has
Double
knight c3.
attack.
Yeah, but bishop b5 just missed. Bishop takes g7 there. Moving a little bit too fast, but I mean, he is moving. Hey, mutual missing. Will he find it now? Bishop takes g7 once again. Sambucha moving incredibly fast. In fact, just moving very quickly. He does want to use some of his time here. Will he find bishop takes g7 now? And he does not.
Bishop
Okay, cool. It's
takes
still
c6?
there, kinda.
Oh.
Yeah, but he knows his knight's hanging, so I don't believe he's gonna take it. But I know what he's going for though, which is the castle queen
Oh,
side.
he wants a long castle. Nice.
Very nice.
Ooh.
Always
You know
good.
what they say? We are beginners at chess. We don't trade bishops for knights.
Oh, that's what they say. Okay.
Yeah. Well, now you
Here
know.
we go. Knight f6 and castle queen side. You may be careful there. There's like a bishop f3 in some cases. French
All right,
defense
knight.
though. Yeah.
Knight takes f6. Correct. Bishop
Let's
takes.
read
And
everything
now...
first and then go castles. There it is.
Careful though. Oh, okay. Queen takes. Good. And now put the king away. Get your king safe, buddy.
Okay, 95. That's pretty nice. That's actually a strong move.
Attacking the bishop.
He's giving up a pawn.
Sacrifice. There is also intermediate check on the b5 if you want that. The bishop moves. Castle, very solid. Knight takes e6, great. And the castle. Yay! We finished the opening for both sides. That is awesome, James. It's time for us to move to yet another game. This one is getting way too quiet and boring.
Oh yeah, 100%. This game is extremely boring at this point. So we are going to move around. Because that one is extremely boring. Now, let's see.
I see the red board on the right, which is also pretty symmetrical. So I would say we need to jump right into Linzor and Lydia, because those ladies know how to make a show.
Oh man, this is a spicy game with the rook on b1 already. You got some type of Maroczy bind structure in the center with e5 and c5. What do you know about Maroczy bind structures? What is this? e5, rook to b1 to break up the pawn chain. a3 and b4. I don't even see any mistakes. Is there any material deficit? Who are these ladies in this game?
Yeah, they somehow turned the inner chess players inside. All right, well, it's time to castle, please. I don't want to have another heartbreak here. Please put your king away.
Yes, I do want to deal with b4 being a pawn. Yep, there we go. Okay, a little bit of commentator's curse there. h3, it just hangs a pawn here, which was already kind of there. Bishop takes and the bishop goes to d2. Then we'll get castled at some point. So there is something to it. But h3, I guess this one is stopping anything coming into g4. Will we see a capture on b4? And if we do, will we see a capture twice on b4? A takes b3 as well. b6.
b6, deciding to be a little bit more solid.
Totally understand.
And now white king shoot castle.
I agree. It should be a castles here. You also could consider taking and grabbing the bishop pair.
All right, how about we take a look at the Lydia stream?
Take. I have the row. Ooh, maybe.
Ooh.
I like that.
She's very focused.
Now my rook is free.
Locked in. B takes c5 says her rook is free. Good job.
Okay.
All right, and the bishop and the both bishops are out. That's amazing. Maybe we'll see.
I don't like these knights in this. This is a good place for knights to be.
What do you mean you don't like these knights? These knights are great.
These knights, and wait, she's about to push that pawn. Uh-oh, that is not the greatest move there. And she's pushing the pawn twice. Not caring about the queen safety. Yeah, not the greatest. Now in this position, knight g4 is a real idea here. Knight g4. You still could get
Is that a free pawn? Why did I not?
It's not.
That's a free pawn.
No,
it's not. I keep on forgetting about those knights.
There we go. There we go.
Always remember these knights.
I don't know. I just said nice that cheated. Okay. Right. I need to remember whose side I'm on.
Yeah, bro, you were playing white.
Queenie ain't gonna take this. Oh, you queenie.
Listen, in the French defense, and there's variations where you play h4 and bring the rook up to h3. So, hey, she found out a way to develop that rook. It's just a weird way of doing it because your king is still in the center, as you see We have Linzor actually has her pieces, or at least her king castle, getting the rook into the game, and she's feeling good. Good spirits, making some good moves, but can she convert? As the last game she ran out of time.
No.
Rook h3, the rook left to attack. Girl, what are you
always,
doing?
like,
Don't touch those points.
Get myself stuck here.
Do you even rook left?
Oh. Give me those ladies. I'll fix them.
Well, I know you will, Dina. Great job. They are on their own right now. They are on their own. No help. Lydia on the move. Knight g5. I love the aggression here. Love the aggression.
Ooh.
This one needs to
Bring
go
more
there.
pieces.
Oh, no. Or will it?
Lydia got inspired by her previous win.
Either way,
She's,
that's fine. You can be there.
Being very aggressive. There's h5 coming next, trying to open up the h file. King can sit h6.
Do I want it to be there?
Okay. Do I sacrifice? No, it's not necessary. I don't even have enough pieces over there yet. Bring the knight back to f3 or knight to e4.
h6, nice. Kick that knight out. It's like a stranger in your house. You don't want to have them stayed in. They're gonna rob you.
Get that knight up out of there before it brings friends to the party. Knight needs to move, but where? Somewhere. Knight e4, knight f3. Very possible moves. There we go. Knight e4. Good job.
Almost like an outpost. Careful. Knight is attacking knight. And then when the knight takes the knight, then there is a fork for the king and the queen.
That was last game. She missed a lot of that. And we have a prediction for game 2, it looks like, where they have Linzor this time. I think was this the same? Actually, it was Linzor last time. Oh, no. So, yeah, they just really want Linzor to win. Linzor has won both predictions here, but did not win the last game.
Somehow people still believe in Linzor, even though she accidentally lost the previous game.
Yeah, I've never heard that one. Yeah, accidentally lost. You're like, wait, what? You accidentally? Yeah, accidentally. It was accident. Knight takes f6 is a thing. Will she see it?
I bet this is gonna happen. You know why? Because this is
Yes.
PogChamps.
This is PogChamps. Anything can and will happen in PogChamps. Bishop e7, nice move from Linzor, defending the piece that was attacked. Now takes and
Awesome.
takes. h6 is hanging in the process, though.
Oh my god. We just got some action in the other game.
Wow. Mongraal.
Mongraal blundered. No way. Let's jump right into that action. Ooh, what happened here? There is a pawn. It's only a pawn. What kind of
Only a
pawn is
pawn.
that?
Is a pawn, is a pawn. And I mean, black has a very aggressive style here, as you can see, with the pawns being pushed in front of the king. Lots of play. You can bring this piece around too as well to really try to look for some diabolical combinations. 96 to f4 is really strong, bringing pieces to the party. Even sometimes sacrificing on h3 or g4 right now with the idea of g3. Really strong stuff.
Oh my god. G4 is so strong. Oh,
Really strong.
Oh boy.
Pawn takes and bishop takes. Or bringing this knight around. He probably is going to move a bishop, I believe.
Nah, he's gonna push the G pawn. He already started with this.
Whoa.
Yeah. Bishop d7. Damn. Damn, girl. What a solid move. Look at that.
Yeah. It's just, you get the pieces out. It makes total sense.
And bring
Develop
the
your
other
pieces
rook.
and bring the other rook. But he can play super aggressive here with this idea. G4, G3, even bring another piece to the party, which is something you want to do. So we'll see what happens.
Nice. Very good. I like.
Very good. Very good. Bishop d7 on the board. These knights not doing the greatest. In fact, this one needs to do something like knight to d3. This knight is absolutely atrocious here. Mongraal actually down to 3 minutes too as well. Time edge for easy here. Oh, bishop a4 is not a move. Bishop takes c3, and that is a wrap. If he's able to find this will be winning immediately, picking up some material here. Bishop a4 doesn't even do anything. It is just a bad move. And he finds it. Bishop takes c3, and
Knight takes a4. Are we
will he
gonna
play
see
it?
that?
It's on the board.
It's a free
on the
knight.
board. That's kind of funny. Chat is right. You're like, yo, is he no, his cam not frozen, chat. He just don't blink. You know, he just doesn't blink. That's just
He's just locked in.
he's just locked in. Yeah, he don't blink. He don't even move or breathe. You know, when he playing chess, he really be locked in like that.
And now that we see this stable action here, how about we take a look at yet another game that we haven't seen yet? Oh my god, it has already finished!
Wow.
What has just happened there?
Sambucha with the dub. I don't know how he won that game, by the way, because it was the most boring out of all three. Somehow he wins by checkmate, like with queen and rook. I mean, that was a crazy game. I ain't gonna lie to you. How did that happen? I have no idea. By the way, though, Lydia is actually winning again.
No
and this time it's more
way.
clean. We're gonna go over there to that game. Wow. Lydia is completely winning here. Is she up? What is she up? 3-6, 3-4-5. She up a piece. She up a piece right now. Rook F3 did just kind of give it back. Takes.
Knight takes. Our girl got inspired by the fact that she just won another game and now she's in the zone. She unleashed her inner chess player.
Yeah, after that win, sometimes you just get that confidence. And it looks like that's exactly what happened with Lydia. She got some confidence and now she don't know what to do with it. Very nice, very strong from her as she's very confident. She took with the pawn here, which is going to hinder some of our development. In fact, yes, we are up, I guess, right, a piece. We have some more extra material, but this bishop is like gross. In fact, it looks like a pawn here. So we need to actually activate it somehow. Bishop e3, queen d2 looks good. I think this is, even though white's winning, I think this is still equal because white has to coordinate the pieces. Rook c8 hitting the knight. Will she see it?
And shall we find it out right into jumping the Lydia stream?
I don't want to trap my. Oh, misclick.
Job.
Ah, okay, it's fine. You know, I
What do you mean misclick? What do you mean misclick? You just made the best move.
Oh, misclick, my bad. Best move.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Oh, indeed. 100%. I agree.
Is this something I'm strategically doing? Like, what am I doing wrong to have so many misclicks?
Ew.
Defended.
Black is only liking 2.
Okay, if I move this pawn up by 1, then I can do that. Otherwise, the queen's gonna. Yeah, yeet.
Mouse slipped the best move. Like, man, when you do that, chat.
I want to get my queenie out. She's so stuck.
Queenie. I've never heard that one. That's nice.
You don't need a queenie to win the game.
I gotta get my queenie out. Gotta get my queenie out, chat.
Ooh.
Make sure you get your queenie out, guys.
Hello.
After you develop pieces, get your
Me too.
queenie out.
I agree.
Good job. Me too.
Ooh, oh, that's why I
Lovely.
wanted to do that. Because of my knight. Nice.
Oh, see that pawn? Take that pawn, girl.
Yeah, I don't see this. Oh, actually, no, I can't. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna go there. And
Yes,
then
you
I'm gonna
can. What do you mean?
Boom.
We go.
Come on.
No, oh, she did it. Oh, Rook takes c3 is a move here, but I guess there's Rook c5.
And we're up on time. Cool beans.
There is no freaking chance, James.
Everything's defended.
that
Okay,
Linzor
I like
would
this
see
position.
the Rook takes.
But actually, no, I hate the position. I don't want to be positive. I'm negative Nancy until we win.
way to look at it. Oh my goodness, she's cooking right now. Like Lydia
You
just
think I'm
a whole
going for
different
those
player
little
after last game.
pawns? Nah. We'll good to go. Yep. Yep. Okay, cool.
Oh my goodness.
Cool.
Damn, girl. Look at
She
you.
is cooking. Let her rook.
Take it with you.
Wow. No, that was great. She's just clean winning.
Nice. Very nice.
Rook A6 is wow. Says Blaster. Okay. You know, you have a point in chat. I mean, Rook A6, I didn't think about it until now. Like, Rook A6 is just kind of brushed it off. But it is a wild move, in fact. Rook A6 is quite wild. I do agree. As the Rook on A6 is just, yeah, hugely misplaced, in fact. Just not supposed to be there. But the queen is hanging there. Pretty rough for Linzor here. In fact, let's go to her stream. See what she got over there. We're gonna take a look at her stream in a minute, see what she's thinking right now. Oh, you can see on her face there, it's not the greatest. She doesn't like. Wait, did she play? She just. Oh my goodness, Queen gone. Queen gone.
Your face is full of joy and happiness and aspirations for this match.
Will she take the queen?
Oh, she's 268 and I'm 264.
Oh!
Wait, I'm not even. Oh, I blundered my queen.
Yeah, right when you were counting the ratings. Perfect timing.
I'm so tired now.
You're not tired, you tilted. That's not the same thing, even though it starts with a T.
Oh man. Yikes. Well, that was crazy. This is over. Unless something diabolical happens, it is possible. What's the time control or time control? How much time do they have? Yeah, Lydia's still up time here, but possible. It's like the last game. She won on time. Lydia did.
Lydia just has too many pieces. Actually, an extra queen. Only that. Ooh.
That's correct. Got extra material. Queen B1, bro. What? Where did she come? She's just playing good moves. Queen B1 activates the queen now. Like, what? I mean, if she played Queen B3, like we gonna have to fair play. We gonna have to send fair play over there. Queen B3, which hits Queen F7 mate. Coming next. Queen B1. Putting the queen on the file here that can be activated, be it via B2 or B3 now. Really doesn't matter though. You can kind of do anything. She's up so much material. Just don't flag.
King to G6. Very solid. I've seen that before. The king run. Is that a thing?
Takes on G5. I'm not gonna lie, this was impressive from Lydia here. She just got a boost of confidence from that last game, as you can tell. She's winning now. She's playing good moves. In that last game, she definitely, forked up the queen. The queen was moving around too much. This one, it just flipped completely. Much better game here from Lydia in this game here. Very nice. Also up time, and Linzor is 40 seconds on the clock here, around 40, 44 so.
F6 and the pawn takes and the king takes. Okay, and now knight to E4 would be a nice way of forking your opponent.
94 check. Bishop takes H6.
Greedy.
All good. Just don't give everything up, I mean, he's up so much material here. Even Bishop H6 works.
Take the knight. Yes, that's good. That's right.
You see the reaction from Lydia there? Oh, my knight was hanging. But also your time is hanging too. Both of them, getting in some stressful time situations. Queen B2, nice move attacking the rook. Linzor got to move here.
Gotta move, girl. Rook C5, very solid. Love that. I wonder what would be the prediction now, knowing the material on the board. Rook H7, now king can be activated, your dream. King G6, attacking both pieces.
King G6,
how's
double
that?
attack.
A4, nice, willing to activate your the rook. C3, blocking your own queen.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have it all, I
Amazing.
guess. All right, trying. There we go. D4, quick move here from Lydia. Very quick move. D4.
Control
that was
the
intention,
center,
but
control the
C3.
game.
Very nice.
Rook d5, okay.
Pawn takes.
Perhaps we should also take a look at the other game that's still going on.
Let's take a
Which
look
is
at
also reaching the time trouble. Ooh. And the knight is gone. Mongraal is in a serious trouble. It seems like another...
He just hung his queen. One move. Queen B3.
Oh my god! Another
Drop of the
revenge.
queen. Another
Take
queen.
the queen, buddy.
Gone. They play F3 check. I mean, with a little subtle flex. You know, I'll take the queen when I want to. I don't even have to take it now. I can hit him there with queen A1 check. You don't have to take the queen. You could go queen G3 and really flex in some type of situations. F2 check. Oh my goodness. King F1. Knight F2. King here. Queen E1 mate. What?
Buddy activated his inner beast. All that just by switching the camera off. That was all part of the plan.
Hold on, dog. Queen E1.
Oh
He literally
my god.
played it. Okay, he took the queen. I was about to say, hold on, man. Breathe. That was nice. He almost played it.
Nice. Very nice. Very impressed. He's just killing it.
Yeah, he cleaning up shop here. No pieces left.
Woo. Buddy, very impressive. Damn, the technique.
Very impressive. Check. King moves. Check, 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 check. Should be a mate. No stalemates here with the pawns being on the board still.
Wow. Damn, girl. And that is like gonna be a checkmate. Amazing. Oh, he didn't find it.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't find it, but that's okay. And it seems like we're going to have 2 tiebreak games coming up.
And the queen takes G2. Come on, buddy.
There it is. Great job. Lydia game still going with Lindor as she has 5 seconds. I'm going to move over there. Oh, actually, she just made a move, so now she has 10 seconds. And here we go. All right.
Ew.
Lydia, the king all over here, H3. Using the king. Come on now. Come on with it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rook F1. Let's check the
It's very impressive. She's still in this game. Rook takes. Yeah. Sweet.
Oh my god. Everything can still happen in this game.
That's so crazy you say that.
I don't like this area very much.
You know, there be some mates.
Queen G5. Well done. King F1.
Nice. Nice.
Any stalemate tricks?
I am too running out of time though, so.
Absolutely. You gotta find something.
Ooh, ah.
Rook H2 is a stalemate trick. You have to instead.
Rook for a rook? No. Bad idea. No, that's gonna take forever to win. Oh, I'm in the red. I hate this. I do not want to be in the red.
Okay. Be careful not to stalemate here. I mean, actually, a stalemate would still win the match anyway. So even if you draw the game, like you win. So.
I don't think I should have done that. I don't think I should have done that. Okay, she didn't take. Interesting. We can win. Nice. Okay. Now she may try and stalemate. I'm not gonna let that happen.
So, I mean, the good thing is that Lydia goes through. Lydia.
So we're gonna try and make her go.
Even in the draw. Nice job.
Bishop H.
We're gonna try and make her go this way.
This is like the most exciting
It's
moment
fine. She can
for
take.
PogChamps.
Will she find?
Oh, my king.
I recall Cutie once promoting all her pawns and stalemating. I bet she would do that.
Story O says she could still misclick resign. Okay, you're right, actually. Oh, checkmate.
Come on, stalemate.
Woo!
Let's go.
Thank you, players. We are going into tie breaks for round 4 here. We'll have Inoxtag as white versus Sambucha and Mongraal as white versus Berry. We'll be starting in about 30 seconds from now.
Wait, hold on. That's not me, right? That's not me? That's not me? That's not me. That's not me.
No.
We're good? We can celebrate?
Yes.
Not me. Just to confirm, not me.
No.
Yes, you did not make the tie breaks, but you won. And that's what matters here, of course. But we do have some tie breaks coming up. Tie breaks, sudden death. Player with the higher accuracy score gets white. And if it's drawn, players will swap colors and continue. Players play until there is a decisive result. And the time control, here you go. Yeah, it's getting much faster here. So hopefully you're ready for this. 3 minutes and a 5-second increment. 3 plus 5, which is actually a weird one. You're not played as much. 3 plus 5. You usually see 3 plus 2. But it is going to matter here. Everything's going to matter. This is a sudden death game. Here we go. We have Easy versus Mongraal 1-1. And, of course, Tag versus Sambucha 1-1 as well. Games have started. Let's go.
Awesome. And we are gonna dive into the action right away as we see here very solid opening from Inoxtag with a knight on e5 trying to control this center. Ooh. And the black is thinking.
It's really going to come down to who has more experience here, I think, when it comes to these faster ones, because the problem here is there's like the time. There's like you have to switch from having an extra 8 minutes on the clock to now having well, really 7 minutes or whatever, but 5-second increment, 3 minutes. It's very fast. If you're not playing blitz, it's going to be difficult. Let's see what happens. A lot of blunders, I believe, is going to happen.
Oh, and the knight took the bishop, and Mongraal takes back, and the knight on e5, and the pawn takes, and now bishop to e5. Very good pre-move, very solid.
Yeah, we'll actually bring this up because this is their game, actually, believe it or not.
Oh.
The other game
Wait,
was Sambucha. Yeah, the other game was Sambucha.
Almost the same. It's almost the same position.
Yeah, that's actually quite a fascinating effect.
Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. Let's jump right into the Sambucha versus Inoxtag, because that's actually very wild. And the blue board. I want to see the blue board and the bishop on e5. And the knight is taking the bishop. F6.
There it is. Pawn with the F6, right? Fine gold. Never ever play F6. Oh, bishop G6 is vicious, big dog. Whoa, that's a sick move. I don't think he noticed. Like maybe he did notice, but like that's a sick move, dog. Hey, hold on. Queen H5 was better. Bishop G6 was nice.
Why is it a mistake though?
This Queen H5 was better. This Queen H5 and take is better. Bishop G6 though is cool. This is a great move. Yeah, I think he has to. Oh, Queen G4 is now a blunder. Yeah, and here we go. Here the blunders start.
Oh no, the rook is now protected, so the pawn can actually take the bishop.
That is correct. This can now be captured because it is defended.
There is no rook pin anymore.
Now there's bishop f7, there's bishop takes h7, there's rook takes h7. Really up to
King d7 so bad. No way.
Bishop d3. Yeah. Queen f8, their moves are coming in quite quickly here. By the way, Easy already winning. The bar is all the way up. I'm just curious. We have to run over there. This could be over in like a second or so. What happened? This seemed like the same game. What is this configuration of these pieces? Dina, what is he doing with this configuration? He did this last game and lost with this two knights and the bishop on a4 is something he likes. We all have our positions we like, but this is not working for him, and he chose to go for it again. With these,
bro, your knights are restricted. Don't you see? Where does the knight go?
G4 is really strong. I mean, you can do anything virtually here. Yikes. Pretty tough here. Sambucha now winning as well. With black. White was just winning on that game. So we are going to, I mean, we bounce around. It happens so fast, guys. But here, this is obviously really bad for Mongraal. Easy is actually looking to pick this up. But we're going to move back over to Sambucha's game. As Sambucha is now winning. Whoa, there's a rook gone. Where did his rook go? He had a rook like 2 seconds ago. Now he has almost none of them. In fact, he almost lost another rook. And his mate. Oh my goodness. It's a mate. It's a mate. Wait, no. It's not mate yet. It's not mate. It was cool. He had Queen G7 and Bishop H5. Queen E6, he has King D8. And now Black is winning with Queen F2 mate. What a game. What is this? Unbelievable. But believable. It's PogChamps 6, baby. PogChamps 6. This queen is hanging, and there's mate on F2.
Castle.
Just say whatever. Like, just get out of the way.
Damn. Oh my god, that was a trap. I can't believe I fell for that.
That's rough.
I fell for that shit. Oh my god.
That's rough. Yeah, Queen G7 was just winning by a lot. And if King E8, then you have Bishop H5 check. King D6, you have Queen F8. And then maybe you get castled after that. And you're back in the game.
Ooh. Buddy is locked in.
Locked in. Sambucha, will he get the dub here? He is looking to take it over. Rook F1. He defends, but the queen is hanging. And he snatches it and doesn't even think twice about it. You can see, oh man, on his tag there, it's just, you can just see it on his face. He knows that it's only a matter of time.
He's so tilted. Man, I feel bad for him. I feel the pain, buddy.
Well, I'm super hyped because Sambucha is going through. That is my student there. Shout out to Sambucha. Let's go.
The first game wasn't starting so well for him, but the buddy fought back and found his way out.
That's nice. So he fought his way back.
I love the king on F2. It's good. You know, it's solid. It's cute.
It's like a modified castle here, you know.
King to E7. Nice. Bringing the other rook. Very solid.
Castle by hand.
Queen takes E3. Boom. And the double attack on the bishop and the check on the king.
Rook F2, very nice. Rook D8. Even taking first, then Rook D8.
The desperation. This is so sad, honestly. I feel the pain.
Oh. He just said, forget it. I got too much material. I understand.
Wait, what? Just gave away his queen for the rook?
Yeah. I think he's saying, like, you know, I don't care what you do. I'm not losing this one.
Yeah.
So I understand. They move it so fast, too. I mean, I thought that they would be, like, you know, losing on time, but apparently not. Like, they got, you know, they started with 3 minutes. They made all these moves and are barely under 2 minutes. Like, it's pretty nice. These guys move fast today. Nice job.
Oh.
Nice.
Wow.
I like how he got rid of everything.
La technique. The guy just gave away his rook for the bishop so that he could promote. That's the definition of a smart brain right there. And the king F5. There you go. Try to checkmate his king with your king.
Very easy. Sambucha understands that this is over. Good job. Just don't stalemate, obviously. They're harder. These are said and done. And of course, white has 2 pawns that are still able to move. So stalemate is not likely.
My man is checkmating. Candy, what's going on? Queen takes F1, rook F1,
look at one mate on the board with a fist pump there, as you see it. Fist pump. Let's go. Locked in. And he wins. Dang.
Damn, girl.
It happens. And there's a check, and he's going to find the checkmate here. Checkmate in 1.
Rook H3.
3 check.
Come on, buddy. Rook H3. Come on, buddy. You can do it.
Sambucha. Okay. B3.
Uh-oh.
So you gotta be careful. Wait a second.
It's gonna be a stalemate. Don't stalemate with the
Oh
B2.
my goodness. Ooh, that was close.
Check. You just gotta do the checks. You don't want to stalemate. The only way is to do the checks. Check. Ooh, the stairs mate would be cute.
Check.
Just give the check.
Nice.
Pawn pushes.
Yeah, he realizes, okay. Oh, he can queen with check and then.
Oh my god, if he does that, cheater. Queen promotion,
100%.
check, cheater. Oh.
Cheater. Yep. Dr. Lupo, thanks for the raid.
Damn.
Check,
Unbelievable.
and maiden one pre-moved. There it is. Sambucha with the dub. Let's go. That is my student, by the way. Super proud to see him working and grinding and winning a match. There we go.
Wow.
Man,
Impressive.
that was crazy. Very impressive, in fact. And move over to our cross table as games have finished. We still got some stuff left here, but at the same time, we got to move over to the cross table just to see kind of what actually just happened here and who is where. You see all the way up there at the top, you got Izzy and Sambucha with 9 points there, a 9-piece from both of them. Then you have 8 there from it. Inoxtag, Mongraal have 7, and Lydia there with 3. Linzor down there at the bottom with no points, unfortunate, but still brought her all. She, played as best as she could. Very difficult, obviously. Not easy stuff. But more to come, right, Dina? It's fun.
I'm super excited for everything we're having today.
Yeah, same as well. We still have more to do as well. Guys, we have some Twitch drops. You guys know about the Twitch drops, don't you? Check the chat for that stuff. But what's better than PogChamps? Nothing. No, kidding. How about unlocking 2 weeks of Diamond membership on Chess.com for free just by watching the event? That's crazy. That's 2 weeks of unlimited game review, puzzles, lessons, and more. And it's yours if you watch up to 2 or more hours of PogChamps. Use command drops in chat or visit go.chess.com/drops for all the details. You need your Twitch account that must be linked to a chess.com profile to claim it. So you guys can get some cool drops in chat. We are happy to give you guys that, of course, and we're happy to bring you more PogChamps after we take a short break. We'll be right back.
Maybe Dr. Lupo. I don't know if he has much experience with chess. He's also probably the guy I'm most excited to play against, just because I feel like, he's been in the Fortnite com for a long time back in the day, so it'd be nice to get matched up against him.
I'd say my easiest opponent will probably be Filian. I feel like I got her.
No one. I'm lucky if I even make it now. My biggest hope is just that I last for at least 4 minutes in the game before they checkmate me. My confidence is very low for this. I might start crying.
I want to say Ludwig so badly, but the thing with Ludwig is that he's kind of the tryhard at anything. Inoxtag for no apparent reason.
New Jersey, where I live right now. I love New Jersey.
I would live in Sweden. I'm from Sweden, and I don't want to move.
I think it's the best place on earth.
Probably London still. I love London. This is my home city. It's my baby.
Equidistant from New York and Philly. We have the mountains. We have the beach. We have the best people. We have really great food. You can get pretty much anything here. We have the 4 seasons.
I honestly like where I live. I do like the States, but having I don't know, a high-rise penthouse in Tokyo would be kind of great. Not because of like Thing Japan or anything like that, just because when I did visit it, just was a very lovely place. Walked everywhere. Things are cheap.
I'm honestly not I'm not so tied to locations. Like some people are like, oh, I'd love to be in California or Colorado, at least within the US for the nature. But for me, really, I just want to be, you know, kind of near the people who I care about. So I'm not too picky about where I live as long as it's near people who, you know, are important to me.
I love New Jersey. I'm a ride or die for New Jersey. So LydiaViolet,
she's from England. Let's put her with the other English C tier.
I would say let's throw in front of Dr. Lupo, kind of teetering on the edge of B, maybe into A. Yeah, let's do there.
We'll put a B.
Michaela, I feel like, is going to be one of the most improved. Maybe actually I'm going to put her the most improved just because her training partner, who I'm assuming is Tyler 1, is like 2000 elo, I'm pretty sure at this point.
You are one of the most determined, strong-willed individuals. You have motivation I truly wish I could have, but you are never going to be a coach. I'm telling you that right now. I'm looking at him.
Tyler 1 plays quite a lot of chess, I think, and maybe he's going to help her. Probably put her A.
Being with Tyler 1, having a child with him, and that man is like the ultimate, you know, D-gen grinder, legend. You gotta have the patience of a saint, and also probably be a grinder yourself. And I respect that. Most improved. She's gonna win.
Mongraal, I feel like, is gonna be not showing up the way people think he's gonna show up. So I'm actually gonna probably put him like C tier.
You know what? He's too good at Fortnite. He's gonna be thinking about Fortnite the entire time. C tier.
I don't want to put myself too bad, but I'll put myself at C. You know, I don't want to be putting myself too high, but also not the worst.
I think in terms of Sambucha, we'll put him also in C tier. I think the bigger the creator is, the more it might backfire, which I know is kind of crazy. Just because there's so much going on in their lives, their success will consume them in terms of this online chess tournament.
We'll put an A.
I think through all of this, I've had a lot of interesting learnings. Obviously, I know myself better than anybody, so I know kind of how much I've improved. So this is going to be pretty objective, hopefully. But I'd say I'm going to be somewhere close to the A tier. I think probably like in the middle of the A tier. That's probably how I'll fare among the fields.
Like I said, when you become the world champion at something competitive, that right there is when you have to, you know, go above and beyond. That's going to be an A tier right there. I trust that guy. And he's not consumed by content either, like a lot of us are. So I think he might just be at his home right now, just playing every day. And that's dope.
I mean, he's got the glasses, but I don't know. I'm going to put him at C again.
Yeah, Steven, like, busy man. I'm going to say Steven's like C tier right next to Mongraal. Probably like just not playing as much as he should because he's going to be busy with stuff. So I'm going to put him in C tier.
This guy's got those glasses that make you look hella smart. So I'm going to put him at most improved because I think he's going to be amazing.
Wolfie will be one of the most improved. I'm going to put him in A tier. You know, anyone like competitive, like who plays like, you know, Pokemon or be it Hungry Box with Melee, like once you're in like the competitive scene of anything, you're going to like have some pretty decent improvements. So I'll put him like in A. I feel like he'll be a little more improved than the B tier.
Most improved. It's gonna be a Wolfie Michaela Grands, I think. That's my prediction for the tournament.
The final round. I'm James Cancer III, and I'm here with Dina Belenkaya. We have so much left for you guys. Of course, it's an exciting final round here. Dina, how you feel about it?
I feel overwhelmed with emotion from all the blunders I have just seen, and it is hard for me as a chess coach, but I'm here for it. I'm here to suffer and celebrate all the highs and lows of a chess game.
Yeah, that's exactly how it feels. It's a roller coaster here, guys. Get your popcorn, get whatever snacks that you like here, because you never know what's going to happen. And if you're placing any bets, don't put the house on it. We do not recommend to try that at home because we don't know what's going to happen, especially here in the final round. A lot of nerves are on the line here. As you see the versus matchups here, Sambucha versus Lydia, Inoxtag versus Mongraal, and we have Izzy versus Linzor there. So any predictions, you can obviously put those in chat. Games will be starting actually right now. Where do you want to go first?
I can already see a few moves on the Inoxtag versus Mongraal. That's an interesting matchup. Let's dive right into that one. It's a red diagram for everybody on the top right of the screen. The red diagram that we see here.
Oh, where did you get this opening from? Who this man coach? That's a Jar Jar Binks London, aka Joe Bava, meanest Joe Bava on Chessable. Go get it right now. Secondly, how did he, like, who taught him this? Who was his coach?
Ew. Don't tell me you did that. You're a nasty
did.
little James.
I did not teach him this. So I'm actually very curious on how he figured this out with this Joe Bava. Like, who taught him this? Now, this doesn't work here because Rook C8, but he did play a Joe Bava, and Black played a reverse Joe Bava. So this is just very intriguing. It's a funny game.
And the knight to b5, attacking the c7 first. Nice way. When your opponent's repeating moves, you gotta attack first because you can checkmate first.
Yeah, this doesn't work. He already cooked him. He's already cooked. One for the Joe Bava boys, for the Joe Bavians or Joe Bavians in chat. We one for the boys here. All you Joe Bava fans, all my fellow Joe Bavians in chat. It's one for the
and
boys.
that's a check. And the
He's
king
supposed to
moves.
play Rook C8, like very easy move. Like Rook C8 is just stops all of this. But hey, there we go. And it's not already cooking right now. He already winning here. Man, that's funny. Takes. Already winning.
And the knight takes. No.
I mean, okay, we can stick here for a few more moves here, but yeah, this one is clearly already over for Black. Now, of course, there's work to do. Obviously, anything can happen. But whoa, the bar is swinging so much in Linzor's game. Linzor's winning against Izzy here. Something happened. Wait, what? Wait, we got to go over there. I just got to see what's going on. Linzor apparently is beating our highest rated player right now, but we need to see what is going on. Did he drop a piece or something? Like, what is, you see the bar? It's like, yo, Black is just so much better.
Well, White is just playing freestyle chess. The only pieces lacking is the bishop on h1 and the knight back to b1.
Oh, yes, yeah, advantage gone already. But at the same time, I mean, great game from her. She didn't make any blunders here. I mean, 247 is not her rating, clearly. Definitely more like 347. No, I'm kidding. More like 5 or 6, to be honest. Some of the moves she was making in the other games show that she, was a little bit better than her rating, in fact. So if she would have captured with the pawn, she probably would have had a much better position here. Queen b3 attacks at b7, so it's on her move now. Let's see what happens.
Yes, Linzor should not let the emotions of the previous match get into her head. She is strong and she can do it. She needs to fight as if nothing happened before.
She's actually up a pawn here. Like somehow she just stole a pawn. Pawn can now be grabbed back 2 different ways on b7 or e4, and he finds it okay. And that was short-lived.
Knight takes e4, and now I say time to castle.
Get out the way.
Although there is knight d6, queen d6, and e4 nasty fork. We don't want that. How about bishop takes e4? Exactly. Bishop takes, and now knight to c5. Double attacking the queen and the bishop would be really nice.
Very nice move here. Knight to c5 is a very strong move, and have to follow up with a queen c2 or c4 to defend the bishop on e4 here. Sambucha is already winning. It looks like he even has his queen, and Lydia does not. So that one We may not even have to go over there, but we are anyway. Yeah, wow. Sambucha is just absolutely putting on a display here as he's fresh off of that win to put him right behind who was at the top? Izzy there, I think, with 9. But right behind him, 8 points there, and he's clearly winning in his game right now. As Lydia has no queen there. Sambucha is doing well.
Bishop to d6. That's very beautiful from Mongraal. I love that game. Let's take a look at Mongraal versus Inoxtag.
Let's do it. Bishop d6. Yeah, he was able to get the knight out. The best part of the Jobava, when you can get it correctly, is takes. You take the rook and you bring the knight back into play. After bishop d6, all we do is capture, bring the knight back, and you just have a clean rook the rest of the game. And that is it. But right now, in fact, it's Mongraal's move, so he can actually take the knight first. See what happens.
Queen takes or king takes. Both moves work in this situation.
Which one will we choose? 2-game match. Final round.
Nice. And the white will develop the pieces, hopefully. Man, I'm so desperate for those piece developments and those castles. When are we gonna see them, James?
Yes, hopefully now. Maybe you could trade first or even knight f3 to follow up with maybe a potential e3 after capturing. Move the bishop and just be up some material here. Just up material, which is awesome. Up a full exchange. So
King
should
takes.
have an easy game.
Very beautiful. Love that. Yeah. An extra. Ooh, knight to f3. Developing. Okay. White is still with a huge advantage. The rook versus the bishop, or actually versus the knight.
Got an exchange. Feels good. Definitely looking to convert. Players have time to think here, so they definitely love that aspect of having more time to think rather than the blitz games where they have literally like no time. Sambucha playing chess? Yes, chess squares, and he's winning. And he is my student, so I'm rooting for him. Sambucha. All right, but also a lot of other chess here too as well. F6. Don't play it. No, in this case, it's a little bit different. He wants maybe an E5.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Although Ben Feingold would not be happy right now.
I was not the happiest, but generally it's when the king's on e8. So being all the way over here isn't, it's not the greatest, but still f6 is a nice intention move of playing e5. James Sambucha, your student at the gym too. We talked a little bit about the gym, but no, he's not my gym student.
Bishop takes d6, check. Now queen takes or king takes. And we got to develop the knight. Please, e3, that's right. I love that.
Nice.
Great. Developing the bishop, and hopefully one day we'll see the castle.
Either side, castling king side is a little bit safer here. Casting queen side is some uncomfortable pressure on c2, so that would be likely for you to develop the bishop to d3 to get rid of this uncomfortable pressure that could be on the c file, and particularly the c2 square in particular. Let's say that. But yeah, of course, there's some pressure here. We could just go easy though. Bishop e2 or d3, and again, get castle king side. Bishop e4, looking to damage the structure. White is winning in all games, by the way. Like all games, white is winning.
Let's take a look at the bird's eye view. What we got here. Ooh, what's that? Linzor. Lindor did not capitalize on her advantage. She's a knight down. That's so sad. And Lydia is getting cooked completely by your student off the gym. Let's take a look at the Sambucha Lydia game. There's this knight on e6 that's hanging. Uh-oh.
He's nice cooking right now. Will he play it? There's going to be a decisive material loss here, which, I mean, it already has. In fact, white has a queen, black does not. So knight takes e6 is a very vicious move, followed by maybe even a knight takes f8 and a queen d6 to even follow, eliminating the bishop. King will have to go to c8 there. Very, very bad for black. King e7.
Bro, where is the queen?
Yes, in fact, that's a great question. Not on this board. Knight takes e6. Which knight do we take? Take on e6. This knight is hanging temporarily. Maybe knight to d5.
Or bishop g5 with the 80. Ooh, knight back.
Okay,
This is
fancy.
fine. Offering the trade.
Oh,
And the queen
fancy
is
move,
bringing up. Yeah. Rook g8. Okay, trying to attack.
Very nice. It would be nice if the knight was not hanging, which it is. Knight takes h6, and then bishop takes h6 to follow. There's also queen d5 check. Vicious intentions. Like just winning here. Up time.
The knight is
Barely
attacking
using
the
his
rook.
time.
Yeah. Honestly.
Yeah, once again.
A little
good
bit
job.
sad. Maybe it's time for us to get to the bird's eye view because Linzor is fighting for survival here on the bottom board.
I'm not gonna lie though, for her being 247 quotation marks, she only down a knight. Like to say that is like she is actually playing quite well. She's just missing chances, some tactical blunders and stuff like that. But other than that, I mean, she's not only down a knight. Like it's like a small amount, but at the same time, she's not getting like blown off the board here due to Izzy having 1100 rating here and Linzor 247 by rating. I think she did the best that she could here, but is completely winning for Izzy.
Oh yeah, with the e5 on the board, and now the rook is on the 7th rank. You know what they say when the rook is on the 7th rank? Oh, what do they say?
That's a great question.
7th rank, 7 heaven.
Seventh
7
heaven.
heaven.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Or pigs on the 7th is my system from Aaron Nimzovich. E6, by the way, the boy cooking here. Man's just out here playing some moves. He realizes that, I'm about to take everything. That is not a move. This is a family channel. Pawn takes rook is just ASAP. GG. Here after pawn takes rook.
Bro.
Or even rook takes rook. Doesn't matter.
What's
whatever.
that? Desperation, I see.
Yeah. You thinking about this? I mean, I like it. When you find a good move, look for a better one. Not much better though than the Avi. These two.
What was the pig's expression, James?
This is from my system, from Aaron Nimzovich. They call it Pigs on the 7th. Now, of course, that book is wild to read. It's like not a book that is easy to read at all. It's like who else? Dvoretsky has stuff in the book there. He says, yeah, if the knight is adjacent to the pawn on the 7th rank, with the king on the 4th, with the pawn being adjacent to a summer on a Sunday, then you winning. And you're like, bro, what did you just say? Like, literally, I'll flip the page and be like, you're right, bro, whatever. Like that's, it's a lot of word and text to say something simple. Now, Magnus said this too about the book too. It's like, he says a lot of things that are like different. And it's like just to say he over explains things. I was like, oh, okay. All right, I can see that. My system is about that. Yeah, Dvoretsky, shout out. Yeah, Dvoretsky. It's a very awesome book. Mark Dvoretsky. Dvoretsky's in-game manual. He also has analytical thinking. Got a lot of stuff.
Real fast.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Some of them chapters in there are insane. Rook check, king takes, or king moves, and you can just snatch up all the pawns.
That's a very sad situation here for black. Are we gonna see another king of the hill? Oh, actually, I could see a stalemate somewhere with the king on f3.
Yeah, little something.
Ew, look at this king, so active. Trying to
Active,
attack.
listen, king defends himself. Who says that? I think Steinus or something.
James
strong
became
king.
A history expert, chess classics. James has reading all day, but
I do. I read a lot, but nothing like Danya. Danya inspires me because he's like, yeah, did you know that this story? I'm like, bro, how did you find out that information? Danya be having some crazy stories of like, yo, how did you even find that out? Right. So shout out to Danya. But he has some insane chess history stories. The man is wicked with that stuff. So I know I'm pretty nice, but he definitely is someone I look up to when it comes to all the chess history.
Nice. And nothing like a history being written right now as we speak in this game while Linzor is trying to get herself stalemated.
She tried. Very, very nice try, though. Very nice try. Rook C1 is check and mate. Oh, okay, cool. Rook C1 now. Okay, cool. Either way. And a dub. Nice job.
Whew. And we got 2 more games going, ladies and gentlemen, between Mongraal and Inoxtag on the right in the red diagram, as well as Lydia versus Sambucha on the left in the blue zone. Who and where do you want to jump right now, James?
Sambucha's completely winning as well. Let me check out Mongraal's game. Oh yeah, definitely. Let's go to Inoxtag and Mongraal. That game, White's winning, but there's a lot of pieces on the board, and the both kings are weak. I think Black's is obviously safer than White's due to the pawn structure, and king for White is a little open. So not that anything can happen, but it feels like anything can and will happen. White just having the extra exchange, says the eval bar there, right? But a lot of chess left in this game.
Oh, that's a little bit lost that knight on e4, but that's okay. Want to check out Mongraal's stream real quick?
Let's do it.
Real quick.
I don't think that does much. I think I have to move this knight because if I don't, I move this one. I think this one just dies. Stuck. Unless I trade here, but I think I want to do that. I think this knight here.
Yeah, buddy.
Be so careful of this though.
Nope.
Moves his queen over or some icon actually.
Take that pawn.
Okay.
Ooh.
I think
Come
maybe
on,
I'll take
buddy.
with this one
Take
then.
the pawn. Yeah.
Take the pawn.
Just take it.
There we go.
Nice. Very good.
Because now let's remove this a bit, unless he goes back, but I don't know if he's going to do that. Now it.
Yeah, if Black gets something cooking over there, he follows up.
He got the pawn. The pawn is his, and he got the extra knight. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, that's nasty. Wait, where's the rook? There is no rook. Is there a rook?
Yeah, in fact, what's funny? This rook in the corner on A1 okay, I have an exchange, but it's right here on A1. So being on A1 is not the greatest spot for it. Obvious reasons.
All right, buddy, you gotta move the queen away so that you can have a nice little X-ray. Move the queen away.
Go there though. Might be worth.
All right, that's good. Attacking the bishop.
No, it's not. Just block this. He goes back.
Ooh.
Pretty much have to.
It's
move
okay,
my
buddy.
Knight here. Do I?
No, you don't.
Take. I mean, I don't.
You don't have to move the knight.
Maybe get my rook
Just
into
move the
action.
queen away. Oh, there is no rook. There is no rook.
But then, I don't know. I kind of need this rook.
Hey, he's trying though. He's trying to look for something like a queen f6 over to g5. He's swinging some pieces over. White, on the other hand, needs to make obvious move here. A3, hit the knight, which attacks this knight too as well, winning material on the spot, winning even more material.
Uh-oh. A3. That doesn't sound right. The knight is attacked, and if the knight moves, then there is another knight that's gonna fall. This is so bad.
These knights are going to fall. In fact, superfluous knights is another Dvoretsky term where the knights are fighting over squares. Knights are not good. This is not the greatest spot for knights when they are superfluous like this, as he calls it. But you're going to lose one of them. Your choice.
I'm laughing, but James is actually saying the truth. That's correct. It is a advanced strategy in chess, but if your both knights are protecting each other, they're fighting for the same square, and therefore it is counterproductive.
Correct. Very nice. Thank you, Tina, for the explanation for chat. Correct. Superfluous. I used to call it super flourish because I don't know how to say it, but it is a cool term. Fighting with the knights. These knights fighting over squares. A3 on the board. Mongraal is thinking in the think tank there, getting down to almost under a minute here. Has some increment, but is not helping him. We actually have another result as well. Looks like Sambucha was able to take his game. So this is the last one before the other games. He says, super what? What's up, Max in chat? Super what? Okay, takes. White looks like winning on all boards. Wow, I wonder if that's going to be the same in the second game there, which means that would be tie breaks.
Ew. Bishop moves, and now... Yeah, this is the entire rook for Mongraal. Entire rook. That's a lot.
That's a whole rook there. Whole rook. That's a lot of rook. A lot of rook there. And Inoxtag doing great, though, and cleaning up shop.
G5.
7.
Little attack.
Okay, looking like he wants to maybe double the rooks.
And
So,
trade with the rook on d8.
Take these first. Then double the rook d8.
H5. Nice. Attacking the king with a pawn.
Attacking the king. Yeah, vicious attack brewing. Says, psych. Get him off the board, bro. Takes.
King, bring the king. No, bring the king up. It's an endgame, sir.
D7.
Uh-oh. Inoxtag is cooking.
He is. He's doing well here. Well. Rook d7.
Ew.
Coming up next. King to bring, exactly, Christomir. Nice job. That's correct. Okay. A5, I mean, bunch of moves here. G5, rook d7, same old. Just don't hang the rook. Even then, you still would be winning, having an extra pawn, and which is passed.
Yeah, honestly, I don't see any way how Mongraal would be getting back into this game. Weirdly, it is a PogChamps 6, but we still haven't seen any stalemate.
Oh, that's correct. Wow. Is this a first? It's a first? Yeah, and there's not even here. I mean, you still have 2 extra pawns you could push and use. So again, not another stalemate here. Very nice move, by the way. Finding something super accurate here.
Oh, and the
Finding
staircase
a checkmate.
technique.
Fire. That's kind of crazy how everybody just locked in. Now, White won all games in this round. Wow, that is crazy. Results of this round is Sambucha wins over Lydia in there. Crushing game from Sambucha there. Trying to do the same, but he's going to have the black pieces in his tag with 1 beating Mongraal. And then Izzy there winning against Linzor. Now, we have the next round coming up, or the next game of the round, which will be a flip of the colors. White won in all games. So would that be the case in this one? If that is the case, we'll have tie breaks, which we're all happy to see.
Nice. I am here for the tie breaks because I want to see more queens hanging.
Yes, more queens hanging, more excitement, more heart palpitations, and etc. Guys, drink water. Okay, stay hydrated. Here we go. Games have started. Lydia and Sambucha. Scandinavian. I ain't teach him this. What is this?
The gambit already?
Oh, she
On
played
the-
F3. Oh no.
Not this F3 again. Oh god.
Yeah. And that F3 is it's not gonna be it's not the way. I do like that she take back though. Yeah,
He
okay, she
takes
played
e4,
F3.
F takes a4, and now please bring the queen on h4. That would be so good.
E5 followed by Queen H4. Queen D4, I understand. I think she's actually shown signs that, she's good enough to see, okay, this is hanging, and then she's going to defend it either this way or this way. Maybe this or this. Okay, I'm just looking. I pointed out all the ways she can defend it, and she chose none of them. Okay, never mind. Okay, 92. Yeah, it was just attacks the queen, allows the queen capture of the pawn. I still like white in these games, even though I did play this F3 stuff, just because I get to attack the queen, get some 10p castle queenside.
Right. D3 knights attacking the queen and getting the bishop out. And then potentially developing the knight and then developing the bishop. I do not like the fact that Sambucha's queen is running around like a chicken with her head cut off.
100%. I mean, this is just not. This is why you don't play the Scandinavian, guys. Okay, be careful. I mean, you can. In fact, Dina actually has played some Scandinavian, but more of a Carol Khan player. But Dina has played some Scandi before. Be careful though. Scandi is a tricky opening. It is tricky.
How do you know that?
I remember we played a match a long time ago on I don't know what year that was, but we played a match on stream. It was a long time ago. It was like 2019, maybe
Oh
2020.
no, it was definitely the pandemic times, but
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
you were studying my games. Oh, I was so honored. I was
I
getting
did.
excited there.
I did study your games for that match, and then I actually, I always watch. I study a lot of players' games just to be watching to see what's going on. By the way, nice tactic there. That man snatched and then grabbed the rook in the corner. Dang, good stuff here, Sam. Good stuff.
And the queen takes, and now white is only up a rook. It's okay, Leah. It's just a rook.
Right. Yeah, you got another one. That's what I like to say a lot of time. When I grab something, I'm up material. I'm like, oh, it's okay. You have another one. Don't worry about it. So, well, I guess we'll move around. Sambucha looking to clean this one up too as well, even though it was a crazy opening here. Of course, yeah, you're not supposed to be doing that. We will move around. Linzor and Izzy here. Now, Linzor having a great opening once again. I mean, she is definitely showing signs of she's way stronger than 247. This is a great opening, I think. She has some space. This looks like the King's Indian that you like to play, actually, Dina. You have a lot of experience from the white side of this in the Sirawan variation of the King's Indian.
How do you know that?
Yes, we played before in this variation too as well. I went 90s 5 a lot of games, actually. When we played in Charlotte in the Blitz games at the pub, it was nice. Knight h5. I usually went with this bishop g4, knight h5, knight f4 idea with f5 with the knight on d7. And then you chose other lines with knight c3, b4, a3, rook b1. So, okay, takes, queen takes. Knight h5 is quite nice here. Knight d7. Who is this again? Izzy. We're like blitzing the moves out here. These are all good moves.
Yeah, damn. Also, Inoxtag game has just started and there was someone helping him out, which was very weird, but probably suggesting the opening moves. All right, never mind. Here we have the h6 attacking the bishop on g5.
Okay, so bishop e3, bishop backs up. We want to be looking for this f5, f4 push at some point here. White, on the other hand, can even go with very aggressive matters of casting queenside. That's my sort of game. With g4, h4, everything forward, and then push up this way. Like this, very possible to do. c6, nice break for the center. Do not capture if you're white here.
Knight to c3, protecting the center and finishing the development. Now the only move that is lacking from Linzor would be a castle. If she could do that, I would be the happiest commentator ever exist.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If you didn't know what her rating was, you would not say 247. She didn't blunder anything. She, like, literally, all the pieces are developed. Knight b5 is a little premature, obviously, because it's a one-move threat and it can be easily defended. Now a6 comes with tempo, and b2 is kind of annoying. Other than that, though, up until knight b5, a pretty solid game. You would never think she was what her rating says to be at 247. So A6 is coming. She is in sort of a little trouble. Maybe A4. A4, A6, A5, AB. Oh my goodness, you could give up both. That's kind of a crazy line there.
Oh
It
my
didn't happen.
goodness, knight c3, but there is a queen to b2.
And he
Taking
plays
the
it.
pawn, attacking both the knight and the rook.
The rook. Well, you have to go rook c1 if you want to
Oh
keep
yeah, there is the rook c1.
everything. Luckily, barely there's rook c1. Yeah, barely rook c1.
All right, queen b2. What are we gonna do? Our girl is thinking.
Yeah, Sambucha is winning again here in the final round, and he has a queen, and Lydia does not here. So yeah, Sambucha
Want to jump
was
right into that game? We can take a look at the bird's eye view. We got this blue board on the top left of the screen where the queen is dominating. Lydia is being in a very big trouble. Let's take a look at that game. Lydia with white pieces versus Sambucha with black. Sambucha is James' student and he just developed the knight, just like James taught him.
correct. We teach a lot of tactics and like a lot of tactical work, so this is why you saw in the break of him doing puzzle rush. This is something I tell students to do a lot. There's a lot of puzzle rush, 5 minute in particular, usually 5 to 10 times a day, with a score of 20 being the minimum goal. So he did a lot of that, which is nice to see because the tactical vision has been working for Sambucha here, even though he dropped a game or so. But he was able to bounce back. Look at that, 94, putting some pressure on the D2 knight with the threat of rook takes D2. Even knight takes.
Nice. And the knight is coming to F2 soon. Oh my god, rook b3, queen takes b3 on the air. In the air.
Yeah, in the air. He finds it. Yikes. Queen takes B3 there. The man is cooking absolutely incredible. This is crazy. Okay, so I say this because the last game, all white won every game. And here, at least what I'm seeing from our bird's eye view, there is black winning all games right now. So white won all games, flip the colors, and it says the eval bar says black is now winning all games. So it really didn't matter here. Wow, that's kind of crazy how the switch up is very real there.
And what is happening on the Inoxtag versus Mongraal game?
Wait, was that the Joe Bava game? Wasn't that the game where and black is now just winning? Oh, he definitely messed this up. Dang, he's missing something, isn't he? 3, 4, 5, 3, 6. Yeah, he just dropped a piece somewhere. He literally hung a bishop, dark square bishop, I believe, somewhere. Yeah, because that was the Joe Bava game. Well, yikes! Now he's down some material.
Where's the bishop?
What you looking for there? Yeah, did you find it, Dina? Or
I can't see it.
Can you see it?
Disappeared.
Oh no, I didn't see it either. Nope. Let me check. Nope, it ain't there. It's not on the board. I don't know where it went. That boy is going, and yeah, Mongraal not feeling good about that one at all. He was actually cleanly winning out the opening with the Joe Bava trap, knight b5 to c7, pick up the rook. But black's in the game.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, girl. I always want to hear what Inoxtag is saying. I don't know if we can bring his stream. That's probably in French.
I don't speak any French, only a little bit of Spanish and English, of course. Yeah, got some Spanish. Tried to learn some Russian. It's a wrap. I'm like, yo, this is ridiculous. I don't know how y'all be saying over there, man. It's a lot. Russian is very difficult.
Queen b6 on the board, developing the queen.
Queen takes b2. We've seen this already. Knight a4. That is not a move. That is not a move. It is Christmas.
Captures.
Christmas in April, boys and girls. Bishop takes a4. Thank you very much. I appreciate the generosity. He doesn't take it, though. He misses it. Queen c7.
Damn. What happened to the free knight?
That was free. He was like, you know what, bro? You're right. Let me take that back. You're right, bro.
Exactly.
Let me get up out of there. Knight c3, not allowing it to be captured again there. Yeah, black's winning on all boards. My goodness. I'm just gonna pop into Sambucha's game real quick. Bro, he got 2 queens on the board and a rook. It's just a vicious game. Like, this is vicious. Like 2 queens and a rook here. Like, man. Statement here, Sambucha played very, very well. 2-0. He should be. Should be 2-0.
Lydia is not happy. She knows what's coming after her. Ew.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Ew. Well, now 2 moves only. King to e5 or king to e3. Where should you go? Probably doesn't matter, honestly, at this point. Is there a checkmate, queen b3?
Yes,
checkmate.
3, maiden 1.
Ew.
He finds it. Nice job. Sambucha with a dub. Great job, buddy. Great job. 2-0 there. Let's move around as we have 2 games left. Looks like Izzy here is going to completely win this one. He's going to take a resign manually to lose this one. Yeah, not likely at all. He's going to clean up. Stalemate is a possibility, but that would still win the match. Being 1.5 out of 2 is enough to take it.
Oh god, and yet another king running around in the middle of the board in Linzor versus Ease game.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's an easy win. The guy's literally bored here in his chair, leaning back, chilling.
Chilling, vibing, having a great time.
He's taking all his opponent's pawns and pieces.
Good job. H4. Pushing the pawn. Nothing you can do about it. Push again with the queen idea. King b2, bishop f4.
And the game over. H5, nice try. Just promote to a queen and call it a day.
There it is. Queen. Rook check. Queen check. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, however you want to do it, as long as you don't stalemate, bro.
Check, 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 mate.
That's funny because, like,
move.
That's kind of funny.
Check. Check. Just
with
check.
Any check. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just check them. Just don't do anything crazy. These checks are not the move. This one could do it. There it is. There's a check. Call this the ring around the rosy type of moves. Check, 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 check. King goes here. Rook check is great as well. Followed by queen g4, king e7.
Ring around the rosy.
6, right. Ring around the rosy.
Ring around
king here, bishop f6, king here, and then queen c8 should check.
Ooh,
okay.
Dirty. Oh my god.
That's
stalemate. Close.
That's
Careful.
Very dangerous, right? Yeah.
Careful.
Very dangerous. Very dangerous.
Careful. Don't play around with that. That little king. Okay.
And then king moves, and you can just see even a little subtle king h8. Nice.
King goes up.
f6 works too. Bishop f6. Really anything.
Careful. Okay. He got it.
Oh, you're right. Salad in chat says he has more time than the game started with. Bro, you're right. That is just ridiculous. He didn't even think. He used none of his time. He gained time. He was moving so fast. Wow.
Honestly, that's humiliating.
Forced to be reckoned with. That boy was moving instantly and won the game.
And we got one more game going on, ladies and gentlemen. Mongraal versus Inoxtag. What is gonna happen there? Black still has a massive advantage due to the fact that they have an extra bishop. Knight f3! Discover
right
check.
Now. That's it. Yeah, discover check, which I think it was already there. A move would go to as well.
Discovered attack with a check.
Correct.
Oh.
Knight check, bishop takes coming.
Man, that's your queen. Don't plunder the queen like that.
Oh no, my queen. And it is gone. If he sees it. Didn't see it, but he hung a bishop right back, and I'm back in the game if he sees it. Will he see it, chat? Will he see it, chat? Come on.
Bro, that was an X-ray on your queen. How did you not see it?
This is it. Wait for it. Everybody, wait. Hold your breath. Everybody, hold your breath.
Is he gonna see the bishop?
Oh, he took the bishop. Oh,
Nice.
he is
And
back in the
Mongraal is
game.
back to the game. In the game.
He's back in the game.
Awesome.
Wow. Some of the hardest things to do is, giving that material up and also keeping a composure. Very difficult to do. Bishop c6. The tables could turn here. Could be a swing in the right direction. h4 is already very tempting. Even f4. Queen g4. Like, white has some type of attack.
I love this bishop on c6. It's so beautiful, except for it's not.
PogChamps never disappoints. Exactly.
There's something's going on into Lydia's stream. Oh, she's watching us. Oh, let's take a look at her watching us.
No, that's rude. Wait,
watching her, watching us.
Are they like having like a goodbye session? Or are we like done? So I'm like, I don't, bro, the only, oh.
My man.
Goodbye session.
Maybe get some celebratory Maggie's Peepop blush.
It was streamception there. Stream session. It was like a session in a session in a session in a session. Watching the stream. Stream. Watch the stream in a stream. Wow.
In the session of a stream.
Exactly. That was crazy. Streamception there.
Nice. Whoa.
Okay, 96. That was crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
That's a beautiful knight there on b5. Pause. Dramatical pause. Pause.
Pause. Oh, okay. Whose move is it? Oh, he takes the bishop. Nice. And go back. F4, maybe h4. Bishop versus knight, though. Piece value 3, 6, 7. 3, 6, 7. It's all the same. Bishop versus knight. That is a pawn. Oh, but not really. There's tricks involved. Takes, takes, takes. Rook a8. Bishop d3. Rook a2. That's nice. He takes it, though. He falls for the bait. This could go any way. Takes, takes, takes. Rook. Even rook c2 as well. Like,
nice. Take the
better.
No, buddy. Okay, that's also fine.
Yeah, he went for this one. He went for this one. But rook c2 was an automatic move too.
Okay.
Yeah, anything can happen here.
Okay.
Tables are turning.
And the b2 pawn is attacked.
h4 hits the knight. Knight could go back to h7. He went with knight e4 instead. Bounce around to c5. f3 is logical now. That makes some sense. You could also go c4. That's a strong move.
Never go back.
Yeah, never go back.
I could see, in theory, the bishop on b7 being trapped with the rook on b8, and then the rook on c8, and then the rook on c7. You know, we could have things there.
It is, but oh, whoa, hey, big dog, he found the move. C4. Nice. He watching the stream, ain't he? Nah, he watching the stream. Ain't no way. He just found C4 like that. Hey, yeah,
Alright, well, I'm gonna help Mongraal as well. Rook takes b2, attacking the f2, and then knight takes f2. Boom.
Boom, that's nice. Okay, well, here we go. This is about to get spicy, y'all. Pawn takes, rook takes, knight takes f2. Can I get away with this? Is there any trickery? You take the rook, I go e7, rook e8, I take back. There's takes, rook check, king h7. There's nothing. Almost works. Almost works, but almost is not the same. Takes, knight f2 is really nice.
Yep, we go for that. Let's go, girl. Just whatever you do, do not take the pawn, because then your knight is hanging, and I'm sure you know that. But if you don't, just hear me out, Mongraal. Do not take the pawn on c4. Uh-oh, he's nervous. He is nervous.
He is nervous. That was nice. C4 was very strong for Mongraal. I'm not gonna lie. Knight c5, man. I'm not gonna lie, these are vicious moves. These guys are finding some moves here.
Ooh,
Hitting the bishop?
nice.
That's
Well,
strong.
it's there potentially. It's an important game for Mongraal. He has to win back so that he can stay in this match. Bishop to c6. Now maybe something spicy like. Now actually, D takes c4 is possible because the knight is not hanging anymore.
Yeah, I was just thinking, just why not just take the pawn? You know, I guess maybe rook c1, but then b2 is hanging in. Yeah, black is just better. He finds it. Good moves from these
Nice.
players.
And rook c1 would walk right into the knight d3 fork.
Yikes! Knight d3 and g. Bishop b5 is nice. Maybe attack the pawn
Calculation
this
above
way.
everything, Canty.
COE calculation over everything. Bishop b5, rook b2, bishop c4, and black is just slightly better. I got that extra pawn, active pieces. Anything can happen. He goes for it. I'm not gonna lie, they are finding some great moves here. Rook to b2, bishop takes c4, maybe even knight d3 anyway. Very possible.
I mean, obviously, it's the most important matchup. We know
Well,
it.
oh, bishop c4 kind of jinxed that anyway. Yeah, knight
That's
d3,
not.
bishop
That
takes.
ain't happening. That ain't happening.
Yeah, that's a vicious move. Vicious little tactic.
No. Rook e4, and now knight takes b2. Let's go. Knight takes b2.
Even
You
stronger, rook
got
takes
this.
b2 is stronger actually. It hits the bishop, and then you go knight f2, and then you fork, and you hit both. And then if rook e2, you take on d1 because the other rook's defending. It's like insane. Maybe you can take anyway. You do it however you like. But rook b2 is a vicious move. Knight b2 is actually really strong too as well with c3 threats.
I mean, what's happening right now? Are we watching the game of two grandmasters in
Man,
making?
knight b2,
Knight
he went for
b2
knight b2.
happened.
It's very natural.
Great.
Very natural.
Nice. Attacking the rook.
The rook.
And now the c4 pawn. Hear me out. The c4 pawn is gonna become the queen.
Okay. c4. This is the pawn.
c3, c2, c1.
Queen. Very nice.
The rook is attacked. What is the rook gonna do?
Time is left. Rook d2. Okay, we get c3 with tempo, but it gives us rook c2. Jack king moves. Plays c3. Rook c2 is a solid move.
And then the rook comes with a check. Rook a1. Oh my god. Mongraal, what's going on? Keep yourself together, buddy.
Oh, what is he doing? Is that a transmission error? That's a transmission error. I know he didn't just hang his rook like that. I know he did not just hang his rook like that. Yeah, he did. Did we see any reaction? Any reaction? Nothing at all, in fact, from Mongraal. I didn't even see. He didn't even flinch. Like, that's crazy. Like, he didn't even flinch. Like, that man is diabolical. Wow. He didn't even flinch, bro. Like, okay. Stay far away from that man. He didn't even flinch. 91. Yeah, he don't care about nothing. That is a very dangerous man. Knight to d1 and knight around to c3 maybe now.
Bishop e2 attacking the knight, but the knight can go. Yes, knight c3, correct. Inoxtag is just like lying his chair, dominating in the game. The man is chilling.
He really is. He's just sitting back, relaxed, feeling great, as he knows he's completely winning. Transmission error, not from a DGT board. Exactly right. It was a transmission error, bro. But like, no DGT board. You know it's bad. Oh man, rook d8. Rook d8 was a nice move. f5. We do have en passant, which is forced. He has to play en passant. Oh, he didn't. That is illegal. Rook to c2, hitting the knight. Knight needs to, I don't know, anywhere. Just don't hang it there.
d5. Knight e4, okay? That's fine. Very good. f3, attacking the knight. The knight has to go on c5 would be the best. Attacking the bishop.
Correct. He finds it. Hitting the bishop, bishop c4 will put some pressure on e6, but I don't have enough pieces regardless.
And the e6 is protected, so that would not work. And the bishop is hanging. Where does the bishop c4? Okay.
Finds it. Nice
Okay.
move. You probably want to activate this last rook on f8, but where? But, you know, trying to do whatever you like. Rook a4. Oh, nice. Little X-ray vision there.
Ooh, little pawn,
Little
pawn
pawn.
on h4. That's what you want, little pawn on
Right.
h4.
Yeah, there's a little pawn. There's a little bit. There's a little bit of pawn.
You want that
That's
little
all.
thing over there on h4?
Just a little pawn. Nothing too serious.
Okay, king g3 attacking the rook.
Okay.
The rook moves to any square. Oh, g5. G5 would be cool. Controlling
Bon
more
appetit.
squares.
See you in chat.
Oh my god, it happened. What an insane move. G5.
Yeah, this one's clean, boys. We're up material. We're up time. Completely winning. You know, this one's just over here. Great job. Inoxtag winning another one.
King f2. Trying to escape the attack. But one can't explain. Escape. One can't escape their destiny. Rook h2. Skewering the king and the rook falls. Damn, this is so sad. The misery for Mongraal. Don't worry, buddy. The suffering has only started.
Right, you can resign here if you'd like, just to get up out of there. Just call it a day. It's totally normal.
No, never resign.
Never
Still hope for the
resign.
Never
Rook d8,
resign
is
with
that-
hope for the stalemate. Oh my god, Rook d8 is a checkmate?
All right, yeah, you know, it was close. It was close.
The king can still go to but the pawn.
E3.
But he's got
d7.
the pawn.
Max says stalemate.
Bishop d7. He's trying to give away the bishop.
Trying to get that stalemate.
Come on, buddy. Get rid of all the pawns. You don't need them. There
Just
we
push.
go. An active king.
Just do it. Okay. Here, and is that mate? Mating.
King
Here.
to e2.
Almost mate here. Queen check. Rook check. Rook check. Anything check. Everywhere check. There he is. He finds it. Queen c7. Queen d7. Checkmating this way as well.
Your last wish.
Any last wishes? Yes. Don't move for like 3 minutes. You know, that's the last wish. And Inoxtag with the dub is going down. Clown GG's. Well, that's a wrap, boys and girls. That is a wrap. As all games are over, man, that was actually quite fun to see. Watch as well. Of course, we got more PogChamps coming up. We got a whole nother day, even tomorrow and next week. You doing calm next week? I'm back tomorrow. What about you? Said next week for you?
Definitely this week. Let's start one step at a time.
Sweet. Yes, right. One game, one match at a time, guys. I enjoyed it today. You know, it was fun. It went by quite quickly, in fact, even though a long day for everyone, but it just felt like this was very fast. But it's always, you know, things go fast, and like fun goes very fast when you're having fun with your friends and the chat. So I thought it was pretty awesome. But, you know, while we wait for the final results, let's take a look at something that is coming out, guys. Check this out. Boom, the man himself. Look at that. Dark Squares. Now it's your chance to pre-order Chess.com co-founder Danny Rynch's memoir, Dark Squares. In this never-before-told story, Danny takes us behind the curtain, detailing his upbringing in a cult, finding escape in the game of chess, and the life that's led him to helm of a chess revolution and frequent appearances in a human-sized green pawn costume. Pre-order Dark Squares by Danny Rynch at go.chess.com/darksquares_ pre-order or use !darksquares in chat. That is fire, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be grabbing that myself. Now, here we go. Cross table, boom, at the top. Who is that? Whoa, easy. And Sambucha, that's my guy, my student, by the way. And then we also have Inoxtag with 11. We have Mongraal with 7, and then Lydia with 3. And unfortunately, Linzor didn't get any points. But yeah, that's not to say that she was just playing terrible chess. It's just she just didn't get the chances. She couldn't convert in chances where she had. They're just gonna have to work on the game. But at the same time, lots of chess from her, and very underrated for her rating at 247. We think it's a whole lot higher. In the meantime, of course, we are going to be back. Obviously, listen tomorrow and stuff like that. But it was fun, Dina. It was an enjoyable day, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I had so much fun. And perhaps before we go, let us take a quick look at the pairings for tomorrow. Yet another busy day is about to happen.
Yeah, in fact, we have two. Well, that's like a Group B. Group B, round 1 is going to be VGC there. Wogley, VGC versus Michaela. Then you have Steven versus Hungry Box. Hopefully he does well. I actually coached him too as well. You have Fion versus Droll Lupo. See, that's Lupo there. I'm excited to see actually Hungry Box to go at it. I know he's the melee guy. I feel like melee, Smash Bros, stuff like that. So I'm excited to see that one. Any matchup you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Oh, definitely want to see Philan in her VTuber reality.
That was fun.
Showing us how it is to play chess in the costume.
Those are fun, actually. I like to see the VTubers. It's awesome how they create that whole thing and stuff like that. But yeah, so I'm excited to see how the matches go. We never know what's going to happen, who, where, how. Obviously, anything can happen as it is PogChamps 6, guys. So there's the pairings. We got everything set today. Dina, it's been a great day. I'm excited. We got more coming up. So that's it from us. Chat, be back tomorrow. And we're going to have a whole nother day of PogChamps. Until then, we'll see you next time.